Okay, we're streaming live, and I'll start the call, and we'll occupy ourselves that way. And okay, turn that down a little bit.
Hel-
Okay, we are streaming live. Hello, my son. I hope you're doing well.
yes.
Excellent. Good to hear that. And thank you so much for what you do. We have many people to thank tonight, and I'll do my best to give them all due credit. And let me add Ben Esteni as my sponsor to that list. I need to give him due credit, and I didn't give his. Well, I didn't say his solicitation the other day, so I'll have to say it twice tonight. And so I'll do that towards the top of next hour. Remind me. Shouldn't take too long to get that out there. And aside from all of that, this is kind of, again, one of these days where I'm really, well, I guess I'll go over it at the top of next hour. But just someone somewhat reluctant to be on tonight simply because I think people should be paying far more attention to what we uploaded on the channel in terms of my interview with Salman Sheikh. And so what happens is when this uploads in front of that, then it takes some much needed attention away from that. So I will be, remind me to constantly emphasize today that people do listen to that interview with Salman Sheikh. It should be easy enough to pick out. So, with that, my son,
Gotcha.
I hope everything is going well with you. You had an article that you found that was talking a bit about the advantages of leaving the Sino-Slavic synaxis in the lurch with the American withdrawal from Afghanistan. You're more than welcome to outline that and other things going on in our world to help occupy this hour. And that'll give me some chance to work with the links and kind of get myself settled in after a day rushing about and making certain that I was able to pay the rent. And again, a confluence of events that I alluded to last time, but along with Mr. Ben Estenius's help, I was able to do that, along with that of Mr. Salman Sheikh and the as well the oh God, who else was in there? Oh yes, Recology Golden Gate, as I said. So aside from that, I did get money from several other people to help me last until my check deposits on the 3rd, because there is this desert, this arid desert of income between paying the rent and the 72 hours thereafter, during which much needed supplies are impossible to get because of no money being available whatsoever. But several people joined in to help me take care of that. And again, a confluence of events. One of them, Mr. Eric Lastic, whenever his check was sent, I have no idea, but it wound up in the apartment next door. So my landlady actually slipped that through the mail slot today, and that provided me enough money to buy some much needed painkillers, which normal Tylenol, of course, extra strength, which I get over the counter. We'll see if my doctor responds at all to my request for codeine. But got a strange call from my nurse case manager today, presumably about that, but she didn't leave a message. So who knows what's going on with that.
Well,
But
now I'm not
yeah.
going to try to, promote this, but I will say that for some reason dissociatives seem to, well, they do a number on pain that's kind of better than painkillers from what I've
Oh,
experienced.
I can imagine. Yes, that's the whole point. Yes, that's why they're addictive. Yes, that's the whole point. You feel nothing. Yeah, that's PCP does that too. Yes, there's different ways to achieve that dissociative state where you're just floating and free of pain, and yeah, can lift cars and all the rest of that shit while your body disintegrates or around the frame of your frail skeleton. Yes, I'm well aware of this. There's too much temptation to go with certain things like that. But again, feel free to speak of it because again, we're not advocating this. This is articulation is not advocacy. So by all means, you can speak of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah. As far as addiction is concerned, it's interesting. I was on a ferry boat today, and I saw this advertisement, and they were saying that connections are stronger than addiction. And while I know that there's scientific evidence to back that up, I'm thinking to myself as I down a Voodoo Ranger with 8 CCCs, I'm thinking to myself, bullshit.
Yes.
Those connections oftentimes do betray you at some point in time, whereas at least when you're dealing with a substance, you have control over what you're doing yourself. So, I mean, it's a give or take. I'm not advocating addiction. Addiction hurts. I'm not kidding you. I've had my share of torment going through the hospital and feeling like my body was dropped into a lava tube, which is very, very uncomfortable, by the way.
Yes.
You don't want to feel this is a side of dissociatives you don't want.
Yeah.
But suffice to say that in the world we live in, it is what it is. I will leave it at that
Right. Right.
for
Well,
the moment.
there we are, and nice way to start the hour. And it's not a how would I say it? It's not a ridiculous subject at all. Of course, obviously, my life centers around painkillers to a good degree, and therefore, it's not a irrelevant topic or irreverent at that. It's neither irrelevant nor irreverent. It is simply what it is, and we all have these different, shall we say, vices
Coping.
that are, yeah. Go on.
Well, yeah, there are coping mechanisms to help us navigate this 3D hellscape that we
Yes.
call Earth. And the thing is, I'm not using hell now. Hell in and of itself, etymologically speaking, is not necessarily a bad thing. It's simply an underworld. But in the case in the case in which I'm using it, let's just go with the Christian fire and brimstone, and the demons will poke you with the forks and burn you alive, and all that other hard stuff. Because that's exactly what Earth in the three-dimensional realm is right now. And this leads to my next segue, which has to do with the criticism of Afghanistan. So, it's a very short article. Basically, uh, China and Russia should be happy that America has left, but the truth of the matter is that they're not. China has expressed anger. The chaos currently in Afghanistan is directly related to the hasty withdrawal of foreign troops. Geng Shuang, China's deputy UN ambassador, told the Security Council. Basically, Russia and China are terrified because they know that these angry Islamic operatives are going to come storming at their home front. And that's precisely what makes Biden's choice so brilliant. Honestly speaking, from a humanitarian point of view, it's a disaster. It's horrible. And we should all be angry at Biden from a humanitarian standpoint. But from a strategic standpoint, I would say the man's a genius in that the rapid pull out of Russia and China, more, did I say Russia and China?
Yeah.
Holy shit! I am turfed.
No
Well,
worries.
let me get back to it. The rapid pull out of Afghanistan. What this does is this causes a bit of tension between Russia and China because they don't know what's going to come at their home front. Afghanistan's not far from the Eurasian supercontinent of what I will call the Sino-Slavic uh,
Synaxis.
Synaxis, yes. Now, the brilliance of this is that what this does is it turns Russia and China's gaze away from Taiwan, which gives us a chance to mobilize a front around Taiwan, because whoever courts Taiwan runs the world, because that's where we get our superconductors.
Thank you.
And that's where we get our technological prowess.
Yes.
Now, it's very interesting. My father always used to say, a small country in the East should rule the world. It will rule the world, and that's what the Bible says. You know, he used to tell me that shit.
Did he really?
Yeah. So I guess that small country in the East that's ruling the world is Taiwan, when you think about it.
Yes. That's
quite
incredible.
Literally.
That's incredible. Your father's insight is that's the fact that he was gifted with that is incredible. So yes, please go on. Yes.
Well, yes. What I'm basically getting at is people are attacking Biden's decision on a moral standpoint, but they're not looking at the greater stratagem. They're not looking at it from the greater strategic perspective, which is the fact that we are right now deadlocked in a war with Russia and China. And if you are not aware of that, let's just say recently I have news that China has basically they've kicked all these American corporations IPOs out of China. These are initial what do they call them? IPOs. They're initial they're like startups.
Yeah,
like,
I was about to say they're they're kind of
like
startup companies.
startups.
They're as for the acronym, I always forget these acronyms myself. But honestly, if I rack my drug-addled brain, it's an initial public offering. Basically, it's kind of like what Alibaba itself was not too long ago, just basically 2 years ago or 3 at the most. And so it's when it's a stock launch. So it's one in which all the shares of a company are sold to the institutional investors, and they're also usually they're also retail investors, but they're typically underwritten by one or more investment banks who also arrange for the shares to be listed on one or more stock exchanges. So there we have that. So go on, yeah, by all means.
Yeah. Well, what happened was I was a few days ago. I was sitting in. I was waiting to see my therapist, and they just happened to have the stock market on, TV, whatever, because how many people who are suffering from addiction are going to just sit there and look at the stock market? Well, anyway, from what I was seeing, it looked like a lot of things that China had were going down. They were plummeting. And so this sort of happens around the same time that I happen to have read from the Associated Press that they were getting rid of all these American IPOs. So this is obviously a response to the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Wow.
In other words, the war drums are going to go a lot sooner than people are projecting. I love these channels where they talk about the military will test the first prototype in 2029 or some shit. It's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, those things are they're just mind blowing to me, and yeah. So do go on.
Yeah, they're always going into that shit, but the reality is that we're going to be in a sortie before that. So it's in America's best interest to first of all, I'm not sure how to classify the different types of naval vessels, but I would say that America should want to have as many, I guess, what do they call them? Do they have destroyer class or
these days? What they have are simply destroyers and cruisers more than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah, it behooves America to have as many destroyers and cruisers around Taiwan as possible in solidarity with Japan and Taiwan, because these are the two nations that are more or less going to have the biggest say in the direction that the human species goes.
Yes.
Um, I would say there was a time when I would include Germany in that, but it seems that there is some degree of softness in trying to cater towards too much of a how do I put it? Oh, geez, political correctness or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, whatever they're doing, they're essentially neutering themselves,
Yes. Yes.
militarily speaking, and as far as a foreign power goes, they're trying to be a mother figure rather than being a domineering force, which they ought to be.
Right.
Because if they were a domineering force, at least you wouldn't have to worry about your European race going into extinction.
Right. Though that may change, you never know. With enough provocation, things can change, and we'll see what happens. Potentially, the elements of the East in East Germany and West Germany are still very different countries in many senses. So, even though Angela Merkel was born in East Germany, her sense of acculturation, her sense of identity, it was definitely always with the West, and she did her best to make certain that that was what she was, shall we say, trying to manifest, was a Western perspective. But that's that paradigm that she went by. Well, things may change, and then when they do, then the different things may happen. But definitely, I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with it. Yeah, for the present, it's just they're just obsessed with, of course, maintaining as neutered a stance as possible, and it's way past time for that.
Yeah. I mean, technologically speaking, they're eons ahead of the rest of Europe, I would argue.
Oh yeah, definitely, and
So
and the United States. But at least that we can thank Trump for at least getting them alarmed enough, where they're not counting on America anymore. So that's a step
yeah,
ahead.
it pretty much lit a fire under their asses to get them to say, "Okay, we gotta move,"
Yeah.
rather than being in this state of in this sort of stasis where they were just like floating around like, "Oh, Germany's the coolest place in the world." I mean, I mean, don't get me wrong. When it comes to like techno and electronic music, which I am a big fan of, Germany, no one holds a torch to Germany. I mean,
Beyond that, it's just also this
and
extraordinarily safe place to live to the point where it's dull.
yeah,
Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
I mean, I would envy anyone who's living in Germany who's of black descent,
Yeah.
because
That's
they
that.
probably
Yeah.
they most definitely have it much better than we do here in the United States.
Well, yeah, you remember at the time that I had Abdul Kadim Haq guesting on my transmissions. He brought up that he had a friend who was black who moved there, just literally moved there out of the United States because it was so much more pleasant. And by the way, before we go any further, just to check into the live stream and a shout out to all of these wonderful people. Jameson Reese started off things well by saying hello all. Peggy Wood responded saying good evening. I hope all is well with a nice big purple heart. Mwah! Love you, Peggy. And Nancy Bolker, wonderful human being. She said, I have 3 friends posting now. I will be back soon. So yes, thank you, honey. And Marcus Griggs of Australia says, hey, Dee Dee and Jameson. And shout out to Marcus Griggs. Shout out, of course, to Louis Rogers, our friend in, I believe it was New South Wales. And, all of these wonderful people who support us, and the all the concurrent viewers right now, and all of these wonderful people putting their upvotes to provide us with moral support. And with that, we turn back to Jameson Reese. race. And oh, look, the gang stalker's already active. There's a dozen of
Yeah,
them.
a
Yeah,
dozen,
yeah,
dirty dozen. I
yes.
mean,
And so they're very angry about what I've said with Salman Sheikh and exposing the Cthulhuids. So the cult of Cthulhu, the cult of chaos, is definitely out there. It just
it's
yeah.
it always gets what strikes me as strange is why someone would be so angry about the truth. I mean,
Well, it's
it is what
you
it is.
understand these are the enemy, right? There's the enemy of all humanity. They want the annihilation
Yeah,
of all
yeah, but
creation.
I mean, all right, all right. Let me give you a let's create a scenario here. Let's say I myself was an enemy of all humanity. I would think that it would be in my advantage to get the most accurate knowledge that I can possibly get, rather than reacting to it emotionally and being angry about something that I thought was true but wound up being a lie. You know what I'm saying?
Well, their sense of superiority comes from the fact that, in a sense, they know much about what I speak of already. And so, in that sense, that is one of the reasons why they feel a sense of superiority and detachment from all humanity that they seek to destroy. They know that they know more to a degree, and but my sharing that is what angers them. They don't want
Ah,
humanity knowing that. They don't want humanity knowing what they know. By the way, so when you heard my interview with Salman Sheikh, and we will go back, of course, to your narrative with what you were saying about Afghanistan. I'm sure there's more to say about that. But when you heard my interview with him, when Peter Moon comes on at the top of the hour, he was most interested, and he had spoken from his own perspective on the royal blue before. And when I mentioned the source of it and the search for the Hilozon, then this was something that apparently that was the most intensive part of the interview for him. He is listening to the rest or reviewing the rest before he comes on tonight, or will try. But I'm certain that you might have had some impressions or perspectives on that as well that you'd also like to share. In the meantime, Marcus Crick says Australia has only just now worked out that they can't suppress the Delta COVID. Right. That's right. After months of lockdown, numbers still going up for hospital admissions. Yes, that's correct, Marcus Crick. They have finally realized that their total suppression, their zero tolerance, has not worked out for them. And so I find it interesting that we get the dozen assault at once on this day as opposed to the other day. And I think it's because on some nights Stephen Outram joins in, and then he just simply has the ability through his multiple servers to put down the dozen thumb votes. And the other nights he's not available, then he doesn't do that. So, or he's not there to do that. So that's definitely when Stephen Alram is like awake from out of his drunken torpor and comes in, and he's just at 13. And I'm sure this will go up throughout the night. And this is not, of course, the business of the Dietrich Art-elect, which, of course, was speculated not only by Peter Moon and by Jameson Rees, but even by myself, which has intervened in the past. But the Dietrich Art-elect, she has no reason to like me, as I've said before, and she's very capricious. If she's done so in the past, it's mostly just out of spite for the enemy, rather than a desire to help myself. But that being said, she is obviously doesn't think that this is necessarily something worth your time and your energy. And she's no doubt dealing with far more important things. So when it comes to 14 of them now, and they just go up as I watch, this will probably go up into, the 20s. The scores are, potentially, as far as they can take it. They're just going to overload the sensors tonight. And, the interesting thing is, every time they're doing this is when I'm saying essentially nothing. This is one of those nights where, again, with everything that I was occupied with, there's nothing in particular that I had particularly any focus on to go into a monologue about. So it's these episodes that you get the most assault. There's something actually ironic about that. Anyhow, Sarah Thomas says, "Evening, everyone. Hey, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly." And as Marcus Griggs was saying about he says, "I could create a few spam accounts and set up a macro to run through those accounts and thumbs up a few dozen myself. It just seems like a waste of time." It is. It is a waste of time. If you're in one of those moods, however, just to fuck with the enemy, you're invited to do so. Believe me, I certainly have no... I'm in no hurry to argue with it. So you just do that just to fuck them over. No need to do that tonight. Maybe the next time we're on, I'll be a bit more stabilized, because obviously a lot of energy went into hustling around just to make certain I got the rent through that door slot today. And as I said, it was a convergence of several things last month. It wasn't like hustling at the last minute for that, though a lot of last minute things happened in terms of people providing myself money that converged literally like today. And so when they arrived today, that enabled me to both pay the rent and pick up some supplies, which otherwise I'm just left, destitute until the 3rd. And so it's always a royal pain in the ass at around rent time, when I'm left practically, how would I say it, denuded of the supplies. And by the way, that's not all drugs. the painkillers and all the rest of that. The majority of my supply for the heavy shit, comes from, of course, my surrogate son's basically his own connection via his husband, and so with that, it's more like I bring home doggy bags from the estate, so to speak, from the parties, and they don't necessarily last all that long enough generally, but because there's generally enough of the holidays going around. Where we don't have deserts, so to speak, of time, where, but then, sometimes we do, but such is life. Not being an addict myself, I can make it through such times, though they can be a little just trying in one sense, but they're not, go on.
When it comes to addiction, I can say that it's like I barely make it through. It's like, holy fuck, I survived a month.
Yeah, no, it is almost a feeling of accomplishment simply to make it to the end of the month. By the way, so speaking of multi-billionaires, I don't know if I am happy to report this because I hate Branson, because of course Virgin was his flight lines that to Australia that stole everything I had, because I was shipping down there for what I was brought into by Nexus Magazine, an ambush where I was to speak at multiple venues over a period of 14 days at least. So it was over 2 weeks' time, which is a very long time to spend in a foreign country. So I brought everything with me, all the wardrobe that I had for changes, etc. Quite a few things that I valued. All of it was stolen. So I lost everything down in Australia. It's the same as if somebody burned my entire house down. So I'm happy to report that Virgin Galactic's historic space flight with Richard Branson, the pilot saw the red light warning on takeoff, but ignored it. So they're not paying attention to any safety standards. And
okay, so they're dead, right?
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I wish, but yeah. No, they made it back. I'm unhappy to report that, but
son of bitches.
Yeah, but the very fact that they're taking those kinds of risks is not going to bode well.
Well, it more or less shows that they don't care. They're more or less just flaunting, like, we can do whatever we want. We don't even have to follow safety protocol. Look at us.
Yeah, well, that's
you think? Yeah, they're just trying to
How many people are they going to get riding with them doing that though? That you see my point? That's the
The thing is that they don't care. It's not about getting anyone to ride with them at all. Their whole thing is to smear it in everyone's faces. You know,
I
they'll give
agree.
people they'll give people the illusional hope of, eventually going into space, but their real concern is just to, say, look at my penis, it's bigger than yours.
No, this is true. This is true, and I went into monologue about this before, where I mentioned the fact that they're all selling short. None of these people are maintaining their own shares in these shit vestments, these dumpster fire space flight companies. They've pulled out all their own resources. So what they've got left is the infrastructure, the skeleton, which has got other people's money in it that they're flying on. And so, at that point, it's riding on air. It's riding on a bubble. It's going to collapse economically. And this is why he doesn't care. This is why he doesn't give a shit. He just said go with the red light anyway, because this was a venture, as Jameson said, that was never intended to succeed, not in any business sense. So it's strictly masturbatory and propagandistic, and or indulgent. It's not even what are they propagandizing? Other than a myth that somehow they're going to help people relocate into space populations? Hardly.
It's like someone pulling a big prank. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it's I mentioned that about the rockets in my interview with Salman Sheikh. What is this shit about all these ancient aliens riding rockets from the days of Van Daniken on to the days of Zecharia Sitchin, who didn't die all that long ago. And because he was just nothing but an old fart, he was pushing the rocket myth that the aliens came here on rockets. By the way, that's the last thing any interstellar civilization would be using would be fucking rockets.
Rockets. I mean,
yeah.
I think rocket is an analogy for penis.
Thank you. That's all it is. That's all it is. And it's anyhow.
I mean, it's their joke on the public who are buying their shit and freaking eating this shit up.
Thank you.
It's just ridiculous. The fact that these con artists, I mean, this is the age of like the Trumpsters. That's what I call them, because they're all con artists. They're Trumpsters.
Yeah. Very much so. Yeah, Trumpsters. Yes, I mean we could go on about that. It's just it's too easy a target. And let me take a look at some. Yeah, go on.
He's going to deserve a little more conflagration because of the fact that we have this thing going on in Texas where they have decided to strip women of their rights to get abortions. And this is effed up, because the people who suffer most from this are people of color, as you yourself had stated on that. I believe that was in March or February.
Yeah, or rather, at least they suffer the most, proportionately, overwhelmingly.
Yeah, proportionately, yes. It's not. I mean, it's not whites who are really getting abortions like that. In fact, it's whites who are trying to be able to, they have to go to freaking clinics and whatnot just to be able to have babies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because their guys just can't get it up their micro penis. Yeah, I so wanted to throw that in their faces. I have to do it. It's just an indulgence of mine.
Understood. Same way. It's one of those irresistible indulgences. And in the interim, go back on with heck, we're at the bottom of the hour, which isn't, I mean, we've managed to burn bandwidth for this long. I mean, you can burn it a while longer talking about Afghanistan again, and how this is strategically. There's some advantage to this, or at least advantage can be found in it.
Exactly. Yes. I'm going to just peruse the article real fast. Following the September 11th terrorist attacks in 2001, the U.S. invaded the Taliban-ruled Afghanistan. contending that the country harbored the main culprits of the coordinated violence of the World Trade Center and other targets, which we all know was bullshit because it was the Saudis. Washington spent a total of $88 billion to train and equip Afghanistan's army and police. $88 billion. So you mean to tell me $88 billion can't go against the Taliban? That is so fucking stupid. It's not even funny. However, the Afghan government collapsed quickly in the face of the recent Taliban onslaught. The U.S. retreat from the country underscores the limits of its power and influence, which I will contend. A development that should be welcomed by both Beijing and Moscow. China, however, expressed anger. And, of course, in a July 29th news conference, Chinese Minister of Defense spokesman Wu Kaiyan called the U.S. a world-renowned blame shifter. I don't see how that makes any sense, but okay. As the initiator of the Afghan issue, the U.S. should earnestly shoulder responsibilities to ensure a smooth transition in Afghanistan and avoid chaos and wars caused by the withdrawal, Wu said. Yeah, and maybe you guys should stop trying to kill Uyghurs.
Yes.
I mean, really.
Well, that's what they're afraid of. Is now the Uyghurs have a supply line through Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Yes.
While Russia did the U.S. defeat in Afghanistan, multiple diplomatic sources say Russian policymakers have been troubled by the Americans' quick and total troop pullout. That is not to say that China and Russia wanted to see U.S. forces stay in Afghanistan. Actually, they did, because they knew it was a colossal waste of money. Yes. But Chinese and Russian policymakers loathe the prospect of the Taliban retaking full control following the U.S. departure. They fear that a revival of the harsh Islamist code and rule by intimidation that underpinned the fundamentalist group's government in the 1990s would lead to a resurgence of Muslim extremists, which is good because it puts all the shit on their fucking front door, which gives us a strategic advantage to strike whenever we see fit to do so. China is concerned about an inflow of Muslim extremists into the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, which borders Afghanistan and is home to a large Muslim population that has been allegedly subject to Beijing's brutal suppression. An infiltration by Muslim extremists could fuel terrorism and the separatist movement in the region. This will, of course, cause what's his name? Oh gosh, Winnie the Pooh to
Xi Jinping, yes.
To poop his pants.
Yes. By the way, Xi Jinping has a pathological revulsion concerning Winnie the Pooh, though, because people say he looks like Winnie the Pooh, which I don't see the resemblance myself, but for some reason this totally triggers him.
He honestly looks more like Eeyore.
Yeah, thank you. Or
he looks more like the donkey. That very sad donkey.
Yes, the depressant donkey, the clinically depressed donkey. Yes, the jackass. Yes, the sad jackass. And oh my God. But he outlawed all Winnie the Pooh paraphernalia and products in China. This is why you can't find Winnie the Pooh products anymore for love or money, except those that are made maybe in Malaysia or Indonesia or where else they might have gone to outsource manufacturing. But you should buy them to support the Winnie the Pooh brand. I don't care who it goes to, simply for that reason, simply because Xi Jinping hates it so pathologically. But the Winnie the Pooh, you can't contract to have it made in China, any of the Winnie the Pooh shit. So it's very bizarre. It's amusing, but it's also pathetic. It's just where this guy is at, which is at the total insecurity, pathologically so. So at any rate, go on, son. Just take it from here, and I'll take a look in live stream. And Daniel Arola is with us. Let me call him, see if he can come on. Do try to bring him on. Let him come on at his convenience. And let's take a look at Uncommon Radio. They said, look up Afghanistan in the 1970s. Public appearances of fashion was no different than New York or London or Paris. Same in Iran. Yeah, of course, they were under the Shah. I mean, that was under the Shah of Shahs, the Shah, the Shah of all the Aryans, as he called himself, because, of course, Iran is simply a variant on the ancient Greek word for Aryan. And so the Shah of Iran was a man who basically was westernizing Iran to the point where they produced. It will be impossible to find. You'll never find this anywhere, even on the net. They produced their own little car, kind of like Yugoslavia produced the Yugo. But at any rate, it was much different, of course, because they were a capitalist country. So it was a very peculiar kind of car. It was an alternative fuel, if I remember correctly, which might be another reason they brought him down, huh? But at any rate, then Uncommon Radio points out extremism, so-called, is a Western export to those regions. That is correct. Yes, that is true. And this was because when the Soviet Union invaded to maintain a government or maintain a Soviet satellite state or install one, then at that point, the Westerners responded by funneling extremism out of Pakistan. And so this went on forever, and this is the result. This is the end result thereof. Paybacks are a bitch, right? Okay, and so Peggy Wood says, you was talking about truth, and a little bit ago I didn't get a chance to chime in, but now I will. Laugh out loud because the truth sounds like hate to those the paper truth. Right. Thank you, honey, with a nice roast. God bless you, Peggy. And so Daniel Arola says truthers are just another way to say conspiracy theory without admitting it. Basically, yes. When you use the term truther, it has become that at this point. It's almost like a slur, as far as I'm concerned. I've never heard it applied other than to people speaking about 9/11. It may have branched out. Maybe they're using that now for vaccine, like vaccine truthers, quote unquote, or some shit like that. But yeah, there's all kinds of shit going down with the vaccines. Yeah,
it's gotten so bizarre that there was actually there is a guy who was all right, the Weather Channel was reporting what was going on in Louisiana with like the crazy winds and the freaking hurricane that hit them. And some guy runs behind the reporter and says, "Show real news! Stop lying to the people!" and so they had to like cut the broadcast, and police are looking for that guy, freaking douchebag. But this crazy these people are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that. That's important. And by the way, I'm so sorry I didn't notice further above. I'm scrolling further up above now, and I find other people in the chat room. God bless them. And one of them is Veronica Barrera. The Senora says, "Hi Douglas, hola a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. God bless you. Love you dearly." And Marcus Grick says, "Haha, I'll set up something if I have time before next stream." And Sarah Thomas says, "Awesome, Marcus," with a clap and the heart. God bless you, Marcus. And yeah, no need to put yourself out on my account. It's only if you're in the mood and want to be mischievous about it, by all means. And then Marcus went on to say, "Jameson, addiction is a beast. Any progress is great. Branson needed to be the first before that Amazon guy, Benzos." And Sarah Thomas says he needs the cash injection to keep his airline going. Yeah, they can't make enough money just stealing people's luggage, I would presume. And so then Marcus says, "Richard Branson has taken many risks in the past with big helium balloons, and it went wrong, and countries needed to come save him." That's pretty funny. Countries search and rescue, that is. Yes, understood. Yeah. And very good. And thank you for that, Marcus. That's appreciated. I barely remember that, barely. And then Uncommon Radio says, by the way, all that equipment left are chipped with GPS, so wouldn't buy any surprises. Yes, no, it's an excellent point. This is what I've pointed out before: is that the entire military system is reliant on the civilian geosynchronous satellite positioning system. So it's like if somebody just knocks that out, they knock out the military's ability to navigate. There are quote unquote military satellites, but that's not what they're using really in the field. The military satellites might be used theoretically, I'm presuming, by ships, Navy ships, relying specifically on that. But I can tell you for a fact that we in the field at the time of the Gulf War that I was a part of, Desert Storm, once the fucking sun disappeared behind all of those clouds that were caused by Saddam Hussein blowing the oil wells, his strategy was to cut American field forces in the field off from their GPS, and he succeeded. It was all compasses after that. We had no ability to navigate. There was nothing, satellites, in terms of military satellite or civilian, that could get through those clouds of black smoke, of sulfurous hellfire from those burning oil fields. And so when it came to just all of the strategy behind what he did, in that sense, it worked well. And when it came to just the regular functioning of the military, however, I do know this much, is if some interference aside from that is conducted, say for instance one that is not necessarily ecocidal in nature like that, some other interference with civilian GPS would knock out quite a bit of military capabilities for the American empire. So they're insanely dependent on extraordinarily fragile and unfortified, just literally, just the non-secure civilian systems for many of their functions, even though it's not supposed to be like that, and theoretically they have their own. Trust me, to a great degree they don't, and they're just not functional. It's like go on. Yeah, I mean,
it's like completely opposite from what you see in the movies, folks. Total opposite.
It's so true. I mean, any sense that, like when Derek Talley brought his father on here, Mr. NORAD, and I, presented to him the story of Heather Penny, which is very real and anybody can look her up, a very real person. He just went into denial mode saying, oh, this person doesn't exist. I mean, this is basically what he said on my transmission. And that, that all of this is like rumor and urban legend. That was not the case at all. Basically, her situation exposed the fact that there is no air defense in America. There is no defense of American airspace. So anybody can do anything they want if they're really determined to attack. And so at any rate, Vicky Johnson says, hi, Douglas and Jameson. Glad to be here with all. Thank you, Douglas, for all you do. God bless you, Vicky Johnson. Love you too, honey. And by the way, what Uncommon Radio was talking about was something different. He was saying that basically whatever the Taliban has, they can't really surprise us with it because the stuff is chipped. By the way, there's nothing the Taliban can do with that shit anyway, except the Pakistanis would have to come in and their technicians would have to do their best to make that stuff work. The Taliban, you're talking about just fucking, the majority of them are just monkeys. And these guys, I mean, you could have left tactical nuclear weapons there. You could have left a whole stockpile. This is exactly what America did in Cambodia. It's just, there's nothing they could do with them. Once they had them, you have a limited amount of time. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. You have a limited amount of time to use weapons like that before just simple entropy kicks in and they become unusable. The more complex the weapon is, the more parts are involved. honestly, if you don't have people who know what they're doing to maintain it and keep it working, it disintegrates within a very short period of time. Then, of course, you've got other things like weapons that can last a long time, but are functionally worthless. That's not always the case, but certainly wasn't the case of all these M16s that wound up being sold during the Balkan Wars to Croatia. I mean, these are just pieces of shit. I mean, they were left over from the Vietnam War, and, handing them over to the Croatians was like handing them, you may as well have just handed them broomsticks. Seriously, the weapons were worse than useless. They're basically a danger to the user, if anything else, just by the sheer fact that they jam, and the user's left there trying to make it work while, you come in and blow them away with something that does work, like an AK-47. It's like, there's basically, so all of this kind of like when the U.S. left Vietnam, they left, you have no idea what they left. They left jet planes, fully functional, which the Vietnamese still have in their Air Force. It's not like this can be used against us in any immediate sense because, they have a limited range. Anyhow, he says, yes, the Taliban wear sandals in knee-deep snow. Yes, that's true. Yes, there we are. Yes. Oh my God! And yeah, it's true, and it's just
half of the Taliban are like American incels who decided to go over there into the Middle East and defect because they were just angry because they couldn't get girlfriends.
A number of them, yeah. That don't think otherwise. There's certainly at least units of them, and this is, of course, like I said, what almost happened to someone I knew at one point. And at any rate, so we've got a good number of people watching now. We'll be bringing Peter Moon on soon. Do me a favor, take us to the top of the hour. Let me put up the last links and take a quick trip to refresh myself. I will leave you here speaking. I'm here, but I'll be mute. But I'll tell you when I leave, which will only be for a few minutes. I have Penny Bradley has left a something on my timeline. So it's a good thing I didn't post yet, so I can get the post above what she left on my timeline, whatever that may be. Let's see what she shared. Let me leave the page. You take over, son. Go over talking.
All right. Well, the Chinese leaders most fear the Turkestan Islamic Party, a Uyghur Islamist extremist organization founded in West China, said Andrew Small, a senior transatlantic fellow. What the hell is that?
That means he's like some kind of like
Hello.
Yeah, it's an academic. It's an academic kind of brotherhood, right? It's a fellow of the academic nature, that sort of shit. So yeah, go on.
For the Asia program and German Marshall Fund, a U.S. think tank, on its podcast program. Most TIP members hail from Xinjiang. Some say the TIP is identical to the ETIM, which is the East Turkestan Islamic movement.
Okay, for all of you out there who are getting frustrated with basically what Jameson is wading through, what they're basically saying is that the communist Chinese are trying to exterminate the Caucasian minority in China, which happens to be Turkic, ethnically Caucasoid, and Muslim, religiously Muslim. And so there's all these extremist fundamentalist groups that can now basically generate an insurgency among them, or effective resistance to communist China, now that America is gone and is no longer controlling these elements. Okay, so go on from there. Right?
Yeah, it's like we let the prisoners escape.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Moscow is worried about the possibility that Muslim extremists could flood into the 5 former Soviet republics of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Oh yeah, Kazakhstan had a weapons depot explosion recently as well. I remember seeing that.
Oh, that must have been sabotage. And by the way,
that was pretty big too.
Yeah. By the way, Sammy Romero says sound is loud and clear. God bless you, Sammy Romero. And I'm presuming it's sabotage, but it could just as likely be incompetence, knowing the Russians, of course.
I
That's
think it's incompetence.
yeah.
I mean, 60 people were injured. Nobody was. I think one or two people were killed, but it was pretty bad. That thing was burning for like 4 nights. I mean, uh, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, uh, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan.
By the
Holy
way,
shit!
when you encounter those names, you can just say all of the former Soviet Central Asiatic republics. That's
Yeah, I didn't even know those states even existed.
yeah, the
Uh,
Stans. Yeah, or a cute name for them that the think tanks were using for a period of time was Fragmentistan, because they felt that they were going to continue to fragment and into smaller sub republics of ethnic enclaves. So far, that has not happened, only because of a certain level of investment by foreign powers, China, Russia, and America, in these areas. But we'll see what happens in the future. And aside from that, so I've got the hyperlinks up on the pages, which I should have had a while back, but I got distracted. Okay, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. In the meantime, I'll go mute and bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour within 5 minutes. And you carry the show till then, okay? Thank you.
all right. So Moscow is worried. Basically, in a military move to escalate preparations, Russia carried out joint military drills with Tajikistan and Uzbekistan from August 5th to the 10th in areas around the Afghan border. On July 8th, the Kremlin held talks with the Taliban in Moscow. So obviously, Putin's in the hot seat now, and he's where he does not want to be. And this is exactly why the right are slamming Biden about this move, because the right are the Russian insurgency. Alarm is running high. The landscape in and around Afghanistan and Central Asia carry significant global implications, because the region is the fulcrum of Eurasia, not to mention the poppies and other natural resources that they have. I actually had at one time had I at one point in time I had an Archimer, which is sort of like an Afghan diamond that had petroleum in it. Lost the thing, but it was a pretty cool stone, to say the least. It's like a Herkimer diamond almost, but yeah, they have a shitload of natural resources that are untapped as well. A century ago, British political geographer Halford Mackinder called areas stretching from interior Asia to Eastern Europe the heartland or pivot region, and predicted that the power that controlled this vast swath of land can rule all of Eurasia and the world. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, Central Asia was the main battlefield as the Britain and Russian empires competed for hegemony. In light of recent events in the region, three scenarios appear likely. China and Russia will become more deeply involved as they face the need to boost security in the region, which is actually good for America when it comes down to it, precipitating the emergence of a new order by the two countries. The five Central Asian nations will unite to stabilize the region while preventing rule by either Russia nor China, or the Taliban's rule in Afghanistan will supply thrust to Muslim extremists, destabilizing the entire region. Whatever the scenario is, this definitely is going to keep China and Russia busy for a while, which gives America time to start to devise new strategies of attack. If China and Russia take control of the region, they will gain greater influence of not only Eurasia's economic interests, but also political landscapes. Now, I don't see China or Russia pulling that off at all. In fact, I would say what America was doing was we were just containing whatever threat there was, and we just let it out of the cage at the right time. And this is now an auspicious time for the United States to sort of lock down and protect its assets. And its most important assets are tied in Taiwan. I can't emphasize that enough, because without those superconductors, you got nothing. The second scenario, which would be best for regional stability, I pretty much went into. For its part, Japan can also play an important role in the international efforts to support Central Asia's independence and development. And I should note that the reason why I have this article to begin with was through Japanese news. Now I'm going to bring Peter Moon on, and since we are at the top of the hour.
Oh, he'll be ready in a few. Don't do it. I'll let you know.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah. So let me give him. Let me give him a thumbs up on that. So good. So we didn't do that.
Yeah, we didn't do that at all.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go mute again, and I'm going to basically continue refreshing myself with some intake of calories. And basically, there's wonderful muffins provided by Meals on Wheels. These are exceptional in that they finally stopped giving us this brand muffin health shit and gave us some shit that actually tastes good. So I'm going to be eating this chocolate muffin and this blueberry muffin. The chocolate muffin is particularly sinful. And so let me indulge in that with my tea. In the meantime, Jameson Reese will continue providing you the the infotainment to the best of his ability, and yes, so all yours, son.
So here's something that I find actually quite amusing. The Navy supposedly invented a device that prevents people from talking. Now, let me just muse over that for a second. Why the heck would the Navy give a shit about anyone talking? I mean, the idea sounds insane in and of itself.
Well, loose lips sink ships, right? I mean, so go on. It's
the U.S. Navy invented a new device to prevent people from speaking, one that people with siblings will recognize instantly. The handheld acoustic hailing and disruption device records a person's speech and spits it back out again, disrupting their concentration and discouraging them from speaking further. Now, it's interesting that Popular Mechanics is the person writing the story is Kyle Wizokami, whatever the hell his name is.
It must be Polish. It sounds completely unpronounceable. Go on.
What's funny is that when there's a link provided that shows a YouTube video of the speech jammer device, and it looks like it's Japanese. So obviously the Navy didn't develop it; they stole it.
Oh my God!
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's so typical. And just so people know, it's Japanese microchips or electronic brains that actually guide American missiles. So go figure, right? Anyhow,
Yeah.
So go on.
We are completely dependent on Japan when you think about it. Without their technology, America is just another Russia.
Yeah, and we're also dependent, unfortunately, on Chinese industry. I mean, which manufactures all American uniforms and boots and American flags sewn on the goddamn uniforms. All those little satanic backward flags are all made in China. Yes, so if America goes to war with China, they're going to have to find a new way to produce such things. You might think that'll provide jobs at home, but we don't have any industry set up for that. So, you can't grow that shit overnight. You might say, oh, we did it in World War II. Okay, totally different population base. you had a bunch of brainwashed white people wanting to be American. Okay, now you've got all kinds of people. All the whites don't want to do shit. And they would be saying, well, don't we have colored people to do that? And, the colored people are off doing something else.
Yeah, I mean, the colored people are off trying not to be white slaves.
Yeah.
And also the white folks are too concerned with their own capital. Well, if I can't make enough money from it, I'm not going to do it. I don't care.
Yeah, I think everybody's like that now. And then most of the people, the younger people who would be going into such industries of all races, they're all just too fucking lazy. They're all just too fucking, and...
Where's my cell phone? I can't do it without my cell phone.
Yeah,
my cell phone.
It's just not going to happen.
Need to see my screen.
Yeah.
Screen me die.
Yes. So Maria says it's cruel of me to talk
point.
about my chocolate muffins here without sharing. But yes, well, I'm sharing Jameson. Here's your chocolate muffin. There we are. And chocolate chip, that is. Yes, I mean, doesn't have a muffin. That would be I'd have to have a black girl working with me for that. But no, God, we're getting just too graphic. Okay, let me shut my mouth. I'll go mute. It's all yours.
So my thought is, why would the military give a shit whether people talk or not? I'm thinking that the only reason why they invented this device was because the military is full of a bunch of occultists, and they want to shut up people from casting spells on them, which is probably plausible, because you could probably fire off a pretty good spell and mess someone's shit up. I mean, theoretically speaking. Hello, Peter.
Hi, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes. Now, Douglas went away to get some refreshments, but how have things been going?
Well, I'm busy with putting in a floor, and of course, when you're putting in a floor, no matter what you expect, it's always more difficult. But the challenge is being met. But in any case, I listened to his interview with Salman in its entirety, and I went back and listened to it again. I'm not quite through the second time. Have you listened to it?
I have to catch up on it. I've had so many things going on this week. I had the endoscopy and all that other stuff, so.
I guess you don't know yet, right?
Well, actually, that went quite well. What they found was the whatever growth that they were worried about was gone. Whatever scarring they were concerned about wasn't there either. So things went well.
Excellent. Yeah, I have. I look forward to engaging with Douglas on some of the things he said, because he went into the Jewish apocalypse, which is generally not very well known. I did not know about the Jewish apocalypse myself, but it dovetails and intersects and clashes with some of the stuff that I've done. So it'll be very interesting to integrate some of these different themes, which range from Rh negative blood to to what he's talking about, the blue dye of the specific snail, mollusk, whatever you want to call it, that produces.
Oh yes, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with the. I just can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, it's got a hard to pronounce, but I had run across this generally, a general reference to copper-based crustaceans. So he kind of pinned the tail on the donkey with this, and what its implications are, because there is this deep significance. This is the funny thing when you get into any apocalyptic doctrine of anything. When you begin to, it's sort of like that Raiders of the Lost Ark movie. They discover the Ark. It's got all this super secret power.
Oh, Peter Minus joined us. Yes.
In the end, nothing comes of it. In the end, maybe that's a pun. Okay, so Jameson was just asking me what was up, and I was asking him how he was doing, and he told me about his procedure. And so what I had said was that I had listened to the Salmon Sheikh interview that you did in its entirety, and then I listened to most of it a second time because it intersects with stuff I've done.
Yes.
And I think it will be very, very interesting to approach it. I started to take notes, but as I was telling Jameson, I started laying the floor down, and it's a lot. These things are always more challenging than you think, than they appear, even to the point where you get a kit to, you use for hammering the planks, and you come home, you go to use it, and it's not in its entirety. There's a piece missing, so you have to go back to Home Depot and get it. This is just, it just kills your morale. Except that you realize you can use a brake, so you do it.
Yeah, got it. Yes.
But anyway, that will proceed, and it will be done. Just everything, and the hardest part, of course, is cutting the end pieces. They don't cut as easy as they say they will cut. But I will cut them if I have to get if I use my electric saw. They will be cut. It will be done. You get the procedure down, and then you get good at it. It's just the first part that's hard. Anyway, and the first part of the book that's hard, say if I'm doing the book with you, is typing it all out and not really understanding it all. Just streaming it through my psyche and not trying to figure out too much. But in any case, what I did was, let me see here. I started to take notes. Mm-hmm. That might have been a mistake because I didn't get very far. But you were talking about the Kings of Edom theme with H.P. Lovecraft and what he discovers with the royal blue from his wife.
Yes.
What's her name? Green?
Sonia Green.
Sonia Green. And there are certain points I think that require some clarification, but he could correlate what he knew of the Arabic stuff with. I guess what I'm trying to grasp is, she told him about the Kings of Edom, or did he understand that from his father's work, his father's library, or both?
Oh, it was both. He understood quite a bit from his father's library, and more from his father's library than from his father to a degree, but from his father was where he first heard the names of the anti-gods being shouted. And so in terms of his, shall we say, his later knowledge, it was enriched, if we could use that term, or...
Put the cream on the top.
Yes.
Cherry on the ice cream sundae.
Yes. Yes. He was already writing about these gods, but she introduced different elements that he integrated, such as the affiliation of the visage or the manifestation of Yog-Sothoth with the Kabbalistic kind of sphere, the different bubbles, if you will, the kind of sphere that were cosmic in scale. So this is just kind of like in brief. Yeah, go on.
I will say something about him and about, first I will say about all the characters you mentioned that sort of siphoned him off, in particular, Eric von Däniken.
Yes.
And to a lesser degree, but not an insignificant degree, Zechariah Sitchin.
Yes.
And people, it's like I could not resonate with that stuff.
Right.
It like Däniken, you say, okay, there's some weird stuff. Maybe some ancient people were doing stuff that is beyond today's historical knowledge. But so what? You know, I mean, his conclusions don't really take you anywhere.
No.
So it never really compelled me to read it.
And the reason it didn't was because you intuited how offensive and insulting it was to all humanity, because basically the ancient civilizations of man, which were indeed great, which were indeed possessed of technologies that we're only beginning to rediscover, all of that is really dismissed by these charlatans because they're crediting it all to these alien gods. This is the cult of alien gods. Please go on.
Well, yeah, and I wanted to take some notes, but I just got so occupied today. And I could listen to some of it while I worked.
Yeah.
If I'm not making noise. But now what's interesting, you know, I don't know where to start and to cross correlate here, but
it'll be organic, and I think
that's fine. But I'm going to go to well, I guess when I first sort of even took Lev, I think. The first time I remember hearing Lovecraft's name, when I had gotten I guess it was a rejection letter, the only rejection letter I ever got, when I tried to submit the White Bat story for publication. And it said something about it being, it wasn't, it says, well, I think, you know, it basically, in a nutshell, said it wasn't like Stephen King. I mean, you know, this is. One time, one of my friends' son said about the Montauk.
Today,
well,
his followers live near Tel Aviv.
Of course, it's not like Stephen King. It's, you know, I'm not doing what Stephen King does. Must we all be like Stephen King? It's you know, it's okay to be Stephen King. It's okay to not be Stephen King. But in any case, it mentions something about Lovecraft, Perpellian Lovecraft, like this purple.
Interesting.
It was purple Perpellian.
That was in the rejection letter?
Yeah. Perpellian, Purplealian Lovecraft. Yeah, in other words, like he was, I don't, you know, purple is, you know, is a.
It sounds like you were rejected by a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom.
You could easily say that, but the in any case, I remember Lovecraft and Perpellian. I say, you know, it's like Lovecraft just seemed like a bunch of shit. I mean, I knew enough about him to know it was like, ooh. And then I guess when I saw Kenneth Grant's books that referenced Lovecraft, it became a little more interesting because Lovecraft was obviously on the trail. In other words, his work represented the trail, but it was indecipherable. So I was not going to waste my time with it, except that I got interested in it again when there is a reference, because when this book or this material Ong's Hat came out about, there was a reference by Lovecraft about the lion-headed Ong. Well, I think he was lion-headed god Ong. And of course, Ong interested me. I met Dr. Reuben Ong from the Trenton area, a very nice man. He's a medical doctor. He's retired. He's probably in his 90s. He's probably still alive. He's always on the top of health, and he was Filipino.
Interesting.
And of course, when I met him, this is Reuben Ong, and my friend Chelsea had introduced me to him, and I said, and I started talking about Ong's Hat. I think Chelsea and I were going out there the next day, and he goes to his car and he gives me a map. Because I said, most maps don't have Ong's Hat. He says, I have one. He goes, he gives it to me. that was kind of
in the
neat.
1880s,
So
a
I
Polish
think when I
rabbi
went over
called
to my
the
friend Patty's
Radziner Rebbe
house
took
there,
up the
I used to
quest.
spend the night
Today, his followers live
with this lady Patty's on my way down
near
to
Tel Aviv.
Philadelphia when I was picking up my daughter who was going to college there. She'd invite him over for dinner. I didn't ask her to. She'd have a dinner party for me. It was not something I asked for. She'd always have a bunch of people there, and Reuben was there, and it was always great to see him. But anyway, Ong is a name in Chinese. We
Right.
use the name. In fact, I even read where it is the original sound for Om. Om would be Ong. And so anyway, we go back to the character Lam.
Mm-hmm.
Lam, of course, is pretty well known. Aleister Crowley drew this creature with a big head that he called Lam, which was after the Amalantrah working, which was a working that he did prior to going out to Montauk. And Lam is this called a praetor human intelligence. He's like an elder race, elder gods, elder original, not necessarily in the context of Edom, not necessarily unnecessarily in it. But what he said, Lam was defined as the way. I am the way. The way. And so, but what I found out, and I found out this at the Holy House, because at the Holy House, the Taoist Holy House, the Taiwanese Taoist Holy House in Queens that I would go to, sometimes they give lectures, and I love the lectures, and I would learn things. And where I learned that the word Lam meant blue. Lam meant blue.
Right.
Now, I also learned separately in a book on the swastika, it's probably the oldest modern book on the swastika, was by a guy named, I think, Thomas Wilson. And it says that Lam is the original way to pronounce a lama, a Tibetan lama, would be Lamh.
Okay.
Lama, not lama, like the alpaca relative. Lama, lama, lama. And lam would be blue, but it would also mean, in the Tibetan sense, teacher. Now, I had once met this lovely little guy. There used to be in the Indian restaurant. I guess it's my favorite Indian restaurant, the oldest one in Long Island that I'd gone to. And there was a guy named there. He was from Nepal. He was a waiter, and Sam Buddha. He was his father wanted him to be a shaman, but he didn't want to be a shaman. And this came up when I was going to introduce him to he always wanted to meet the Montauk medicine man, because he had a destiny to be a shaman, but he didn't want to do it. So Sam Buddha was kind of a character, and he was a nice guy. And I think I was there one time, and I said, give me a Sherpa. I said, go give me a Sherpa. I just said it like I was being silly, sarcastic. He goes back in the kitchen and he brings me a Sherpa, a real Sherpa.
An animal. No, I mean the human. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the llama there for a second. I meant the human being, the actual, the guides. Yeah, the guides of Mount Everest. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah. So he goes back in the kitchen. He brings me a guy named Pimba. Pimba looks a little bit like Bruce Lee, a little bit, much tiny. Very nice, humble. I think he was washing dishes. And he was working his way. He was a busboy, dishwasher. He was at the low end of the totem pole. But he came out in the restaurant and talked to me. It's a very elegant restaurant. And Pimba was great. And my girlfriend, she loved Pimba. I mean, he was great, and he talked to us, and because he was a Sherpa, and he had gone and took people up into the mountains. He talked about that. I guess it was sort of a.
So he was an actual Sherpa that took people up the various mountains like Everest in the Himalayas. So go on.
Yeah, in Nepal. He was Nepalese.
Yeah. And
so I go, oh, this is, and it was interesting. And, it's, he sort of, I don't really remember. I think I remember more what David Childress told me about how you have to go up and, spend a night. They have cabins to spend a night where you sleep because you just can't go walking up. You've got to get used to the oxygen deprivation as you move up. And he talked about that. Pimba talked about that and whatnot. But anyway, we'd always ask to see Pimba when we went there. And then one day, I had arranged to meet with Pimba, so we could really have a real conversation. Mm-hmm. And Sam Buddha made the arrangements. It was supposed to be me, Sam, Pimba, and my girlfriend at this Nepalese restaurant in Queens. And as it turned out, as was typical, my girlfriend couldn't make it, and Sam couldn't make it. Mm-hmm. So I was going there to meet Pimba, and a little bit of a disadvantage. Although Pimba can speak English, he really needed a translator. So we, so I go to this restaurant. Parking is really weird because I have to park on the street, and there's all these vagaries about the parking meter. I ended up getting a ticket, and I ended up getting out of the ticket because I put money in the machine, and it's one of these situations where I explained, and they rescinded the ticket. It was really, usually you don't get a ticket rescinded.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Yeah. Very life affirming. Yeah.
It was. So anyway, I went in and I'm waiting. There's nobody there, and it's like, I walk in and I'm like, they think I'm weird because they're all Nepalese. There's nobody really in the restaurant. They said, "What's this Caucasian person doing here?" It made no sense to them, but they didn't mind me. I was just an odd customer to them, and I sat there for so long. I said, I got to order something because, they're not. I don't think they're coming. So as soon as I finished my food, Pimba came in, and he came in with this girl, and she was the translator. And then I'd offered to buy them something, but they didn't want to eat, so we got buttered tea, which I think I've talked to you about before.
Right.
Buttered tea. If you read any of the accounts of Tolstoy, I forget what Tolstoy's first name is. It's not Leo Tolstoy. He's a relative of Leo Tolstoy. But he did the expedition to Tibet with Brooke Dolan. And you read other expeditions to Tibet where he just complained about the buttered tea. It was, horrible. And I always wanted to, do a scene where, somebody's eating buttered tea and they're spitting it out, Nice. So I wanted to try the buttered tea, and I loved it. Mm-hmm. I guess these people had no acquired taste. It was yogurty. It wasn't yogurt. I thought it was delicious. And they bring it out in the kettle, and you share it. And Pimba said that when he was in the mountains at home, he would drink 6 of those a day. 6 of those pitchers, because it's part of what keeps you going and acclimated. It's a whole nutritional reason for it.
Yes.
And so, but I really, if I want to take Paula back there someday and ordered some buttered tea, and but the neat thing is when the girl had to go, there was, maybe it was the other way around. I don't remember. The second translator that came, it was tag team translators. It was a lama. He was a young lama, sort of like Salman Sheikh. He's a young sheikh.
Right.
He was young, and he was great because he was just acting as a translator. But then I found out he was a Lama, which was really interesting. And he confirmed something to me, or told me, Lam, the word Lam in Chinese means blue. Lama is also a teacher. But he explained to me that the head Lama in ancient Tibet was blue skin.
Yes.
Now, I had never heard that. He says, I said, well, I mean, like you mean there's one? No, he says, this is old ancient tradition. It's not like you're going to go to the Lhasa and find a blue, although you probably would if you knew the right corridors to go down. You might find some blue guy down there.
Yeah, but and this is something that could easily happen with someone, of course, who's been partaking in a lot of colloidal silver, which I brought up in the past, and its effects on people's complexions, and how it changes them blue when you take enough of it. And it's something that I've explained in the past happened with European nobility at the time that they were using it to ward off the Black Plague. And this is why vampirism became affiliated in the popular imagination with nobility, because the millions of people were dying within the peasantry, but the nobles survived, and yet they were all blue. So people began to affiliate them in their minds, associate them with the undead, that they were somehow feeding off everyone else's death. And that's then the idea, which had never existed before, of the undead being somehow quote unquote noble, entered the European mind. And something different yet similar, a kind of parallel, happened in Asia with the Manchurian, the Manchurians of the Qing dynasty. Different story, different situation, but somewhat similar in much more pragmatic, however, than what happened in Europe, are much more direct in the sense that in Asia, of course, they think that when you die, you're just going to do what you did in life. And therefore, if Uncle Joe dies and he's a womanizer, he's just going to come back and be a lecherous old cadaver. Whereas if Uncle Wang was an alcoholic, if he comes back, he's no threat. All he's going to do is ask you for more wine. But the nobles, however, since they basically were a bunch of assholes telling everybody what to do while they were alive, when they're dead, it's presumed that if they come back, it'd be somewhat along the European vampire lines. So when it comes to the situation with the bluishness, you no longer have that threat from colloidal silver. So not that I recommend colloidal silver for people, not that I have anything against it. It's just much more, they've done a lot more to it now, where when you purchase it off the shelf, you don't have that kind of threat anymore unless you were to suicidally overdose. I mean, just overdose to terminal levels. But people have done that. Who were just hyperorganic and decided that they were going to make certain they warded off all diseases. And this one old man did that, and he became known as Papa Smurf. So people can look up Papa Smurf colloidal silver. They'll see what I'm talking about. So this is probably what could have happened with some of the lamas in later years, but originally was probably a class or a caste taken from a certain ethnic group that bred true to the blue color. There are people who breed blue, and this has happened in the Ozark Mountains, and this has happened in certain areas where there's a certain morbid inbreeding that can cause a kind of gene that results in your blood simply not oxidizing the way normal human blood does, and therefore, rather than normal human blood giving you this rather peachy color, this rosy color, this blush color, you basically have a bluish complexion, as if you are not getting enough oxygen, which is how I looked when my lungs collapsed. And so that is something that people can look up, and that was probably originally a inbred or a kind of bred, not necessarily inbred in an incestuous sense, but a kind of ethnically enclaved group of blue people in Tibet, similar to what happened in the Ozarks, which people can look that up. Blue people in the Ozarks are the Superstition Mountains, etc.
The blue fugates of Kentucky.
There we are. There we are.
We'll find that. Of course, I did not know this about the colloidal silver and the royalty. I had never heard that before. But all of this, what I learned about the blue llama, was confirming of other stuff. And I talked about this, I think, on the Halloween when Nigel basically thought I was losing all credibility. Remember Nigel?
Barely. Who was Nigel?
Irish and pretended he was English, that crazy guy.
Oh, that idiot, Niall Parkinson? That idiot?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, my God. Yeah, well, he was nothing but a loser anyway. I mean,
He didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And, he didn't understand anything.
Yeah, of course not. He was in his own fucking world. I mean, he was obviously, well, considering the source, nothing he said was, mattered. But take your time and tell us about some of the things that you were alluding to then, because, I still feel there's things that I need to clarify tonight, and that will justify tonight's transmission more than anything else I might have to say tonight. Will be simply the fact that I'll follow up a little bit on what I discussed with Salman Sheikh, so that'll kind of partner tonight's transmission to what I said with Salman, which we finally have uploaded onto my channel, over 9 hours of it, where we put together 3 interviews, and so it's go on.
Well, I'm trying to find it because.
And by the way, while Peter's doing that, take your time.
Well, I can talk, but it's like I'm trying to get the source material that make it as contextual as possible. But okay, I was like, if you go to my book, The Black Sun.
Yes.
If you go on the cover, there is a blue llama on the cover. Now, this was long before, 15 years or more, maybe 20 years before I met this Pimba guy.
Incredible.
Yeah. So, well, there was a reason for it, is that I had, in the Black Sun, I had told my wife specifically, I want you to make a Antarctic escape with a Nazi submarine, a German submarine, only it's not going to have a swastika, it's going to have a Vril symbol. And I want you to put it in ice. This is going to be Thule. And it's going to be the Black Sun, with a black sun in the background, surrounded by ice. So she makes a gold cover. She makes her own thing. She doesn't do what I ask. It's a very beautiful cover, but she wanted to draw a human. Mm-hmm. So she's like, she was inspired. She did a good job. Mm-hmm. But so she says, well, then you're going to draw a llama. So she's drawn a llama, and the llama's like sleeping. And I said, oh, make him blue. Make his skin blue.
And what inspired you to that? Just the feeling of ice?
The book goes into it. Okay. And it starts in the pyramids of Montauk, and it starts when I'm talking to my friend Chelsea, and pretty early on in our friendship, and we're talking about the Book of the Law and the pentagram, and how the pentagram. We're talking about that movie, the Lon Chaney movie, The Wolfman, the pentagram appearing, and it all went back to, she was talking about how Mars, the Book of the Law is about Mars, mm-hmm. and the ancient hidden doctrine of Martian ancestry. Mm. And it was very obscure. She understood it. She had a very eclectic and strange acumen. I won't talk too much about it. It came through her Filipino heritage. She's got at least a couple of brothers. I know one of the brothers. Her father brought the yo-yo to America. and popularized what became known as the Duncan yo-yo.
This was your ex-wife?
No, Chelsea.
Oh.
Chelsea. She was Madam X in my books. I called her Madam X, and she's passed away. She was born 7 months after me, and we were very close. She was like she taught me a lot of stuff about sacred geometry. She was far ahead of the curve, and she had. I've never really talked about this before, but she had definite memories of having a very activated third eye in the Incan civilization, and they were like abusing her, trying to get at her knowledge. She was a very, I guess, what you call third eye active person. In fact, she was a homecoming queen. She married this very good-looking Italian guy, super good-looking Italian guy. That's the kind of guy she could, would, or should attract. And he turned out to be a son of a bitch. Well, I guess he always was a son of a bitch. He was a mobster.
That is so fucking predictable. I'm so sorry. That's so typical. Maria can give us some insights on that. Go on.
She never got over it. And, and she died, of breast cancer. It was kind of emaciating her. Her mother had cancer, but her other sisters don't have cancer. So he would never divorce her. She would never try and divorce or get anything from him. She was afraid for her life. So what basically,
of course.
But early on in the marriage, he wanted to take her to a priest and have her exorcised.
Blaming her, of course, for everything. Go on.
Well, I don't know that he had anything wrong. He just couldn't handle the phenomena associated with her. She would have been better off with somebody like myself who could, understand her. And of course, he pulled out the rug from under her, and she escaped and found a boyfriend in New Jersey. And that's when I met her. And but we were very, very close, and we talked frequently. This is a time when phone conversations cost a lot of money.
Wow.
I would run up hundreds of dollars talking to her, and it didn't really matter because it was all from my research, and it was easily affordable.
Wow.
So anyway, she had taught me a lot about the blue race, the elder race, and it had to do with a story of having a race that came from Mars, and it was like Rh negative blood, because the Rh negative blood could never be identified as being of human origin. So it was something. It comes from inner Earth. It comes from outer space. Whatever. Rh negative. It was an anomaly. It still is an anomaly. And at that time, nobody knew that Rh stood for rhesus monkey, the Rh factor. Of course, that's not a secret now, but at the time, doctors didn't even know what the Rh stood for. It was because people don't know what it stands for.
Right.
It stands for rhesus negative. In other words, basically meant that you didn't have monkey blood.
Right.
So
in other words, non-primate. Go on.
Oh yeah, or you didn't. But yeah, so it was anomalous. And of course, right as I was doing this, David Icke started taking this and making the Rh negative shapeshifter reptilians.
Yes, I was about to say, well, there's a hint of the dragon bloodline, and the Rh negative being rhesus negative is the non-primate lineage. So then, of course, what David Icke is trying to do is promote genocide of a blood type. So go on, please.
Well, it's just a bunch of crap, It's just a bunch of crap, and so anyway, the Book of the Law had a lot of allusions to Mars, and in the midst of this, she came, I guess some book fell into her hands. It fell off the shelf, and it was by a guy named Kenneth Cameron. And Cameron, of course, we had a lot of synchronicities with the name Cameron because of Duncan Cameron, which led me to Marjorie Cameron. But Kenneth Cameron, this guy had written a book, and he said that the word Egypt, Cairo, right when we were looking in, she was teaching me this stuff. Cairo comes from El-Kahira, which means Mars. And it was said that when they were building the pyramid, or had just started the ceremony to build it, there was Mars was on the horizon. I think some bird, I think it was a crow, made some noise, and it was Mars was on the horizon. So
people understand, the crows are the messengers of the gods, or the messengers between the worlds. And the Cairo, of course, has to do with Mars because, quite literally transliterated from the Arabic, it is place of battle. This is the place where battle was conjoined between Set and Horus, between dark and light. And so this was the site that the massive city, the capital of Egypt, effectively the economic capital of Egypt, and at this point, I believe the administrative capital, though they're trying to relocate the capital further down the Nile to just withdraw it from the overwhelming population that could potentially swarm the capital and inundate it at any given time. They're establishing another capital. Of course, historically, Egypt's capitals have moved up and down the Nile. So just giving some context there. And of course, Jameson Reese, you're welcome at times to interject if you feel it's constructive, your own experiences with the Lam entity, since Peter Moon had started talking about that. But go on, Peter.
Well, yes, and all of these things correlate. So let me see, the whole idea of sacre blue, sacred blue, RH negative, and this whole lineage of RH negative. And it even got to the point where I had written this book, story at the encouragement of David Anderson, because we were going to do a movie at Atlanticron. So I said, well, I got to write a script, and I wrote this script about a character. It was based on characters I knew from Atlanticron, and somebody, and I found out that there's the Transylvania colony, the 14th colony was to be the 14th colony of the United States in Kentucky, and then I was connecting why was it called Transylvania. So I did this play called My Kentucky Cousin, where this guy is going to seek his find out about his bloodline in Romania. Mm-hmm. Basically, it goes down to the 24th gene pair, connects Rh negative he has Rh negative blood, and he goes and finds out the 24th gene pair, and he learns that people have number 23 on their palm, and that is a signal for a secret group that basically says the 23 refers to the 23 gene pairs of human beings, but there was really once 24 gene pairs. And if you can work up to 24 gene pairs, you have the equivalent of paranormal abilities. And then, of course, in this story, they could split either way. They could be positive or negative. The positive 24 gene pairs were elves. And I was inspired for this by my friend Christina Jalba, who made the delightful looking little girl who made all these Bitcoin videos, and she looked like an elf. And I used to call her Christina the Elf to distinguish her from all the many Christinas. Right. And Dave liked that. He called her Christina the Elf too. Just cuter than could be. And so she is the star of the story. She could not be in the movie because she had other responsibilities she wanted to be, and so I got another girl who was a capable actress, like experienced actress, to do it. And then there was, but anyway, the other dichotomy of the 24th gene pair were the vampires. So this was a story of vampires and elves and time travel, and it was a pretty good story.
You wrote this?
Yeah, it's a story. It's in my book, The White Bat. It's not a good script because I had to change the script ad hoc because it was too much yak in it, and I learned yak is okay for reading, but it's not okay for a script. You've got to show action, and it's like writing a comic book, making a movie. It's like a comic book. You got to. So I learned that, and I had to change it ad hoc. And it was quite an experience doing this movie. I hope to take it to the screen someday, and I hope to get Christina to star in it. The guy who played the lead, Stepan, I always call him Rasputin because he looked just like Rasputin, except he was shorter. Mm-hmm. And I used to call him Rasputin. He had a beard like Rasputin. He's since shaved it, but he's a dear friend. But he couldn't. He was playing. He couldn't do his lines in English. And finally, the director said to me, "Look, he's drunk." So I said, "Okay." And then I had to get the director to do it because I didn't have any actor. I didn't have any other actors because everybody showed up wanted to be in it, and then they thought not everybody could be in it, so I couldn't get anybody. And so he starred in it. He was a horrible actor. But after about a day, he started to get the hang of it, and he could act. And so I thought, finally, I have an actor. Mm-hmm. So he became the actor, and then what happened was, his parents lived in the local town in Chernobyl. And when I wrote this script, I brought multiple copies. This thing went around the island so fast. It was read. This is a science fiction camp originally. It was read by practically everybody. They just soaked it up. Wow. It got into the hands of his parents in Chernobyl. And they were upset. They didn't want their son to be in a film about vampires. So he had to
Was there a reason for that? Any reason for that reticence?
It was stupid. It was just stupid. It was stupid. But it was part of the negativity that I was getting flack. I was getting a lot of flack for this. And then I heard that this guy who couldn't be in the movie, then either he took a guitar and hit it over somebody's head. No, I think he took somebody's guitar and broke it.
So took somebody's guitar and broke it?
Yeah, he just smashed it. Uh-huh. And what the hell is this? And then he got kicked off the island. But I think he came back and all was well. But I didn't engage him anymore because I had, I couldn't use him. And then there was one of my elves, she stepped on a thorn.
Jesus.
And, so I picked her up and bodily carried her to the medical tent. Bodily carried her, delivered her to the doctor.
Well, that must have been exciting.
And in fact, I'd just eaten lunch with her. She just happened to be eating lunch with me, and so she just and so I pick her up, take her to the medical tent. What else am I going to do with her? I didn't have a stroller. I didn't have a. I picked her up and I took her there because she couldn't walk. Uh-huh. So and then later, the doctor comes out to me. There's a couple of doctors there, and this guy, he starts getting really pissed at me. He says, "What are you doing having these people work without any lunch? She didn't have any lunch." I said, "What?" I said, "I just ate lunch with her." What the fuck is he? I set him straight. Hot sun without any food.
Oh my God! Where did he get that idea?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. So anyway, and then more stuff like this happening. And then I was writing to my girlfriend, and she told me that she said that she says anytime there is a play with Dracula or Macbeth. Whether it's an opera, whether it's a theater, she says, there are all sorts of things that go wrong with the production. She says, this was what you're suffering from. At the same time, one of David's friends, who's very metaphysical, she told me, she says, this many misfortunes, she says, there's an outside influence.
Yes.
And so and Dracula has a cameo scene in it as King of the Vampires, but it's just token. And so anyway, the story has a happy ending. The film never did have a happy ending. One guy came to my rescue. He was a genius. He could do everything. He started the movie, made it. The problem with this kid is he would never give me the footage. He just didn't do it. You know, he could have given me the footage. I think there was another guy who had the footage who wouldn't give it to me just because he was too lazy to do it. And so, you know, I would still like to get the footage and edit it myself. But it was a hell of an adventure. And it was a lot of experience. It was a lot of experience. I learned a lot. But in any case, and, you know, David was like watching me every step of the way from a distance. He was not there on the island. There were Navy SEALs on the island, Romanian Navy SEALs, and that basically I was told they didn't want him on the island. They were there to. There's different stories of why they were there. Mm-hmm. But, you know, they would look at me and I would just pay them no attention. Mm-hmm. They didn't, you know, it was almost like they looked at me and I just didn't pay them any attention. Mm-hmm. I didn't, you know, because I was, you know, what, you know, you're not, they weren't wearing SEAL clothes,
of
you know.
Course not.
They were just wearing, you know, sort of beachcomber clothes, but they had their own tent. They were off by themselves. They were very obvious, but there were different reasons. And it was David's friend reminding me of them that got me to twig that he no longer feels welcome in Romania. Mm-hmm. And they were making him not welcome.
Right.
In any case, you know, but they didn't interfere. They were just around. So in any case, this was a story about the blue race, and because I had learned that Rh negative, the first recorded in what you call recorded history instance of Rh negative was in Porphyria. Was the disease of Porphyria was traced back to Mary, Queen of Scots, and her ancestry traced back to Transylvania. Mm-hmm. So that was the Transylvanian connection with Rh negative blood, and of course, that could mean different things, but being that there's so many original people from there and from Tibet, they are original cultures. So when you get into the inner earth, you get into different blood types. In the ancient tradition, is the Celtic people painted themselves blue. They had, you know, blue royal ancestry. The sacré blue of the French. And then there was Antennae. Now this stuff collides with what you were talking about with Sirius. Mm. And here I would like to see if I can find okay. So I was interested in Timbuktu. And why was I interested in Timbuktu? It went back to Edgar Rice Burroughs. And I think it was his third book in the Tarzan series. Mm-hmm. I was reading in the 1980s.
Right.
And I was ill from work. I got very ill.
Oh my God.
Not to go to work. I really didn't want to work anymore. So there were some issues. And anyway, I was reading the Edgar Rice Burroughs because my wife was interested. She had seen the movie Greystoke, and she was very interested in that whole thing.
Your ex-wife.
Yeah, emotionally touched her very, very deeply. So my
father could never get over the scene where the father of Greystoke does something incredibly stupid and kills himself. Yeah, like a child, I'm going to slide down this banister on this tray, and then winds up dying incredibly, but leaves Greystoke, of course, in charge of the estate. Tarzan, that is. But that's the film we're speaking of course.
Well, I mean, no, this is the Greystoke, I think, in the 80s when he was...
That's the one I'm referencing, yeah.
I don't remember the father.
Oh, okay.
And it's been a long time.
Okay.
But anyway, and you know, she has abandonment issues because she was a what do you call it? A blue baby. She was put in a oxygen tank because of the RH factor.
Yes.
Mother was RH negative. She was not, so she was not compatible with her mother, and so she was in an incubator, and that really created a lot of disassociation. She, you know, and the mother was so upset by it that she could never become fertile again.
Wow, holy shit!
It had a deep impact on the mother, and a deep impact on my ex-wife, and I still to this day don't think she's gotten over it. All the, you know, trauma, and that's just what happened. The parents had belonged to a UFO group. They had seen a huge UFO in Van Nuys. They were living in Van Nuys in the 50s, so they had belonged to a UFO group in the 50s. Although really not too much, because they saw things that were, you know. That wasn't necessarily Area 51 right there. Could have been. Who the hell knows? They weren't far away from it. Now, so anyway, I got interested in Timbuktu because when I was what was very fascinating to me in reading about the Edgar Rice Burroughs was the cusp of where the jungle became non-jungle.
Right.
And I learned that this really where Timbuktu is where the jungle, where I guess what you call regular landscape is emerging out of jungle. You're out of the jungle, but now you're getting into what was desert. Timbuktu was the hottest spot, in the world, or in that part of the world. It was the hottest. It was the crossroads of the world, the gold trade. The king of Timbuktu had gone to Mecca, and he'd gone through Cairo, and he depressed the market because he brought so much gold with him.
Right.
Gold became relatively worth less.
Yes.
And so I was very interested in Timbuktu. So anyway, my girlfriend had brought a man named Mark Roberts to New York. She was interested in his work. I had just met her, and she was showing me this work by Mark Roberts, and he was doing a workshop in the city, so she invited me to meet Mark Roberts and to attend his workshop. So when it was my turn to ask a question, he says, the reason I wanted to meet him because he'd been to Timbuktu. And I said, oh, wow, somebody's been to Timbuktu. I want to talk to him. Mark was a very strange man.
No surprise. There's not many other types of people who would go to Timbuktu these days, but go on.
Well, I mean, this was a long time ago. He was the cameraman for Dan Rather. And
always, or just at one point?
During the Oswald shooting.
Okay. Yeah.
When Dan Rather was in Texas covering the Oswald, the
shooting of Oswald by Jack Ruby. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and he was Dan Rather's cameraman. Yeah. So Mark was eventually brought to New York. When Dan Rather was brought to New York, he followed him, and his only credentials were that he'd worked for Dan Rather.
Wow.
He said I didn't really have the credentials except that the Dan Rather connection. So he was a cameraman. He was also a dowser. His aunt wrote a book, who you might have, which you probably read, called The Rape of Europe.
Interesting. I've certainly heard of it, so go on.
Yeah,
But
and
tell people a bit about it. I believe that's talking about the theft of all of the art pieces, yes?
I don't remember. Because he said it was the rape of Berlin, but it was really the rape of Europe. He misquoted the title. He didn't remember. But he had a very strange family that was tied to ancient or tied to German cults. You know, it was, although he was kind of more English than anything, or he was a dowser. And, you know, he told me, he says, where you need to go in Montauk is to Montauk Mountain. He dowsed it on a map. And Montauk Mountain led to a whole bunch of, nobody really knows what Montauk Mountain is. I never heard of it. It's a hiking trail. And and from there I discovered sort of the old, what was really sort of a hidden submarine base. But in any case, there was a non-hidden submarine base there as well, but it went deeper than that. So anyway, Mark Roberts was a character, and he says, so I asked my question, he says, no, he says, you don't want to be interested in Timbuktu. He says, you want to be interested right here. And he draws this map of what's in South Middle Algeria. It's called the Ahagar. The Ahagar, or the Hagar Mountains, reminds you of Hagar, the wife of Abraham prior to Sarah, or the slave wife who was the mother of Ishmael, as opposed to Isaac, and the first wife of Abraham. And so you talk about desolation. The Ahagar was once a verdant jungle. Now, I was interested in the olive mysteries and stuff, and he basically said he would send some stuff to me. And he was true to his word. He sent me a bunch of packet from the writings of Egerton Sykes. Egerton Sykes was a British dowser who had a magazine published in France. I think it was called Atlantique, or it was Atlantis, it meant Atlantis.
Yeah, like Atlantique. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So what he did is he studied every historical reference he could find on Atlantis. And that was the kind of subject of his magazine. He wasn't saying whether it was true or whether it wasn't true, but he went into the history. This is all that's written about Atlantis. If you look up in a standard encyclopedia, they'll start quoting Plato quoting Strabo. They don't have any information at all.
No, it's always the same shit. Yeah, go on.
And, you know, it was easy for me to conclude that Atlantis was more of a time period than it was a specific city, a specific, you know, edifice, a specific town. It represented a different time. And of course, it's where we get the name the Atlantic Ocean. So, but what was so special to me was the blue goddess that settled in the Ahagar. Her name was Antenea, and she was the goddess who had brought the olive to mankind. Now, I had many synchronicities with the olive, and even to the point where I had my first out-of-body experiences on Olive Drive in Davis. That's why I wrote the Montauk Book of the Dead, because it was generated by Scientology. So whatever Scientology is or not, it could generate out-of-body experiences. And I would experience that. And then my parents were killed on the land of the olives, Los Adobe Los Olivos.
I'm sorry, did you say your parents were killed on the land of the olives?
No, on the land that was once the Adobe Los Olivos.
Okay.
Los Olivos Adobe. It was named after the Olivos family. The Olivos family had the biggest ranchero in California. It is in and around where the city of Oxnard is to this day. Oxnard is famous for basically being the home of the Dallas Cowboys, the training camp of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if it's famous for anything else. It's south of Ventura and north of Malibu. So anyway, when my parents were, and I used to dream of this area. And so my parents were buried there with the land that was theirs. So
how did they, may I ask how they died?
They were in a car crash on December 14th, 1975. They were in a car crash and a drunk driver hit them.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
That was a long time ago. Yeah. So it was a...
Still, I mean, and were you in the Sea Org at that time?
Yeah, I was supposed to go home that night. I decided I didn't want to go home. And, I said, no, I'm not going to go home, and pissed my father off. But,
pissed your father? But he was dead. You mean his spirit?
Oh, no, I was supposed to go home that night.
I see. Oh, I get what you're saying. You were supposed to go home that night, and then he was pissed off when he's got hit and died.
I didn't go home. So the next night, Saturday, and it's arguable whether I would have been with him.
And died too, right.
They were going to see the harbor lights. Right. I would have probably not wanted to go see the harbor lights. And for Christmas, Right. And I mean, but who the hell knows, if death was out to get him that night, I could have been with him. Who the hell knows? And then when I was told by his his cousins came down, they lived nearby the ship, and they came down and told me, and first thing that went through my head is I said, I knew it. It was like, it didn't surprise me. And now I didn't know it was going to happen, but it was like I just backed up out of my body, so to speak, say, I knew it. It was like I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen, but that was my reaction. I was not surprised. It's very strange because I wasn't expecting them to die, but on some level, I wasn't surprised at all.
Right.
I had to go through the process of grieving,
of course,
and making sure my brother was okay. I had to take care of him because he was in the wreck too, but he didn't die.
Right.
He was in the trauma center, and I'll tell this story though. It was like I go into the trauma center. I mean, after I go home and greet all these people in my house, and deposited my sister with at a ranch where she was very friendly with the people. So we needed to get her out of. She spent one night in the house and couldn't take it. It was too much. She had to get out of the house. So she was totally discombobulated. And then my brother was in the, intensive care unit, trauma unit.
Because what happened to him? He just collapsed, or just?
He was in the front seat.
Oh, he was in the car. Yeah.
And he had hit his head, and he was unconscious. And he was. So I go in, and the nurse is freaking out.
Really?
She's freaking out. She's going fucking crazy.
Why?
And I said, how's my brother? I said, is he going to make it? And she's just jumping up, and I don't know. And I just calmed her down, because this is what I did for a living in Scientology. I calmed people down. I listened to them. I audited them. I processed them. I fixed them. And so I was a consoler. So I had to spend a few minutes just calming her down. I said, don't worry, it's okay. You didn't do anything. Do you have any idea? No, I don't know. So she took me to him, and I proceeded to do what was called a coma assist from Scientology. And since Scientology, say anything you want about it, I think it saved his life. And a coma assist is where you go in and, you say you make that body lie in that bed, or you just say, squeeze my hand. Squeeze my hand. Thank you. Squeeze my hand. You establish a communication with the person, and you make them feel communication with the universe. And then after doing this for a while, my brother's body just jolted. Boom, boom, boom. was like a standing wave, was like released. Boom. He recovered.
Incredible.
He recovered shortly
Did
thereafter.
you ever tell him he owes you?
He doesn't owe me anything. This is something you would do for your anybody that was your family.
Yes.
No, I never told him that. I don't even know that I really told him the whole story. You know?
Right.
It's like, I'm like imposing on him. It's like, you know, I was well aware that if he had passed away, I would have gotten more money.
Right.
And I knew that right away. But that's not something you say, oh, good, I'm going to let him die. No,
Well, one would hope. Yeah.
You don't do that. You know, you say, but it occurs to you. And sure, so no, you just do it because it's what you were supposed to do. I would have done it if it was somebody else that I knew. So, you know, I just did it, and it's not something I would ever, you know, really. I don't think he needs to hear it. I don't, you know, I mean, it's okay. It's fine. I had a nice time with him when he was, he came to my friend's funeral. And, yeah, but no, I mean, it's like, no, he doesn't owe me anything. It's what you should do for your brother or anybody else. So, but it was a, certainly, it was very useful. Scientology was very useful because I knew exactly what to do. I was not discombobulated.
Right.
And I also,
okay, go on. Yeah, please.
I also knew exactly what to do with all the people I had to deal with, which were relatives. I had to, you know, just be there and talk to them. Yeah. And process their grief to whatever degree I could.
But I'm still, what puzzles me, and certainly I believe everything you say, what I'm puzzled by is usually, of course, nurses are rather unflappable because they've seen it all. It's unusual for a nurse to be so stressed like that. What do you think caused that? I mean, it's certainly it's not something that, this must have been something she's seen before, so there must have been something else.
I think that somebody working in a trauma center, freaking out all the time. I didn't see anybody else there.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing anybody else there.
So she was overwhelmed.
I know. I didn't see any other patients there.
Oh, I see.
I mean,
okay.
It seemed empty.
Okay.
It seemed empty. I mean, I wasn't counting bodies,
right.
But it just seemed. It was like in the back of the hospital. I went in the back, and it was like, you know, it was like, it was all sort of, what do you call it? Steel, and it was all steel. It wasn't like a white place where there was a lot of white stuff. It was all steel.
Interesting.
And, it was looked like people were places where people would do surgery and this sort of thing. And it was cold, and it wasn't very pleasant. It was modern, and she was the only one there. Okay. And she was just, I think she was very empathic and very empathetic and sympathetic, and I think she just was reflecting the trauma that she was surrounded by every day.
Interesting. Obviously a person like that should not be working in that environment. If someone is that empathetic, you don't want to be working in an environment like that.
I calmed her down and did what I was supposed to do, and that was the end of that. But to get back to Mark Roberts, Roberts was and so that's why I was interested in the olive, because, you know, there was all these synchronicities with the olive, and Olive Farrell was the matriarch of the Montauk's, and she had died of a bleeding gallbladder. She went to the hospital, and the olive oil would heal the gallbladder, I'd read, as soon as I found that out. And it happened simultaneous with her receiving my book, The Pyramids of Montauk. So it was like all this stuff with the olive, and she was a pharaoh. That's the name, Olive Farrell.
Pharaoh,
so,
yes, but go on. Yeah.
Her surname was Farrell.
Oh, understood. Okay.
The matriarch of the pharaohs and the matriarch of the Montauk's, and she was an olive. And so there were many other synchronicities, and I began to look into the olive and find it had very special properties. And so anyway, so when Mark Roberts, I did not go for him seeking the olive, but when he sent me all the information on Antonia, she was the blue queen of Atlantis. She was RH negative, and she had given mankind the olive, and the Greeks had taken her and turned her into Athena, the goddess of wisdom. And they took Antonia and made her into Athena. So that was interesting, and she was a Shikahina, a Shikahina. You see, she was. There's the word Shekinah, which is Hebrew for the holy energy, feminine attribute. It's just Shekinah, they'll call it. But she was a Shikahina, and she taught the Shikahinas. Now, this is the same word as a kahuna, and same phonetics, kahina, kahuna. And it's the same as the Kachina, the blue goddess of the Native Americans. So you see, here was a root reference to Athena, and she had come from Atlantis, and she settled in the Ahagar Mountains, which were then a verdant landscape of beauty, great beauty, a Garden Eden-esque place. And the ancient people had libraries in those mountains, deep underneath those mountains. And there are stories of whatnot. And the blue people of the desert are known as the Tuareg. And the Tuareg trace their roots back to Queen Antonia, and the blue goddess, and they call them the blue people because they will dye their robes blue.
Yes.
Blue will rub off on their skin, and they will have blue skin, but they also have a tradition of being derived from an ancient blue goddess. And the Kahinas are of Berber stock, Berber. Yeah. They have mixed with Moorish or darkish elements. So a Tuareg can be mixed colors from black to white, but they are the people of the desert, and they are a very fierce people. They learned to hate Europeans and slaughter them on sight because of what the Europeans would do. And they were a resistance. And so this was a great mystery to me. And instead of going to Romania, I thought that I would have gone and experienced what I experienced in Romania. I thought it would have been in the Ahagar. The person who told me not to go there was David Childress. He says, "You do not go to Algeria. Do not."
Tell me about this. I want to hear more about David Childress warning you about this.
Well, it's dangerous.
Yes.
And my friends from Morocco said, "Don't go to Algeria. It's dangerous." He said, "I've always wondered about that area. I've always wanted to go out to that area, the Ahagar." He says, "There's something out there." But, he might be able to get, he's passed away, my Moroccan friend, but, going over the Atlas Mountains from his home in Morocco and going into, he might be able to get away with it. But still, it's like, and Mark Roberts, for all of his wisdom, could be quite ridiculous.
Right.
He wanted to take me to, he said he would take me there. And I said, "You're crazy. I'm not going there." Oh no, he says, "We can get a letter from Trammell Crow." He says, Trammell Crow is a sculptor.
Uh-huh.
He has made a sculpture of Rodin, or no, I mean, he's sculpted like Rodin.
Right. By the way, so people don't confuse this. This is not the Japanese kaiju, the giant pterodactyl. Okay, Rodin is like this artist who did
sculptor, and he's done all this work. And anyway, he was a very rich, in addition to being a sculptor, he was a very rich banker, in Dallas, and he had been the banker that had purchased up huge pieces of property in Dallas for Muammar Gaddafi. And he was a friend to the Arabs. So when I told him, he told me, he said, no, he says, I can get a letter from Trammell Crow and, we'll get free passage there. And I said, yeah, okay. You meet some jihadists or whatever you want to call them. See, I have this letter from Trammell Crow. From Trammell Crow. Well, number one, it's not even going to be in Arabic. I said, what are you talking about?
Oh my God! Yes, go on. Yeah, but yeah, I'm sorry. I just couldn't resist it. Just so people understand, you don't even need religious extremists in that part of the world. They hate people just out of the history of colonialism. It's more just hate the white man on sight, as Peter Moon originally said. They don't need any.
There was a whole sequence of people they hated.
Yes,
I learned.
The connection has been successful, so you can go on with the series of people, the succession of people that the Bedouin hated.
I mean, I knew what it was. Maybe they hated Germans the most. Who the hell knows what it was?
I doubt they would hate. There's very few people on Earth with reasons to hate the Germans outside of Europe and America and Russia.
They had their own reasons, but whatever. The Germans were definitely on the list.
Okay,
but they were high on the list. But I don't. It might have had to do with Rommel, for all I know, but I really don't know. But and I'm not an expert on whether the list is correct. Just that.
I fail to see how it would be Rommel because he had such good relations with the desert people.
I don't know how the list was constructed.
Understood. And but certainly your point is well taken. And if there's any reason, it might be an occult reason. And to put this into the background for people, understand this about the Sahara Desert. There are several things that have gone into in the past, speaking about the ghoul. And without taking this too far in that direction, one of the things that people may remember was I brought up a French book that was written many years ago, and I have a copy of it, the edition of the book known as l'Algérie traditionnelle, which was published in Paris in 1884 by Surtout. The man's name is spelled Certeux. That is the only author that's listed. There is no first name. In other words, this is the pen name that the explorer went by. And he spoke of ̶ in particular, which sounds very Lovecraftian, and doubtless Lovecraft knew about it, which brings us back to that transitionally. But that was the ruins of a city in the Sahara. And according to the testimony of many of the inhabitants who lived in the vicinity, beneath the ruins lay a large city inhabited by Christians beneath the earth, who took refuge there when North Africa was invaded by Islam. And the Christians diverted the rivers and the streams that once made that area fertile and then lived happily underground. And it was always the legend that one day they would water the desert once again. But on the surface, the only remaining trace of ̶ was a large stone well about 4 to 5 meters deep. And though it was dry, a traveler placing his ear to the stone would be able to hear the underground murmur of the water that once fed it. And of course, these Christians then became the châtel, or the cattle of the ghoul, beneath the surface of Saharan, pure Saharan. Sub-Saharan, of course, refers geographically to Black Africa beneath North Africa, but subterranean Saharan, so sub-Saharan world, or the realm beneath. The ghoul overtook them and just breed them now as cattle for their food. So they went from the frying pan into the fire in evading Islam, which would have treated them as second-class citizens, but not as cattle to be eaten. Now, the Sahara itself, just to place that in context, is the largest hot desert in the world. It's the third largest desert behind Antarctica and the Arctic, either of those being at the polar regions, which are both cold deserts. But the Sahara is the largest hot desert, and it's one of the harshest environments on Earth. It covers around 3.6 million square miles, which, of course, by the rest of the world standards would be about 9.4 million square kilometers. That's nearly a third of the African continent, which means it's the size of the fucking United States with Alaska and Hawaii combined. So the very name of the desert comes from the Arabic word Sahara, which means desert, meaning it is the desert. To them, it is the epitome of all deserts on Earth. And it's very much, of course, expanding. It's growing each and every year with desertification, as are all the deserts on Earth, effectively, with climate change. But the Hagar, now, that is the heart of the Sahara. And around the time my mother was born, the name Hagar, that dominated all exploration of the Western Sahara during the latter half of the 19th century. My mother was born in 1923. And around that time, the Hagar was still the problem to be solved, the inaccessible core. And Barth, a great explorer, followed its eastern confines. Another explorer, Duveyrier, gathered valuable data on the region, albeit he never penetrated it. Flatters, with all the members of his expedition, was massacred at Tin Tarabin, where a memorial was then raised by the French government. The Fureur-Lémy expedition crossed the Sahara, but touched only the eastern margin of the Hagar. The name itself just recalled a succession of efforts, all vainglorious, futile, incomplete. So the solution of the problem remained for the 20th century. And by that time, there was some exploration that was done that then resulted, in particular, with the Germans trying to uncover a secret. And a lot of it had to do with the making of a film. By 1932, they filmed The Mistress of Atlantis. And of course, it had a different name in the German language. And even though I'm sure I would butcher that, I'm going to try my best to repeat it. But it's as Herren, of course, like mein Damen and Herren would be Die Herrin von Atlantis. And so the Mistress of Atlantis was a film in which they decided to go on site and film all that they could about basically two soldiers on a search for Atlantis in the Sahara. And this was actually a remake of an outstanding silent film produced in 1921, just 2 years before my mother was born, called The Queen of Atlantis, which was directed by Jacques Feyder, the French film master. And you can probably find that on Amazon.com. You'd probably have to get it in a set, but that film itself was based on a French novel, which must have been quite long and involving, because Federer's version, his version of Queen of Atlantis, was nearly 3 hours long. The compact early sound film produced by the Germans is less than 90 minutes in length, because that was all they were able to salvage after their conflict with the people in the desert. But what they were able to piece together, despite all of its leaping over all the pivotal points in the plot that were all lost in their running battle to make it back to civilization, all of that provides an entertaining ride with what's left. And in it, in the Sahara Desert, an officer of the French Foreign Legion awakens to find himself in a bizarre world of tunnels and mazes, hidden somewhere in the desert. And of course, it is the lost city of Atlantis that was left high and dry, a colony, if you will, of that far-flung empire, a global empire in its day. And so The queen of this strange world is the exotic Antinea, she was played by Brigitte Helm. And she first came to fame in the classic German silent film Metropolis. So her striking features made her the perfect choice for the alluring and enigmatic mistress of Atlantis in Metropolis. She played the ideal female robot, the first biofac simulacre. And even though her role in the film of Atlantis is very small, she still exuded all the presence and power which made up for any of the film's shortcomings. At any rate, the English version was produced in anticipation of international success. I understand it's still in fairly good condition. It might be something you can even find today on video or DVD format. I don't know. I've never looked. But the end result of all of that was that the Germans had discovered the gateway to the world of ancient Atlantis that may or may not have been overrun by the Ghoul. And they called it Xanthodon. It was a realm deep below the surface of the earth. It covered 250,000 square miles. And the only known access was down the cone of an extinct volcano in the Agaga region of North Africa. It was thought to have been formed by their own theories by a huge meteor which may have entered the extinct volcano and exploded inside the earth when it came in contact with solid matter, as if it could have potentially been an antimatter body or a body of antimatter, making it the perfect bomb. It had an effect similar to underground nuclear testing. And when the underground nuclear tests were conducted in Nevada, many of them were conducted with the very intent of creating underground worlds. The idea was to drill holes very deep in the ground, boring them the way the Soviets did with the mole hole, the deepest hole that is recorded by the world in terms of conventional knowledge. And then at the end of that boring drill, they would, once they withdrew the drill, they would lower the bomb on a very long cord and then blow the bomb at the bottom, which would then blow a perfectly spherical interior that would instantly turn all of the interior into glass. And so you had a perfect bottle, a self-contained bottle with a very thin neck that went up to the surface that could easily be bottled or plugged, and therefore you could create an interior atmosphere. And it would be incredibly irradiated, but that was the point. Their testing was to pump in atmosphere so they could grow irradiated jungles, plants that would adapt to that level of radiation and feed off it rather than photosynthesis, and then create the life forms that could thrive in that world so that they would inherit the earth when man annihilated himself in nuclear holocaust, to breed the successor to mankind himself. That was the project of the Department of Defense. Michael Aquino, of course, was not part of that himself, but he learned of it later in his connections and, of course, shared its progress with myself. And in Xanthodon, that was organically done. The explosion caused much of solid matter to disintegrate and formed an enormous bubble of molten rock, the shell of the inner land itself in the Sahara. So the entire country was permanently bathed in an unnatural daylight, thought to have been produced by the chemical photoluminescence sparked off by the substances released in the original explosion. And of course, as there were no stars or planets beneath the surface of the earth, within their sky, it was impossible to devise any astronomical system of directions. And, of course, the permanent daylight meant there was no natural method of reckoning time. So within Xanthodon, the climate was always warm and very humid, with frequent showers, as you would have in a supermassive terrarium. And it was down there that the Germans encountered various forms of life that, when they brought this back to the world, it was all thought to be a publicity stunt for the film. And so the world ignored them and their discoveries. It was the saddest of all stories in that respect. But of course, the notes they took in German were ultimately taken seriously by the Nazis and Adolf Hitler, who followed up when they investigated Unterland. And it was one of the reasons that, of course, they pursued it seriously, and ultimately succeeded. Some of those notes from the original screenwriters, the producers of the film at that point, added notes of their own in order to make a non-fictional documentary. The natives, of course, didn't want this to happen, and many of them died back on the route back home, the escape back to civilization. But those notes, of course, were ultimately acquired from West Germany through NATO by Michael Aquino, and I took down all the notes from them that I could. So one of these days I might share more about that story, but tonight was the first time.
It's very interesting, and I would like to listen to all of that again in the context of replaying it and letting it sink into my head. The one question, I always looked for Rommel having some association with the Hagar, but I don't know that he ever went down there. Do you know anything on him going down there?
Not that I know of, but then, of course, there's many notes I've taken over the years that I've completely forgotten. I took them out without the memorization thereof at the time that I was taking them, almost like automatic writing. I had to do it quickly, and I had to do it secretly, and in such a manner that I very much turned my mind off. There are still notes I find, even to this day, where I had no conscious memory of writing them, but I know they were from the period of time I was working with the Department of Defense, and then I, of course, am able to recall what I was saying at the time. No one else could read them, of course. They were in the shorthand my mother taught me. No one learns shorthand anymore, of course, because nobody has a need to. People use digital recording. They have lost all track of shorthand, but Peter Moon remembers it from the old days of woman working for courts, the court system.
Girlfriend, stenographer. My old girlfriend, she could read steno notes, yeah.
Incredible. What a treasure. And you said she's still alive, or is this one that died?
No, she's very much alive.
Excellent. And
I talk to her frequently, but doesn't use stenography anymore.
Yes, sadly. Someday this lost art must be recovered for reasons that are important, like cursive writing. These are some things that make us civilized, that make us higher. The overdependence on technology can kill us. A good example of this that young people can never understand is that older people often have an intuition to look for mechanical typewriters. I remember someone was looking for one of those on Facebook, and this young black African-American girl, who I ultimately had to block because she was just so lost as a young person, she would just say things that were incredibly offensive. No concept of the offense she was causing, because there's no sense of socialization among today's young, no matter what their ethnos or subculture.
That's not just relegated to the young. There's a lot of people that don't understand how they sound.
Understood.
How obtuse and offensive they sound when making a comment.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. And but nevertheless, I will insist, it does seem particularly pronounced among the young, more so than even the uneducated or uncouth, middle-aged. But in her case, someone was looking for a mechanical typewriter, and I took the time to explain it to her when she was completely contemptuous about why would anyone want that in the... I'm sorry? Oh, we got lost him there for a second. Did you say something, Peter?
I didn't say a thing. There was a breakup.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's on my end because we're having storms here, but it doesn't seem to be on my end.
Well, we were warned by Jameson Reese that there's a wicked storm going on outside where he is at, which is
it's not too bad because only one flurry of wind came up and that went away. So it's just a steady downpour.
Understood where you're at.
Flooding in the flood vulnerable areas.
Right. So one thing that I was going to say is that when you do have a mechanical typewriter in times like these, you have no idea how valuable that can be once all the lights go out. He's got a lot of lightning over there where Jameson Reese is at. But understand that right now, one of the things we're dealing with in New Orleans is an incredible amount of people in a prolonged power outage. That's something that many people would have difficulty surviving. Crystal River, who I will give a lot of thanks to later tonight for her wonderful gift to me recently that I received but yesterday. She was in a power outage in basically close to 0-degree weather in Texas for over 3 days, as people may remember. So sometime later tonight, I may talk a little bit about how to survive a prolonged power outage. But if the lights truly go out, as in L. Ron Hubbard's final blackout, where we have a prolonged, once they said during World War I and World War II, the lights went out in Europe because they didn't want to be seen by overhead bombers. If the lights go out for a prolonged period of time due to some particularly extended conflict that results in electromagnetic pulse bombs, well then, think about how you'll have to approach all appliances with caution, using gas to cook, etc. Just trying to get safely through an extended period with no electricity. One of the things that would put you on top of everyone else would be a mechanical typewriter. Suddenly, all those people without computers or any means of data entry, they're all writing notes that look like shit and are completely illegible. You would become everybody's friend because you'd be the only person who would be able to crank out legible communique. So there we have that. And that implies, of course, that you would have the ink band, the ink ribbon, would have paper, typing paper that would fit within the typewriter, etc. But if you knew anything about mechanical typewriters, you would have you'd have all that. Of course, Jameson says he's still stuck writing hands with his, writing his own books with his bare hands. So you could always revert to that. But like I said, I'm not quite sure Jameson's work is accessible in the legible sense. With that, we turn back to Peter Moon. Analog all the way, he says. And Peter will take us back to where he was with this cameraman and how David Hatcher Childress warned him not to go anywhere near the Haggai because David Hatcher Childress is the man who would know. By the way, he's this wonderful human being. He got a copy of our book, and he's someone who Joseph Boyar worked with for the longest period of time, still is working with him. And David Hatcher Childress made his career, he started off as a English teacher in Taiwan. So, I very much respect and relate to him. And with that, of course, we go back to Peter Moon. So, Peter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to refresh myself and just grab a bottle of water, make certain I have enough hydration on hand, continue what you were saying, and when I get back, we'll pick up, from there. As a matter of fact, if you want to pick up the narrative when I get back, we can have Jameson come on and talk a little bit about his encounters with Lamb. And I don't know if they brought up any of the blue, but by all means, Jameson, if you want to help Peter through the next several minutes. And by the way, Maria Gregorich says she had...
Now, go ahead, if he's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my experiences with Lam was I had done what the order of the, I think they were the IoT, Illuminati of Thanatos. I think that was founded by Kenneth Grant. He had meditation where you would stare at the depiction of Lam and chant the name silently in your mind, and something was supposed to happen. And what I had become quite fascinated by that, and I had, at the time, in my own ignorance, I was fascinated with the idea of aliens as well. And so I sort of conflated the two, not realizing, what Lam really was. But I did, at some point in time, have an encounter where a being that looked like Lam, I saw a being that looked like Lam, except instead of being blue, it was pink. And it had a sort of feminine energy to it. And the next thing I knew, I was out of my body and I was having this interesting interstellar experience. And that's pretty much my experience with Alias Crowley Islam. What I will say is the eyes, when you look into the eyes of Lam, it sort of like forces you to look within yourself. So there's something really deep behind it. And so I always took Crowley's words to heart as having, two meanings behind most of what he wrote.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, I do remember Kenneth Grant. There was something I did, but yeah, Lam was an phenomenal character. It does remind me a little bit of the octopus of want to call it. It's good if you put your thing on mute because you can hear the storm outside.
Okay, it's coming from my end.
I think.
All right. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna put it.
Yeah, that's good. It's stopped. So yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. We wait for Douglas to get back. I'll tell a little bit more about this Mark Roberts character, because Mark Roberts, well, there's more to go into with this, of what he was in, I think, Libya, and he was coming south. In fact, Reagan had bombed Libya, so he had to identify himself as a German. I think he might have had a German nationality, but he followed the path down, let me see, what did he say here? Ronald Reagan bombed Libya, killed Muammar Gaddafi's younger daughter. Gaddafi responded by declaring an Islamic jihad against all Americans in the area, and Mark had to turn into a German as soon as possible. Making his way southward via the Ahaggar region, he followed the path of the ancient Tuareg Berber tribe known as the Garamanchians. Seeking refuge from the Roman Empire in the 3rd century, the Garamanchians migrated to Timbuktu and eventually made their way to the south bank of the upper Niger River, where they blended into the native population and changed their tribal name to Dogon. The Dogon became famous when 2 French anthropologists discovered that this so-called primitive tribe had extensive astronomical knowledge of the Sirius star system. Their knowledge of the astronomy was so extensive and so intricately interwoven with their theology that the anthropologists Marcel Griaule and Germain Dietrich prolonged their field research, as the entire proposition of what they presented to them completely clashed with conventional academic wisdom. The Dogon were not only aware that Sirius was at least a 2-star system, but a 3-star system as well. At the time, most astronomers in modern civilizations were not aware that Sirius was more than 1 star. Then there's a following representation of a 3-star home plus a glyph that suggests an orbital path of a planet going around a central sun. Now, so these are Dogon glyphs that show 3 stars, if they can be identified with that. Modern day astronomers were eventually able to document the 2-star solar system of Sirius. It takes Sirius B some 50 years to orbit Sirius A, but only once in every 50 years can one see that 2 stars are separate, and that requires a high-powered telescope. It was only years after the French archaeologists returned home that astronomers had such an opportunity and saw that the Dogon were accurate. So this is saying that the Dogon did indeed know this, but there's more to it. Dogon legends indicated that they were keenly aware of a third star. There is also some evidence to suggest a third star scientifically, but it's still controversial in science. Dogon legends clearly possess knowledge that planets orbit around suns and that there is a planet revolving around Sirius C, which they refer to as the Star of Women. See glyph C below, which represents what is called a star, but is really a planet orbiting around the sun. Now, that star or glyph is a circle with a cross in it. There's a central sun in the center, and then there's a black orb circulating around it. Then there's glyphs, other representations of the Star of Women. Sirius C is referred to as the Sun of Women and is considered the seat of the female souls of living or future beings. It is a sun, and its symbol includes two pairs of lines, which are a key part of Dogon legends. According to these legends, these pairs of lines so we have a circle with two beams going up and two beams going down. Just two, like an 11 on either side of it. These pairs of lines represent beams of light emanating from the Sun of Women, which in turn were received in various Egyptian temples as well as the Great Pyramid. When a beam of light from Sirius would be beamed upon an altar, it would thereby be transformed into Sothis, the star goddess. To the Dogon, these beams of light from the Sun of Women were directed upon their original home in the Ahagar region. This star was the civilizing influence upon the ancestors of their tribe. It was depicted by the Dogon as a circle and the cross, symbolizing the entire solar system of Sirius C, which represents female energy. So this is the famous circle and the cross, which appears in the Book of the Law. It should be noted that this symbol is identical to the symbol in the Book of the Law, which states, then this circle squared in its failure is a key also. And it depicts the circle and the square, the cross and the circle. Like the Kabbalists of old, Crowley's transmedium process is referring to the absence of energy, of feminine energy, being the key to the universal dilemma. The Crowley connection will be revisited in upcoming chapters, which goes into the depiction, the translation of the Book of the Law. Not the translation, but the deciphering of key aspects of it.
You touched on something very interesting about the symbology of the Sirius C. And if you look at the drawing of Aleister Crowley's Lam, you might actually see the sort of, within the folds of the head, you might actually see something similar to that.
Interesting. Several books, including The Sirius Mystery by Robert Temple, which Douglas referred to, have understandably created a fascination with the Dogon's knowledge of the stereo star system. Of course, he's talking about it creating a Cthulhic fascination with it. And this is not in the same direction. Roberts, however, is the only one who has made the connection to the Ahagar. As Mark has said, it was fate, courtesy of President Reagan and Colonel Gaddafi, that pushed him southward from the Ahagar into Timbuktu and beyond. So when he went to Timbuktu, he was on the journey of discovering these glyphs. He was only able to make the connection as a result of witnessing a rock painting in the Tassili region of the Ahagar. There's these famous Tassili frescoes. The rock painting clearly substantiates the case made by the Dogon in the south. And this is a glyph, another glyph, which is sort of a cross with planets on either side, and then it has the three circles to the lower right represent the three-star solar system of Sirius. There's three circles. The five circles, which are in the shape of a equilateral cross, signify the symbol for the planet known as the Star of Woman. While this corroborates the Dogon connection, there are also two other symbols. There is a larger circle which shows two creatures in the middle. The carved lines surrounding the edge of the larger circle suggest that it's in a sphere or globe. This is speculated to be intergalactic beam travel, but let me see here. It's also suggested here that this whole story is like a science fiction story. It's where fiction meets reality, according to Mark. But the Ahagar, which features these mystery, is like a science fiction story that has guardian watchdogs. Mark explained that the Ahagar Mountains were and are the home of the Tuareg, also known as the Blue People. They are often referred to as the last living matriarchal culture on Earth. So this corroborates this whole idea of the Star of Women. The men wear veils and women do not. The women are property owners and also choose their own husbands. They can divorce at will. Thus, this is in stark contrast to the culture that pervades northern Africa. Popular culture identified the Tuareg as the Blue People by reason of the indigo garments they wear. The indigo dye actually rubs into the pores of the skin and gives an unmistakable blue hue to it. The indigo dye actually serves as protection against the harsh sun and sand. So this goes on and on. Mark could also read Ogham. Ogham is the language of the trees that was from the Druids. It was based upon trees, the glyphs of the Ogham language. And he could read it clear and simple. And you have he learned this from Robert Graves, the author of The White Goddess, who was also a professor in England, where he studied. He was one of Graves's last students, I think. But so he could read. People could say, oh, there's no Ogham in America. He could go and read it and just tell you what it said. He got into trouble with this because the Berber women in Africa have tattoos with this blue henna. Oh. And he went up and started reading the tattoo on the woman's. It comes down from their chin and comes all the way down to their navel. And he started to read her tattoo. And this created a whole ruckus. The women were ready to kill him, have him stoned. And one of his buddies that he was with somebody explained that he was like retarded. And that got him off the hook.
Oh my God.
Because,
what an
he
idiot.
was like, he was retarded and he had this gift and da-da-da-da-da. And so that got him off the hook.
Oh my God. And so how did you learn of this story? You weren't there physically yourself, right?
No, Mark told me.
Okay.
Mark told me. And Mark was a pivotal character to understanding things. So there's another very interesting story about Mark. He told, well, anyway, what happened is, this is a story because I said he was connected to Dan Rather. Mm-hmm. Well, I have another friend I wrote about who passed away 2 weeks before Preston. I call him Ken Arthur in the books. This man was like really gifted. I met him on the same night that I met Preston. He was one of the speakers on the panel. And I don't get psychic hits very often. It's not what I kind of do. I mean, I get perceptions. But with him, I had a definitely psychic hit when I met him. I said, you were in the Navy, weren't you? He goes, yeah, I was. I could read Navy all over the place. Wow. He actually used to buy equipment from the Montauk Air Force Station for the Admiral. He wouldn't tell me that for years. He was a great naysayer of Preston. And it finally turned out that he had an uncle from Montauk who molested him.
Him or Preston?
No, molested him. And Ken was, I guess, his women would have called him a par excellence womanizer. Women loved him. He was a good-looking guy. He described himself as the Sam Malone of the ARE, the Edgar Cayce Institute. He told me some adventures which he never wanted me to share publicly because they were so outrageous. But he was quite a character. But women would love him, but then they would come to hate him because he could, he wasn't there to. He was sort of an initiator. He wasn't, I guess, for any of them husband material.
Right. He
had a wife who he divorced, but she died like within a month of him. Very strange.
Wow.
I knew her as well. But Ken was a very special guy. And he had a very open third eye, so to speak. One day, he used to sell cable for a living. Sell cable. I mean,
That's
like
pathetic.
Wire cable. He was stopped at a red light at the base of the Triborough Bridge in New York City. He's on his way home to Long Island. He looks through his open window and he sees a stalled limousine with 4 people inside. It's a red light. It's a driver, a cameraman, and a producer. The most notable one is Dan Rather.
Yeah, recognizable.
Ken
right.
Asked the party what happened. He said, "What happened?" The producer told him that they were having car trouble. He then asked Ken if he could take them to the airport as they were in a hurry to catch a plane. So Ken let him in the car and he took him to the airport. So he crossed paths with Dan Rather. Okay? They just crossed paths. He took him to the airport. I think they exchanged cards. In 1986, now this is historical fact. In 1986, Dan Rather was walking down Park Avenue on 88th Street when he was accosted physically by 2 very well-dressed hoodlums who repeatedly asked him, "What's the frequency, Kenneth?"
Jesus.
Rather was perplexed by their behavior as he had no idea what they were talking about. When he told the hoodlums they had the wrong guy, they chased Rather into a nearby building lobby as they beat and kicked him. At the same time, they continued to badger him with the words, "What is the frequency, Kenneth?" The entire incident was a mystery and Rather as well. No one was ever charged with any crime as the men could not be found for questioning. It was in the New York Times, though. The entire incident was written up on October 5th, 6th, and 7th issues of the New York Times. It was also broadcast on local news. As for Ken, he was concerned. He knew exactly what had happened to Dan Rather. According to him, an outside force was scanning the timeline and wanted information about opening a particular Stargate that Ken will have knowledge of in the future. The purpose of this outside force was to access the future at a point when the manipulation of time will be a much more frequent activity. Ken says that he will know the frequency with which to open the Stargate in the future, and that is how he was identified by the probing force. His own psychic signature was confused with Dan Rather's by his association in the car with the other people. Ken further explained that this third dimension is so dense that when a probe from a higher dimension tries to relocate a particular spot in space, it is sometimes as difficult as marking a spot on the ocean with chalk and then finding it again. Consequently, these hoodlums who beat up Rather were not only asking the wrong person, but were in the wrong time as well. Coincidentally or not, the hoodlums fit the obvious description of the so-called interdimensional police force known as the Men in Black. We could refer to them as Jinn. Within a short time of the original conversation with Ken about the Dan Rather incident, I had to wonder if someone was listening to our many phone calls. In November 7th, 1994, a full 8 years after Dan Rather was beaten up, New York Magazine suddenly and inexplicably came out with an article that attempted to explain this whole thing with Dan Rather. In the report, authored by Christine Suarez, a man by the name of Ken Schaefer claimed to be involved. Schaefer is a Manhattan electronics expert who worked on a project at Columbia University with Dan Rather. In 1983, Schaefer set up a satellite dish that could pick up Russian television. Schaefer eventually decoded the signals and filtered out the interference so that the transmissions were viewable. I put a footnote. Unbeknownst to the author and publishers of the article, I found out that a noteworthy member of Aleister Crowley's OTO was also involved in this Russian decoding project. Rather's interest in all of this was as a journalist, but according to Schaefer's theory, the KGB was deeply upset that the Americans were spying on them. The idea is that they wanted to retaliate against Schaefer, but that they followed Rather by mistake after he left the university. Schaefer does not insist that this is what happened. It is just his observation based on a very strange coincidence. So what is the real explanation? Personally, I find it hard to believe that KGB agents would not know who Dan Rather is. Further, I think they would approach him more intelligently than by screaming for a frequency. Does Schaefer suppose that if Rather answered the hoods by stating a certain number of megahertz, that they would have happily noted it down and left him alone? After this article, New York Magazine appeared, a hit record emerged entitled, "What's the Frequency, Kenneth?" recorded by the group REM. The song developed a cult following as well. Dan Rather even appeared with them on stage, sang along on the song.
Jesus.
As Ken would say, he sounded terrible. Keep in mind that the initials REM stand for Rapid Eye Movement. It is the exact realm from which mind control is administered to individuals in psychotronics projects. There is even a movie entitled Dreamscape, which is based upon a project called Dream Sleep that involved Duncan Cameron. So now, when I was experiencing this, I had put up sheets of the Book of the Law, which precipitated a symbolic and intense dream for me. And, in other words, it says to put up sheets on the wall. When I told a member of the OTO this, she said, "Nobody in the OTO does this. They don't do this. They don't do anything." So she was impressed that I put it up. Ken's dream, he actually interpreted my dream, which I won't go into. But he came into the room. He came into my bedroom, Ken did. And it was, he identified the whole configuration on the wall with the book, with the pages of the OTO, and that circle and the cross in the middle as a Stargate. And this was the same symbol that Mark Roberts had already identified as a Stargate. In other words, Mark Roberts said that this is a Stargate. Ken said it was a Stargate. What they have in common is Dan Rather. Crowley did not refer to it as a Stargate, but as the key of it all. This is the master key. It equates to the legend of Solomon. It also represents his ability to rule the jinn. So I'm looking to see if there's anything here.
Peter, that's similar to the same symbol that you see on the oh my gosh, the ring that John Dee used that you're supposed to create to use Enochian magic.
Well, that symbol is the. Does it have the circle and the cross on it? I don't even know.
It's the ring.
It's got the words PELE. I have to look at it. I haven't looked at it in a while, but it would make sense if it did.
Right.
John
By the way, I want to thank everybody in the chat room who's keeping the conversation going. Wonderful people who have joined us, like EB, who is saying, hell yeah, some DDD. And so thank you for that.
It's a circle. It's a circle and a line, not a circle and a cross.
I see. Interesting. So that would suggest to me that perhaps D only had half of the equation.
Well, he's got his Monas hieroglyphica. He's got all sorts of symbology.
Yes.
He had, so like I was gating in stuff. I right while I was doing this woman called me from Montauk and was telling me to take the angles of the, a protractor and take the angles of what he writes in the Book of the Law and mark it on the map. And I tried that. It's one of them, I think, led to the Bermuda Triangle. One of them was the ocean south of Iceland. Another was, what if we had Salman here? Another one was near Panjshir, Pakistan, Panjgur, Pakistan.
Yes.
The other one was in Nisila, Finland. I called a girl in Finland, or wrote to her who I knew. She came to meet me because I think, they thought that I was going to be a suitable father for her baby. This was really weird.
Yeah, whatever possessed her to think that. Was it genetics or your personality or both?
No, it wasn't her. It was her friend. And I had acquired a reputation, which I won't go into because I don't even fully understand the reputation or how it had happened. But I was it's why my friend Vicky came down to meet me, who became a good friend. And, she thought when she heard, whatever she heard about me, she wanted to meet me. Mm-hmm. And then this girl, it was supposed to be this baby, and they came down and introduced me to her. She was very nice. She was very finished. I mean, her hair was so white.
Wow.
The skin on her head where the hair was so pink, blue eyes. But we didn't connect. I kind of connected with Vicky because Vicky had a Scientology background, not an extensive one like I did. And that's sort of, and we were like soul buddies for years.
Wow.
We still would be very friendly with each other, but she used to come down to my house for all these meetings, and anything I would do or say to do, she would do, and she would have great results with it. It was just this kind of weird friendship. And we both helped each other out a lot. And anyway, so she thought that I might be this ideal father. And this Finnish girl, we just didn't connect. It was and she eventually had her baby. She worked for Vicky, I think, and she ended up going back to Finland. And that's when I contacted her and asked her about Finland. Now, Ken was part of a group, and they went to Finland. They went to Finland with what do they call those? The Yap?
The Laplanders. The Laplanders. The Europeans say that they're the elves of Santa Claus. They're the indigenous people who herd the reindeer, the Lap. They, of course, dominate the northern areas of Sweden, Finland, and Norway, and a bit into Kola Peninsula of Russia. So they just they cross all of those nations' boundaries without anyone bothering them because everybody knows that they're harmless. They look at them as basically, like I said, they derogate them as Santa's elves. But anyhow, so go on.
Well, it was just a lot of shamanism, powerful shamanism.
Yes.
And he would, he could communicate. He was better off communicating to entities, and he did communicate with an entity through somebody else, and it was kind of messed up.
Geez,
But
tell us about that. That sounds entertaining or intriguing.
it's not, I'm not going to go into it because it just gets really stupid. It was somebody channeling some entity, and the guy who channeled the entity had such contempt for everybody that paid him money. You know,
But he still took the money.
he took the money. This guy could see stuff. But I spotted him right away. I went to see him, and Ken got very excited. But the guy was dishonest with me. He was dishonest with me.
Jesus.
And I could see this, and I said, no more, no mas. You know, I mean, it's like this is the advice Aleister Crowley gives you with entities. You know, test them again, and discard them. Well, this guy failed the first test. He wasn't being honest. Right. And they're not honest.
No,
I mean, they can tell you things that are true. But, you know, when you ask them a basic question, they'll run for the hills.
Yeah.
They say what they want to say in the way they want to say it. And it's not they don't play quid pro quo.
No.
So what is going on here? And this entity could talk to Ken on a level that few else could. But I would also tell you that, you know, you talk about, I think I even mentioned it, and this is the Montauk Book of the Living I'm reading from, and people are interested to go into this book because it goes into this stuff very deeply. And it complements what Douglas said, but it's coming from a different angle.
Yeah.
We still haven't gotten there yet. We're just, this is kind of like the warm-up act. But the problem with, you know, talking to entities is that they will basically overtake you. Now, Ken was very gifted, but he actually, this entity had told him that there was going to be a tidal wave that was going to take under Long Island on a specific date. It was some big date that you might have heard of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
You're getting Jameson Reese's hopes up, yes.
So anyway, he went up to the Poconos somewhere, and his family went with him, not because they believed it, but they did it to support him. When I say his family, that would have been his ex-wife and his kids, just to be supportive to him, because they loved him. And of course, you know, I didn't budge. Not that I would have, you know, and of course there's no, I learned this as a kid. I heard about Jehovah's Witnesses giving away their TV sets and all their possessions and going on a mountain waiting for the end of the world.
Jesus. Yeah.
And then it wouldn't end. And then they'd have no TV set.
I think they kind of gave up on that. By the time my sister entered the cult, they seemed to be pretty materialistic to me in their own right. But go on.
This is what I had heard. I don't even know that, but I
I'm
heard
sure there were incidences. Yeah, believe me.
Yeah. It's like I say, well, you know, the world's not going to end. I remember a couple of my friends in the 8th grade taking bets on whether the Taft Hotel was going to fall down. It's like a few stories. It's not very big because Gene Dixon had predicted an earthquake. And this went all around the school that there's going to be an earthquake on Friday. So they took a bet, $5, on whether the earthquake, or whether that would be the criterion of whether there was a big earthquake, was whether this building fell. And of course, then somebody came on Friday morning with a small clip of the paper of Gene Dixon saying, I did not predict this. So that took all the wind out of the sails. There was no earthquake. But boy, did people get excited about the earthquake. I mean, this is California, you know. Mm-hmm. The only earthquakes I ever felt in California were same earthquakes I felt here. You feel the quake. Mm-hmm. I can recognize a quake right away. Right. But it's no big deal. I mean, these are small quakes. It's like a tiny chiropractic adjustment. Right. So, but I never was around a big one. My friend who just passed away lived in North Hollywood, and the building cracked. He couldn't get out of his apartment. He was. Oh, that's so fucked. Well, he did get out of it eventually, but I think he left North Hollywood after that. But
How long did it take him to get out of the apartment?
I think a few days.
A few days? Holy shit, that's bad.
I could ask his wife; she'd remember.
Yeah, no wonder he left. But yeah, it's I hear what you're saying. You know, I personally, you know, not to disparage the power of quakes, but yeah, there's very few people that have really felt them in California. Of course, we're all quote unquote waiting for the big one, and when the big ones do happen, you know, they must be catastrophic. But
1989, that was the big one.
well, I was in the middle of that, and
Yeah.
and it was far worse in Oakland as far as I'm concerned. But what happened here was pretty spectacular. Down where Beaver lives, it's worse because he's more closer towards the marina, which is all. Lots of that is landfill. So if people ever take a look at the Marina District of San Francisco near the beach, you take a look at that. Just look that up sometime, the photos or the footage you might be able to see of that. We used to have cameras up 24 hours a day that you could look up online so you could watch the weather. I think they took them down, sadly, and I don't know why. Of course, I can imagine. But at any rate, you know, it's all flat there, unnaturally so, because that's all landfill. And believe it or not, there's areas of San Francisco where you can see some concrete abutments that are just jagged bits of concrete that they put to reinforce the beaches. And in the old days, you can still find them if you were to foolhardy enough to climb down and kind of scale these walls. They would be the tombstones of old people who had died during the gold rush. And so some of their tombstones were raided and used to buttress the beachfront. But, you know, so much of that is landfill. And during earthquakes, it suffers from this jellification that they call, the correct term, of course, is liquefaction. And that's when the land essentially becomes liquid beneath your feet, or very jelly-like. You know, that's you don't want to be in a place like that during an earthquake. And
Where were you during the 1989 earthquake, and what was going on?
if I remember correctly, because, you know, there's been a few earthquakes that I've been through in San Francisco that were fairly large. But the 1989 earthquake, if I remember correctly,
It's
because
the epicenter in Santa Cruz where the Oakland Bay Bridge crunched,
Right,
you know, and the car
right.
falling off.
right, and if I might remember correctly, it could have been that I was, you know, it's surprising I'm confused about this, because when I look back at it, I keep thinking it's one of two places. I remember one earthquake, which was, I was younger and in City College at the time, so that must have been the one that I was at home, and that took place during a big baseball game, a San Francisco Giants baseball game when they were playing.
The World Series with the Oakland A's and the San Francisco Giants in Candlestick Park.
Okay.
I think part of the stadium cracked, I think.
It might have been that one, or the other time. Yet I have a memory.
1989 in October is when that earthquake happened.
Right.
I was
Yeah, and then I have another memory where I was smoking pot and dope with my friends over there at this colonel's house, where we were all not Colonel Aquino, Colonel Harry Hanneberger, a retired Marine Corps colonel, and he had this home in the black ghetto of San Francisco. That, I mean, really hardcore, deep black ghetto at that time, right across the street from the project sites in San Francisco at the time. And I remember it was just ominously quiet after I guess that was the riots. That's why I get confused. That was during the Rodney King riots. Okay, so that's what confuses me. So the earthquake then, as opposed to the one that I was at City College when I was younger and I was at home, there was a big one. And then there was the one that I believe the one we're talking about, where, because I remember distinctly, I was on duty in the Acorn projects. So that is where I believe I was. Now I remember. Okay, so I was on duty in the Acorn projects, and I remember now because the local community, which is of course overwhelmingly black, they swarmed the bridge. After the bridge collapsed, you had all of these people who were trapped in their cars. And so all of these people who were trapped in their cars, the overwhelming majority of them
So Acorn Project in Oakland?
Yeah, the Acorn Project's in Oakland. Yeah. in Oakland, the heart of Oakland. That is West Oakland. It's right near the Oakland Federal Building. It's in walking distance. I used to walk through the Oakland Federal Building to get to work. So to get to work on the contract. And so the Acorn projects are the largest projects in the United States. Just a refresher for people who don't know about this. They're the largest span of project housing in the United States. If I remember correctly, 762 units. I know this because I had to put the map together. And so it was 762 units. It was 10 square city blocks. This was before it was gated. In other words, it was nothing but a frontier. We had our own prison. And of course, we had our own mortuary on site, but we had the prison. In other words, the security was responsible for the prison. But when we that way we could hold people in detention and then turn them over to the Oakland Police Department, which would not enter the area. It was too dangerous for them. It was federal property, so we worked as security on behalf of the federal government because the Housing and Urban Development Police had all been fired because they were beating up all of the residences and stealing their money. So they were fired en masse, and they began to contract out the site to private security, basically mercenary establishments. So when I was there, it was during the earthquake. So that's where I was. And that was when the bridge collapse took place. The overwhelming majority of the people on the bridge were in transit, meaning they were whites who were just passing through the area on the bridge above the environment, completely separated from the blacks below. But what happened was after the collapse, all kinds of blacks, hundreds of them, swarmed up the bridge, and so that they could loot the cars. So what they were doing was they brought various appliances like bolt cutters, especially bolt cutters. They brought with them so they could break into the cars, and they would people would have their arms hanging out, and they would just cut their fingers off so they could take the rings. So it was straight out of a post-apocalyptic horror film, if you've ever seen the kind of horror film where the street people take their vengeance on those that are not themselves. Well, that's what happened that day. Of course, none of that made the news, but I was on site, which is how I remembered. No wonder I wanted to push it out of my memory. So at that time, of course, we were not responsible for that. We were holding ground in the Acorn projects, and it's enough to maintain ourselves alive through an environment like that at a time like that, and just survive the shift and then turn it over to the next shift. And so it's definitely combat. It's something like, just to put this into perspective for people, OPD, or the Oakland Police Department, they have the lousiest uniforms in the world because all of their budget goes into their overtime. So they have like the only police department in the entire fucking world I've ever seen that has only a single patch on their left arm. And that single patch on their left arm is unlike any other police department in the world that has patches on either arm, is because they can't even afford to put two patches on their goddamn uniform because so much money goes into their overtime. Everybody who's in the OPD, or Oakland Police Department, gets hazard pay just for being on duty, which is the equivalent of overtime. So what you would consider overtime is what they call hazard pay, because serving in the OPD, you may as well be in the Israeli army. I mean, it's just nonstop combat. You know, it's like you only hear two things in Oakland, aside from the gunfire and the police sirens, is that you get the impression, which is quite real, that the OPD, when they go into action, it's at full speed. In other words, whenever they're in the car, it's either just not moving or it's moving at high speed with a siren on. And so then they wouldn't enter the Acorn projects, that 10 square city block area. So that was our jurisdiction, and it was too dangerous for them. So within our own jurisdiction, we were wearing SWAT level combat armor. In other words, full threat level 3 Kevlar with front and back trauma plates, which are steel plates, which in turn were covered with a further sheet of Kevlar so that the bullets wouldn't bounce up into your face when they struck the steel. And that would blunt them, or prevent them from ricocheting. And so with that kind of environment and with what went down, What really comes back to my conscious mind now is the swarming. All of the, of course, they're all black there. The inhabitants, the residents, all of them swarming the bridges and cutting people's fingers off and basically shattering glass and leaving them trapped in their safety belts while they took everything they had, groping their bodies for all their wallets and purses, whatever they could take. So that was distinct. We saw that live on television while we were looking at the screen a few times when we weren't basically dodging bullets during that period of time. So that was that. That's what happened then, and that was hell on earth. And the funny thing is, with that level of combat experience, I'm just it never seeks to bemuse me. The kind of idiots who are in the military and they come back from someplace like Afghanistan and they would like have no comprehension of how safe they had it in a place like Afghanistan. There are so many fuckers in Afghanistan who are in the rear with the gear and the beer. They're just helping to maintain helicopters in the field, etc. There's a combat level of security. Every once in a while, they might take fire. Of course, you've got certain units that are involved in combat. But overall, you've got people who are just maintaining logistics in the headquarters bases where the full Afghan army was well supplied and provided with air support. They weren't coming under any goddamn attack. And you have the kind of combat experience I had in San Francisco's Greater Bay Area alone in a place like the Acorn Projects in Oakland. And it's like I went through 2 separate contracts there. And that is far more combat experience than your average person would get in Iraq or in Afghanistan. The guys who have no concept of what it's like back home, most Americans have no fucking concept of what it's like back home. I remember trying to explain to some people on the BART when I was on my way to work, and they saw how armed and armored I was. A bunch of white motherfuckers, a bunch of, guys and girls, like a bunch of people going out for prom night and asking me about why, I'm dressed the way I am. And I tried to explain it to them. They just laughed. They had no belief that what I said was true, which wouldn't explain then why I was dressed the way I was. I guess everybody thinks it's some kind of cosplay or costume or something. Incredibly stupid people. People in denial of the reality. All they had to do was step outside the BART at the stop in Oakland and go down towards the Federal Building area and walk into the Acorn Projects, and they wouldn't survive the trip. So it's the world they live in, but a world they can't imagine until the earthquake happens and then the bridge collapses and they're trapped in the car, unable to get out because their safety belts not going to open, and suddenly a bunch of black people are cutting their fingers off and groping their bodies for their wallets and their purses. At that point, I find there very little sympathy for them. So it's not like I even had any desire to try and intervene in what was happening to those people. So there we have that. A little bit of memory for tonight in that regard. Aside from that, of course, we turn it back to Peter, and I'm going to just grab some water. I might make myself another cup of tea. So I'll see.
Can you hear me when you go off to the kitchen or wherever you go?
No, I'll stay here. I'll stay here for as long as you
hear me.
I can't hear you otherwise. Yeah, I have to stay here because
I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon. But
so I'll stay here till you wrap up. Take your time, though. Take your time. I don't need the tea right away. I've got plenty.
This is the thing.
Yeah.
We were talking about earthquakes, and I was mentioning earthquakes, and I just was talking about my friend Ken, who had gone off to wait for the apocalypse.
Gone off the deep end, you mean?
And well, then when he got back, and then the entity, and I'm not going to name who this is because I don't want to have to even deal with the entity, not so much the entity, but the acolytes and all this stuff.
I understand.
Those people, I want to deal with them. But the thing is when, when this thing didn't happen, and they were all waiting for it to happen in some way, form, shape, or form or another.
But like you said, this is the man whose family was there just to kind of support him through this, right?
Yeah, support him. Yeah, because they loved him, and the guy was a brilliant guy. I mean, I'm not taken away from him by saying this. I'm just, it's like it's like they say, Babe Ruth liked to eat hot dogs in the dugout. Okay.
But by the way, before you leave, and honestly, just stay as long as you want. I know we're still going through this, but honestly, I can't resist this. This is an idiot named Alexander Griffin. Jameson, you can handle this, man, if you want it. He put this up about an hour ago in the most assaulted of my YouTube videos in quite some time. The one that got the all of those thumbs down. That was last Wednesday, and in terms of that, this guy says, "Strange how you put your vaccine promo after your True Crimes tour plug. Are you being paid by the Eco Health Alliance?" I mean, really, with what we exposed about vaccines in the Roswell deception, it's amazing how these idiots come up there and they think like I'm in pay of the pharmaceuticals or this Eco Health. What the fuck is the Eco Health Alliance? What the fuck? I've never even heard of this shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, anyhow, but... So there you have it, Jameson. You're welcome to block that son of a bitch if you wish. And so go on, Peter. Yeah,
Well, yeah. So anyway, when this entity was confronted, or this person, whatever, was confronted with the fact that there was no tidal wave, the response was, "This was a test. This was a boot camp. This was a boot camp for you to get ready for when it does happen."
Oh, that's so
Yeah, this was a test. It was a test. Okay, you're ready. I remember when all Home Depot they were taking away all the plastic. People were taking plastic because there was an anthrax scare, and people were taping up their windows with plastic.
Oh yes, that was so pathetic. Yes, that's right. Now that was after 9/11, right?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Did you know there was an elderly couple who died that way because they were so afraid of the potential for a biological attack that they taped up all of their windows and their doors to...
I didn't know, but I need you to carry for a few minutes. I gotta go away for a second. I'll be back and we'll do the wrap up on the blue stuff, okay?
Sure, take your time. Take your time, and then when you come back, take your time as well. So
yeah.
So
I don't stay too long because I gotta work on this floor tomorrow. But anyway, I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
So
okay. Yeah, we'll hold it. So Jameson, now that you're back, all right. So Jameson, there's this idiot named Alexander Griffin. He seems to be a real person. He's got a channel full of stuff, with an incredible 3 subscribers, which are all his immediate relatives. And it was on my latest transmission that was so assaulted, not the latest one, but one of the latest ones, the one on last Wednesday, that he wrote. By the way, you say you're back. You are there, right, Jameson?
Yes.
Yeah. He wrote, "Strange how you put your vaccine promo after your True Crimes tour plug. Are you being paid by the Eco Health Alliance?" Of course, he got one thumbs up by Richard K. Cole Jr., supposedly, since it seems to be a negative comment. But I mean, really, like, I don't even know who the Eco Health Alliance is. He's not even saying that I'm being paid by Big Pharma. So who the fuck is it sounds like an environmentalist group. So
I have no idea. The idiocy that these folks spout these days, it's like stuff that it's like someone walking up to you and saying, "Oh, you're one of those huggabuggabas." It's like, what?
Okay, so I looked it up. Eco Health Alliance is a U.S.-based non-governmental organization. Oh, the right-wingers, they hate these NGOs. They hate all of these NGOs because these are all, working towards world peace, and they work towards world health, like Doctors Without Borders. He's an NG fucking O. But basically it's got a stated mission of protecting people and animals and the environment from emerging infectious diseases. So it's focused on research that aims to prevent pandemics and promote conservation in hotspot regions worldwide, because the more that you have the burning and the scathing of the Amazon rainforest and the Ecuadorian rainforest, or wherever you've got the Congo, these rainforests, the more of these diseases that have been gestating there for thousands of years become unleashed. And they, basically break out on the rest of us because they're there in the giant biological storehouses of the world, existing in an ecosystem within the systems of animals and insects that were never meant to be exposed to by man. And so the Eco Health Alliance, why would he hate them? Of all people on Earth that he feels would be paying me, and as if that's a negative, and he says, oh yeah, you put that after your true crime tours, my vaccine plug, which of course I never plugged any vaccines. We were probably talking about it with Salman Sheikh at the time. Yeah,
we were talking about it, but we didn't plug any vaccines. We didn't even go into the subject.
Yes, thank you. He
was just talking about how he was going to get his second shot.
So, but then you take this international nonprofit dedicated to a One Health approach to protecting the health of people, animals, and the environment, and that somehow is a negative. I would be proud to be affiliated with them, but no, I'm not. And they're working in the United States and 30 countries worldwide. But you see, this is truly a cultist of the kings of Edom to be operating.
Yeah, the cult is anti-life. They want everything exterminated.
Thank you.
I mean, and it's not like only humans. They want everything exterminated.
Thank you. All the earth itself, because they feel that this would render them by creating, by destroying the creator, the creator's creation, all life on earth, the earth itself, that they themselves would ascend as unto gods, that the anti-gods will give them the godhood to create their own worlds.
That is a delusion of grandeur.
On
steroids.
Yes.
Times like a billion.
Let me come in and on that theme and wrap up now, because I digressed into this interesting character.
Which is fine.
Yeah, he was a very interesting character. But one thing he said about me, he says, "You're very hard to read." He could read people. Oh man, he looked at my girlfriend once and he says, "You were in the theater. You're connected to the theater." And then he told her about this carousel that her dad used to connect her to, or she was connected to this carousel down the street from where she lived. Oh, he was spot on. He knew about the carousel, and yeah, she worked in the theater. So it was like, wow. He was good. He had sympathetic rapport. He could just tap into people. But he said I was hard to read. And I really spooked him. I spooked him too much because, so what? But it was, and he had to stay away from me finally because I was too much for him. Just like people have to stay away from Dietrich.
But by the way, is that a recommendation or an observation or both?
Observation. It's an observation. It's like some people, not everybody's ready to process Douglas Dietrich or the information he has, and that's obviously was witnessed by the people who associated with you. The only people who were willing to help you were the ne'er-do-wells. Now you're moving up in the world.
Yeah.
So.
And of course, those ne'er-do-wells were in the majority assigned. That's why you could actually listen to their voices, like Pavel Edward or Derek Talley. And the one thing anyone can notice on listening to the old episodes with their voices up is how disinterested they are. It's like they don't want to be there. They're obviously assigned. But go on. Yes.
Well, yeah. Now, so what I would say, based upon, the research I've done in the past, and I'm picking it here from memory because it's not fresh in my mind. But basically, this whole idea of the blue race was based on copper-based blood, and which is the same thing like Spock has in Star Trek.
Right, Vulcan.
Only his was green, copper-based blood. I go into this, and this was taught to me primarily by Chelsea. Now, I did independent research, which shows up in this book, the Montauk Book of the Living. But the whole idea, if I were to run with my intuition, which is based upon hard data, not necessarily, so I'm not saying this is conclusively true, but where I would study and investigate is that there were once 24 gene pairs in human beings, and they somehow got crunched into two. Into 23. And this is why all the synchronicity around the number 23. They did a whole movie. Jim Carrey was fascinated with 23, but he doesn't understand it. That's okay. So anyway, and there is biological evidence of this, according to a friend of mine who's passed away, but he was the foremost expert on biology. He was incredible. As he explained, he was anal retentive on anything, but he says we should have weekly groups to discuss this 24 gene pair. Now I talked to Preston about it because one of my friends said, we've got to get Preston to tell us the frequency. What is the frequency, Kenneth? What is the frequency to unjam? There's a frequency we can unjam these gene pairs. Now, this comes right into what you're talking about, the Jewish apocalypse.
Yes.
And Preston says, it's very complex. He says the frequency required would be very complex. Well, that was an answer. He knew exactly what she was talking about. That was the genius of Preston. So if one can uncollapse, my Qigong teacher knew about this. And he looked at me with like open eyes, like, oh, wow, you know what you're talking about. He knew about it. But the thing is, it's like if you have 24 gene pairs instead of 23, you're operating with a full deck. This would correspond, if not be directly related to the idea that human beings don't operate with all of their functioning brain. Mm-hmm. I know Qigong people don't operate with all of their breath. Pursuing Qigong could perhaps one could achieve this, but Qigong takes a long time, and that's a good thing, but you need to start spending time on it. So whatever it is, it's like this. So this idea of 24th gene pair, Rh negative, blue blood, they all go hand in hand, and all of it ties to, and we can throw in the Martian elder race or unthrow it. We don't really have to have all these things. We don't have to stick to any of them and say this is true. But when you talk about the Jewish apocalypse and it's symbolic of this blue ink dye, which ink is a dye, whatever. But it's like it's symbolic of the Messiah.
Yes.
And the Messiah is the deliverer.
Yes.
He is the deliverer. And ironically, the key word in a Scientology organization was once, according to Hubbard, was deliver. Deliver.
Yes.
Your main statistic is valuable services delivered.
Did you have any impression about what I said about L. Ron Hubbard in my interview?
Yes, but it's not so important at this point.
Right.
I mean, we can address it sometime, but there's so much more to Hubbard than that. That's all I'd say.
Yes.
Hubbard is so complex, and it's like whatever he did that was either bad or could be interpreted as bad, there are so many other extenuating factors that make him worth talking about.
Yes, it needs to be contextualized in his intelligence assignments. Go on.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, it's like this whole messy. Okay, delivery in Scientology, you got to deliver. Well, if you're delivering something that's valuable, it's great. Everybody's happy. If it's not valuable or it's crappy, then you have a problem. And he knew this. This is what he taught. You have to deliver. Now, in a bigger sense, the word Messiah, its etymology goes back to deliver. It's the deliverer.
Yes.
So, but this could be delivering the ultimate moon child, the correct moon child, which was Christ in a pure sense. However, in a modern sense, it would be the rebirth of Christ. It would be the rebirth of anything that is going to deliver humanity from what it is. And we can argue whether that's deliverable or whether this is a metaphor that each one of us is going to experience personally or not experience personally. It's done on a personal level or it's done on a collective level. Now, when we consider the Jewish apocalypse, the Christian apocalypse, or even the Islamic apocalypse, it's referring to a collective. Is something going to happen on a collective? But if it happens on a collective, it's almost like this is what it comes down to. Does it happen on a collective? Well, my experience tells me when you graduate from high school or whatever, it's a big deal. It's a big deal for you. Now, you happen to do it with everybody else, so it's a collective. I graduated 6 months early, so I didn't graduate with everybody else. They invited me to come to the ceremony, and me and my friends, who also were graduating, we went and saw the movie MASH instead. So, yeah. So,
and by the way, the movie was much more cynical than the series. So go on.
I watched the TV series. I would never watch it. I saw it one time, and it was about a character, a soldier, who thought he was Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
That's the one I watched. And I resented the TV show because I thought it's just, taking a clever movie and taking a TV show off of it. I don't know.
Well, they changed the entire, the thematic. The thematic was...
Yeah, and the theme song, they didn't sing the song. I mean, that I thought was hypocritical. The theme song was to sing "Suicide is Painless." They did that song. I resented the fact that they didn't sing the song. They played the music, but they didn't sing the song. I said, this is a phony show. So I didn't like it, just because it was phony.
They watered it down.
Just a sitcom in a, surgical hospital. So I mean, I don't find that very funny anyway. But
yeah, that point well taken.
And I will say, Alan Alda, and I found out later in life that Alan Alda was a great fan of Peter Jennings. Thought he was a great guy.
Interesting.
So, what does that tell you? If you know who Peter Jennings was.
I know who Peter Jennings is, but I don't know enough of the negative aspect of it. What is it that in particular?
He's just a media jerk.
Yeah. Well, I know he's the media jerk, of course, but I don't.
I mean, he was. He could have been Tom Brokaw. I mean, it's just that he didn't. He just says he was just a jerk. I don't remember, but I just Peter Jennings. I said kick it. It's like it's the epitome of a phony. Nice smile. Well made up, and just phony as hell.
Yeah, just empty. Yeah, talking head, a true talking head.
Yeah, and these characters, when I grew up, he wasn't around, but those people were just completely without any soul. And as we grow up and we, accommodate people like Tucker Carlson, or his counterpart, Anderson Cooper. They're all the same. They're spouting shit.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's what they do.
Thank you. Yes, very much
They
so.
do this, and you accommodate them because you say, okay, well, Anderson's getting to the bottom of the Joe Biden story here, and Joe Biden's duplicity. And he will go after a certain amount of duplicity in Joe Biden, not enough. I posted some video on my Facebook site. What's her name? I think her name's Corey Wilder. I don't know what her name is, but she's an aggressive YouTuber, and she just put this whole Afghanistan thing in context. Just say, they're all full of shit, and you're all full of shit for. She didn't use those harsh words. She pretty much did for aiding and abetting what's been going on in Afghanistan all these 20 years and doing nothing about it. She was blaming them and blaming the audience at the same time, putting most of the blame on what was going on over there. It's just all a bunch of hypocrisy. The whole thing is hypocrisy. So we pretend like, we're doing something in Afghanistan. What are we doing? We're making trouble. We're making trouble for Afghanistan, for Pakistan, for India, for everybody in the region, and most of all ourselves. That's all we're doing in Afghanistan. Hunting down bin Laden, hunting him down.
Even though they claim they got him. Yeah.
We don't even know where he is. And they deliberately didn't show his body.
Oh, yeah. The story behind all of that is it stinks to high heaven, the entire affair.
They do. Yeah. They never give the full story. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein is, he's on the other side wondering if he has COVID. And the other. It's Jeffrey Epstein is long gone. That was one trail of chicanery. Yeah. So, but in any case, when we talk about this Jewish apocalypse or this unveiling of the blue, it's the secret of the blue. The whole idea is they can recover this blue dye, and this will be symbolic, the secret, the great secret. Well, you kind of exposed the secret. It's known in varying degrees on different articles, but you've put it all together. But now that we have this blue dye, we have the secret, we can make the blue dye. It's symbolic of this blue copper-based blood. It's symbolic of this cosmic awakening, whereby one quote unquote ascends. And people would ask me, right about ascension, when are we going to ascend? It's like we are not going to ascend. It was like my ex-wife once asked me, what do we know? She was asking me from a point of Scientology, what do we know? And I told her, we don't know anything. I said, I know things and you know things, but we don't know. We're not a we. It's almost like, what do we believe as Catholics? We don't believe anything unless we know what we're believing. It's like reading a book, saying, I believe that. You don't believe it necessarily. That's what you're supposed to believe. So, maybe you can address this when you go into your arc narrative if you feel like it. But it's like, what is the collective factor? Because, we have the collective factor of not just Roswell, but the Presidio scandal, some of the key elements that you represent. What is the collective of that? The exposing of Aquino? He's dead. Yeah. He has a legacy.
It reminds me of the song Bela Lugosi's dead. Do you remember that one? Bela Lugosi's dead.
Bela Lugosi's dead. Timothy is dead.
Yes.
Timothy Leary.
Oh, was that what it was originally? Timothy Leary's dead.
There's the Moody Blues. Timothy Leary's dead.
Okay, yeah, and
I don't know if they did a Bela Lugosi version. I gotta. Yeah. It would be good if they did a Bela Lugosi version.
Yes, yeah. I think somebody did just using the same tune, and it was done. But I was wondering which song came first. I would presume it was the Bela Lugosi song, but maybe it was.
No, I don't think so, because that song was done by Ray Thomas.
Okay.
He was an occasional composer for the Moody Blues. He was their flute player, and he was he wrote some good songs. He didn't write too many, but yeah, he was an interesting guy. He passed away. But because, when he wrote that song, Timothy Leary was riding high in his astral plane, is what they referred to him. Yeah, so he inspired, all of those groups were so inspired by drugs.
Yes. Yes.
And the Moody Blues didn't seem to go for the hard stuff.
No,
They
no.
seemed to be relegated to the marijuana and the acid. Acid was quite heavy, but it wasn't like heroin or cocaine.
Right. So just to kind of put this together, while you're with us and while we're graced with your presence and while we're kind of pursuing the subject, hopefully what I communicated was coherent enough when I was with Salman Sheikh, but to emphasize the point that I believe I did not communicate well, for people to understand what was going on with Sonia Green and H.P. Lovecraft, that was so profound, was that what Sonia Green was telling H.P. Lovecraft was the fact that her people were being misled by a messianic madman who was brilliant, as so many madmen are, a complete megalomaniac. And he was someone who was out of Poland. He was a combination of a kind of a cowboy and Sherlock Holmes, as he would fancy himself. And he was, of course, 100% rabbinical. He was very much a rabbi.
You stated that very clearly.
Okay.
You stated that very clearly in your talk.
Okay.
But the point of it is, if you have, what if you got this blue dye?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the whole idea of the apocalypse is when they discover the method, the blue dye.
Yeah.
This is like the equivalent of the Christians, Jesus coming back, the Messiah comes.
Yes, it was very similar. So this Regina Reed, the Regina Reed, the Rabbi Regina Reed, who was born in this, what is now the Russian area of Poland. Believe it or not, the Poles, who gained so much in World War II in terms of sheer landmass, they are still bitch about all the land they lost to Russia, quote unquote. And so in that part that is, quote unquote, lost to Russia is where he was born. And he emerged from there, this town, where he then took up this messianic quest, where he went down to the aquarium in Naples, Italy, which I should have brought up. I don't consciously remember that I brought it up. I don't believe I did. He went down to the Naples aquarium in Italy, where they had one of the largest aquariums, if not the largest aquarium in the world at the time, and millions of fish, and began to search for the ̲ based on the description, which again I should have gone into more detail of the bones, the shape of the sea, the fins that emerge from its stomach, the legs that emerge from its head. He ultimately found the cuttlefish as the ̲, that he had identified it, and because he was on this messianic quest and felt that this would bring about the end of the world as we know it, Sepia officinalis, the species of cuttlefish that exudes the blue dye, then he began to say, by using this and creating our priestly garments, we can rebuild the temple on the mount, and we can bring back the Mashiach, the Messiah of the Jews, who is not Jesus Christ. And of course, for those of you who don't know, it better get it through your fucking heads if you're a Christian. Christ is the Jewish Antichrist. Get that through your fucking heads. There's nothing
Now that is now is that per the kings of Edom, or is that per the?
That's per Christianity, just the Jewish experience, really. It's the Jewish.
Wait! You said the Jewish Christ is the Antichrist to Christianity?
No. Christ himself of Christianity.
Yes,
This is what I'm
Christ
trying.
to the Jews.
Yeah, this is what I need Christians to understand. Christians have this fantasy of Jews converting to Christ, like Jews for Jesus. But what Christians need to understand is there's no motivation for Jews to convert to Christianity, because our Christ, or the Christian Christ, is the Jewish Antichrist. So what the Jews seek is the Jewish Mashiach, or their own Messiah. So
But let me clarify. Let me
disambiguate. Yeah.
Because the kings of Edom represent the Antichrist or the anti-Messiah to the Jews and to the Christians.
Yes.
So this gets complicated because I think that the Jews, it's like, it doesn't really matter if it's Christ, if it's Christian or it's Jewish, it's a deliverer.
Yes.
And if the person can deliver, if the being, if the God, the Spirit, the Messiah can deliver, he's a deliverer. It's otherwise we get into semantics. So they will oppose each other, but all these people who are opposing each other don't understand what's going on anyway.
Or the fact that they have a common enemy. Yes.
They're in the doctrine. They do have a common enemy, but it's like, and the fact that Jesus wore the blue robe. This is, if this is true or accepted as true, it's like it's this blueness that is symbolic of the time. It's either a metaphor or an actualization of this blue principle, which I've been alluding to already, coming back and manifesting in a way that's significant and meaningful, if not ubiquitous.
Yes.
Yes. And this is what's important. Now, this is why I brought up the thing of my friend Ken going to the mountain. It's like one can get on a soapbox and say the apocalypse is here. It's Y2K. It's 2012. I don't feel I'm going out on a limb. I'm alluding to August 12th, 2023 is a big deal. I'm planning for that, but I'm not, predicting the end of the world. I'm predicting a surge, a surge of consciousness, at least in my own world, and the stuff I do. That's pretty easy, and that's predictable based upon what I've seen. I'm not predicting the end of the world, or even the great messianic times. If we were to look at it astrologically, it's like we're going into a different mode. Like instead of watching cable TV, we're going to be going to streaming services. That's what the new age of, will emerge into the next decade. We'll go into more technology. Things will change. The more things change, the more they stay the same, and vice versa. So it's like this. But there is something about the human mind that wants to pick a peak experience. We want to sit there and it lurks in our consciousness, this peak of messianic manifestation. And if we look at it Kabbalistically, it's right there in the middle pillar, Tiparet or Tipareth, how you say it, however you want to say it. It's that principle is in the Jewish Kabbalah, and it's in the Christian Kabbalah. The only difference is they call it Christ. They call it Jesus Christ. They put an identity on it. And therefore, and they have all their Christian analogy. Now, Manly P. Hall pointed out in his astrotheological videos is that you will see that all of these ancient places where they had astral symbols, they superimposed the 12 apostles on the 12 signs of the zodiac. Christianity was used to, to a certain extent, if not a great extent, it co-opted astrology as a metaphor for telling the tale of the universe.
Right.
In one sense, all we're doing is telling tales. What Robert Graves, the author of The White Goddess, said that the person who would be king is who could tell the best story. Who could tell the best story? In other words, who could explain things? Who would have the greatest explanations? And that, whoever can explain the universe the best and understand it, ultimately will control it.
Yes.
And Putin has a lot of knowledge about how to make things work and how to maintain his power base. I don't mean to suggest he's good, but he knows a lot about the way things work.
But by the way, they have an election coming up, and Putin ordered the payment ahead of time while everyone else is behind payment. He ordered that the payment be upfront immediately for all soldiers and policemen. He knows where his power lies. It's in none of the citizens and ordinary taxpayers who vote, but the soldiers and policemen who will restrain them when he wins again. Yes.
Well, I mean, look at he knows how to run things. That's how he got into power. So, in other words, he could tell you how things work. Of course, he's not going to tell you the way everything works. But if you had something that could, like, TV does not tell us the truth. The news does not tell us the truth. The Gaia channel does not tell us the truth. It is doing this Kings of Edom routine.
Thank you. It's all the ancient aliens bullshit, which is Kings of Edom, which I hope I coherently exposed as it's all pure Edomite lore that they're promoting.
Well, it is. And the challenge here is, when people hear this stuff, a lot of people spot this as bullshit for what it is. A lot of people think it's all a bunch of horse shit. Some people are interested in it. A lot of people aren't interested in it. But it's, people go about their business. But it's like, if you can expose all this about the Edomites, and I think it's a good idea, and the whole, I mean, I had to battle with these people. Yes. I had to battle with them. Not really battle with them, but I had to exist in spite of them because they were not going to help me. That's quite right. The opposite. So it's like I'm past the phase of even caring or fighting about any such thing. Like Andrei Puharich, you mentioned him. This guy was the first guy who came on my radar as a scumbag who was in Montauk, and he was Army intelligence. Yes. He was pushing Uri Geller. Yeah, I mean, it's like, so many common opponents we've had. And I mean, I see this thing. Okay. But now I don't, well, he's passed away.
Like a Kino. Yeah.
But it's like, okay, it's like enough of these people. And
you did recognize the image that I used for the promotional banner of my interview with Salman Sheikh, or his interview with myself rather, and then he used it as well in his little inset there. That was the aftermath of one of my diagnostics of the Vox Arca. That's why it has the eye patch, or both of my eyes.
I don't remember it because I just went into the thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably use that as the thumbnail. I'll probably insert that as the thumbnail later on. But it's the promotional banner. I shared it on your timeline where I was in the oxygen mask.
I did not notice the Vox Arca.
Okay. It was the aftermath. It's not the Vox Arca in the photograph. But basically, if you scroll down a little bit on your timeline, you'll find it. It's not that long ago. Otherwise, I'll just put it into your message box. But one of the things, yeah. But one of the things that I do want people to understand, again, that what Sonia Green was warning Lovecraft about concerning her people being misled by this messianic megalomaniac was that she felt that this is why she was so anxious to marry a gay man like Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Not that she was seeking a gay man, but she was anxious to marry any American that would take her, who was a decent human being, which he most certainly was, very much a gentleman who never abused her and certainly never insulted her. There were times when she had to remind him that she was Jewish because he was, of course, a fascist, and he felt that Jews were very much responsible for many of the problems going on in Europe and America. And she would remind him that you do remember I too am Jewish, at which point he would stop and he would say something like, well, you are not Jewish to myself you are Mrs. H.P. Lovecraft. It would be something along the lines of that kind of response. but because he was kind of denying her culture in that regard, that was one of the reasons for their divorce. Of course, they had been together more pragmatically than anything else, than romantically, but still the marriage could have lasted longer were it not for differences in their paradigms. But she had never said anything negative about him after her divorce with him, and he never said anything negative about her. So very important how well they treated each other in that regard. But the other aspect that happened was, as I pointed out, the cuttlefish is the misdirector in the sense that it inspired H.P. Lovecraft to portray this as Cthulhu, the war god of the anti-gods. All mythologies, the most famous god in any pantheon of any mythology, with the voodoo, which so many people are not familiar with in the West, but which more people should be because it's a growing, expanding religion, especially as people move up north from the Latin American nations. Their war god would be Django, or Zhanga. And in terms of the Nordic pantheon, which every American knows, it would be Thor. And of course, they're aware of Mars, of the Latin and the Greco-Latin culture, etc. We could go on and on. With Japan, which Americans would not know, it would be Hachiman, and with, of course, the Chinese, people would barely realize the Chinese name of the red-faced war god. And when it comes to all of these various deities, out of the anti-godly pantheon, their war god would be Cthulhu. And in terms of that, he gets the most attention. He's the one that would be recognized. It's always the war god that's up front for any pantheon. And in terms of Cthulhu and the image that Lovecraft cursed him with, in terms of the cephalopodic encephalos, the squid head or the octopoidal head that comes from the cuttlefish and its misdirection, it was that Rabbi Ribbi, who promoted the idea that the Jews could bring about their paradise, their deliverance, with the use of that blue dye from the cuttlefish to bring back their world and their prominence in it. And it was misleading in the sense that, as Sonia Green said, something horrible would come out of it that her people would pay for en masse. And what came out of it was the Holocaust. And as I said, that blood that is a product of the cuttlefish, that is used in the formula to produce the tele blue, the tele of the halazon, since it's a false halazon, anyone's blood could be used. As I said, it could come from chopped liver, or human blood would produce the same thing. But the ferric oxide, the iron in the blood that creates that blue, is known as Prussian blue, as opposed to the godly blue. It is an anti-godly blue, and it's the exact same type of blue that was produced in the gas chambers at the various death camps. So this is...
But if you had was anybody saying that if you genuinely had the real blue?
Yes, from the musex snails of the...
have the Jewish apocalypse at that point.
Well, people are using Murex trunculus now to finally reproduce this kind of godly blue. Jameson's asking if it's the indigo and purple. No, that, by the way, some people are saying that, and that's not the case. As I said, you take the materials that are purpled by the dye of that snail, which the Romans were happy with, the royal purple of the Romans, and later on the Roman Catholic Church that succeeded them or superseded them. That, of course, the Jews would take and expose into the sun, and that would split the atom through the sun's rays and turn it blue, to the godly blue. But it's gotten through the correct source, the Murex trunculus snail, and at that point, that is the godly blue. That is the blue you have to work for. That is the blue where the person who works with those dyes will never be with a companion ever again.
They now have that, and they've discovered that, but the apocalypse has not arrived.
The apocalypse is here. The world is burning. Peter, the human species is on the verge of extinction, as well as all those other species. We're in the middle of the sixth mass extinction. The apocalypse is here. Peter, it's very likely we're not going to survive the next 100 years. Any of us. I don't mean just humanity, but I mean all the animals, all life on Earth, other than the insects and the bacterium.
But it's a long, slow...
Not within the passage of time. Not within the passage of time in the cosmic scale. It's instantaneous.
From a human perspective,
it feels
it's all about on your perspective.
Yeah.
It's your perspective, your human perspective. You live 70, 100 years and you're gone. It doesn't mean.
Of course, bear in mind, we could qualify this by saying, of course, the Jews have not rebuilt the Temple on the Mount, which is what the apocalyptic evangelicals want them to do. They're not breeding red heifers and sacrificing them. So maybe there's just a few steps that haven't been taken yet to bring us to full-fledged apocalypse that the evangelical Christians and the Messianic Jews both so want. Nevertheless, the people who also want that are the kings of Edom. And it's very important to emphasize this is where people will get very touchy about it, and yet the reality is there. The Herodians, as I brought up, the Edomites, Herod being an Edomite who slaughtered all the firstborn sons in his attempt to kill the Christian God. That Herod and his descendants, or the Edomites, or the cultists, followed that from him. They are most manifest in Israel, where Herod is considered a national hero. So this is where the Israeli culture has become very antichrist in that sense. And
used, and most of them aren't even very
religious. No, they're very, many of them are secular, but don't forget that the Jewish demographics have changed radically since its inception as an atheistic socialist state. And now this, Jameson Rees says, as many people might conclude on hearing that Israel is Edom. Well, there's elements of it, I would say. There's elements of it that are Edomite corrupted. But the Edomites...
The Jewish faith and with the politics is there's so many different factions, they don't agree on anything.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, that cannot be overemphasized.
Great diversity in Judaism, even extending to Ethiopia. Yeah. So that might be one of the saving graces of it, if there are any.
Yes. Yes. No, I hear you. I would be the first to emphasize that. So, but of course, this Israeli alliance with the House of Saud is very end times, very apocalyptic. Their alliance with the Emirates and the House of Saud, and their alliance with Turkey in the destruction of the oldest of the Christian enclaves, Armenia, when in its war with Azerbaijan, in which the drones were supplied by the Turks and the Israelis, that wiped out all the old Soviet era mechanized columns that were once the crown of the battlefield. All of this.
Yeah. I'm going to have to check out.
Yeah, understood. Well,
the one thing is, and the one thing I will say, that right now, Joe Biden or anybody else who's acting like Joe Biden, he disarms everybody because he makes all the other world leaders look credible. Jong-un. It's like, this is fact. It's like they're all like pointing their finger at him, and because he's like smelling up the stadium, he's making people all of a sudden they have more credibility than they otherwise would, just because of his performance on the world stage.
Well, speaking
it's just a comment.
Yeah, and speaking of apocalypse, just to perhaps reinforce what you're saying, it could be read any way that people wish to read it. He has turned his attention, and this is the United States official position now, like President Barack Obama's was this pivot to Asia, which he never was able to realize, so it was just a statement. But in Biden's case, with all the resources pulled out of Afghanistan, he has definitely made it official that all of our attentions are now turned towards China in particular, but the Sino-Slavic synaxis as an extension of communist China's empire. So all of this it presents more of necessity a support for Taiwan. So in that sense, hopefully some good does come of evil. As I said, President Trump was the initial man to establish that position, with his stance against China led to an automatic necessity to support Taiwan indirectly. But that will be magnified now even further by Biden, because he cannot afford to look weak and as a Chinese tool, which the alternative right and the radicalized right continually says he is. They continually portray him as a communist Chinese sap. So in order to do his best to countermand that image, he has to be very aggressive against communist China, and that's what he's officially taken the stance of, which means...
Actually, yeah. I think he might actually want to deliver Taiwan to communist China, and if he tries, he'll look even more foolish.
I doubt he has the guts to do that. He's going to have to support them even more, because to do that would be to sacrifice America's economy.
I think he's smart enough to know what guts, you know. If the Chinese infiltrate his intelligence people and say, you know, we can give over Taiwan, he'd believe them.
Of course, he's stupid.
He's stupid. He is stupid.
I'm not defending him. I'm not defending him.
He's stupid. Yeah. So, I mean, you're saying from a rational standpoint.
True enough. I get your point.
Right, from a rational standpoint, but you're giving him too much credit. It's like, who's going to influence and who's going to push him? Because if he's left to his own devices, he's been caught lying up a storm. And it's getting so flagrant that, as I say, even the Democrats and the left media is going after him because he's so inept.
Well, he's so discredited America on the world stage with the manner in which the withdrawal from Afghanistan has unfolded that, believe me, your point's well taken. Rationally, he cannot afford to look weak and has to stand towards up to communist China and Russia. There have been several statements he made where don't allow this to make you think you can take Ukraine. He said this to Russia, as this is posturing, of course. But as you say, we really have to see what will happen. His words or his stance does not mean that's how he'll behave.
I hear nothing from Trump. Now, I know Trump does have his base.
And he was silent. You're right. Trump's been very silent.
It's not that he's silent. It's not that he's silent. He doesn't have a platform. And in other words, they do have his rallies where people, but I don't listen to his rallies. I might hear some snippets, but Trump doesn't have a platform because nobody covers him except for Fox 5, Fox News, whatever it is, doesn't even really cover him. They'll put on his rally, and I don't listen to his rally. I don't hear anything from Trump because they've cut him off. I thought he was going to have his own media channel, but his media, if he did, it would just be a segmented channel that only Trump supporters would listen to.
That's kind of like what Fox is, isn't it?
It only panders to Trump because they get ratings.
True, yes.
They're not really in favor of Trump.
That's true.
Some of the hosts, his biggest supporter, Lou Dobbs, was taken off the air. And because he's only going to inflame. Yeah. He was only going to inflame. And he's not as stupid as Sean Hannity or Tucker. So it's like they're not pro-Trump. They pander to Trump. Yes. I even read an article where Murdoch doesn't want to give up the Trump support for the ratings, but he hates Trump.
That's interesting. I believe that. I believe that. I believe what you're saying. That's true. I would agree with that. And but I get the feeling if he had something to say about the situation, other than what he said, which initially...
He said enough initially. Yeah. He doesn't have to say anything now. His best strategy is to just let Biden continue to fumble.
Hang himself.
That was what I would tell Trump. I said, just let him make a fool out of himself and let the tailwinds go. And then, and the more he shuts up, the better it is for him.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Well, we love you
But
dearly.
thank you very much,
Thank you.
and I appreciate all you did on this apocalypse.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And I certainly appreciate what you've shared with us tonight.
Complicated, it goes deep, but that's the best I could do without any preparation.
Yes. Well, you take care, Peter. Blessed be thy blessed, sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber. We'll speak soon.
Okay. And good night to Jameson too.
Good night, Peter.
Good night. Yes. And Jameson, so at any rate, yes, in terms of the position with Joseph Biden and Taiwan, of course, even if Taiwan were abandoned and both America and Communist China united to try and somehow take it out.
I don't see that happening.
I would never see that happening myself, but
it seems like a far-fetched something far-fetched that Fox came up with just because that's what they do. They're infotainment.
I agree completely. Though I mean, of course, what Taiwan has is the Dietrich Artelect, which seems to have graced me tonight in your kindness. And so, in terms of in terms of various people who are responding tonight, Peter Moon, of course, provided much insight, and we all appreciate that. Aside from that, of course, oh yes, I didn't get a chance to go too much into the book. One of these days I'll have to tell him there was something that he put in the book. There's only like one thing that I find rather irksome and would confuse people, and that is something that... have you read the book?
I'm in the process of still reading it.
Okay. But how far have you gotten?
I'm halfway through it.
Okay.
I'm at the point where oh my gosh, I gotta refresh my memory on everything because I'm so fried right now.
No,
but
there it is. Yeah. What are you fried on? Anything in particular, or just exhaustion? Just kind of weary.
I took too much today.
Okay.
I should be hospitalized with what I did do. The fact that I'm able to even speak coherently like this is nothing short of possession from something far more intelligent than I am.
You do realize, of course, this is just reflexive. We've all asked, why do you do that? Why do you do this? Aside from, we know the answer, of course, there's pain. You're dealing with pain.
Well, no. Actually, I just wanted to ride something that felt really good today. I wasn't doing this out of a sense of negativity, which is actually a change.
I guess that's a positive.
It's just that, when I get when I'm cheery about it, I get too indulgent. Whereas when I'm doing it to medicate pain, I usually won't do it overboard.
Right. And by the way, when we speak pain, I'm presuming, and I'll share this with the public, I presume we're talking about emotional pain as opposed to physical pain.
A combination of both.
But more emotional than physical, I would presume.
More emotional than physical, yeah. I mean, I periodically do have arthritic, it kind of runs in the family, so I'm screwed with that. Arthritis. But, other than that, it's nothing that really, no. Yeah, it's all emotional.
Okay. Yeah.
It's more like existential more than emotional. It's like psychological.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I realize this may
emotional,
not
psychological, same stuff.
I realize this may not help too much, but of course, compared to your average Black American male. And this is not like a lecture. It's not like
I got it made.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, you know it.
Honestly speaking, I've got more than even people who have more money than I do.
as far as intelligence and other assets that can
looks
potentially make money. Yeah.
It looks, intelligence. You've got a home
Talent.
which your parents own. I mean, this is,
Yeah.
these are great things. By the way, just to put this into perspective, Derek Talley was a piece of shit. This is for my listeners, not you. Derek Talley was a piece of shit because that fucker not only had all of the benefits from the military, where he had free medical care and he had the disability, but he had a full-time job, and a privileged one at that, where he was at the elite end of the spectrum of his job, where he was doing hazardous materials, which is as high a license you can get. It's practically the security clearance of the trucking industry. So, aside from like driving trucks for Area 51, the fucker had it just a level below that, essentially. And so here's this fucker with that and free medical care and and all the pay he was getting, and he's asking for money on my show. That was just. This is why he's such a piece of shit.
It's beyond absurd. I mean, he should have money for
out of his
decades.
ass. Yeah, he should have money
shit.
coming out of his ass. Not to mention his dad was an officer. Go on.
And he's talking about driving some beat up old car, and I'm like, dude, you should be riding on a Benz. You should be.
Yeah, none of it
driving
made
a
any
Rolls
sense.
Royce.
Yeah, where was his money going?
I mean, what was he doing?
Wait, was he on? That guy had to be doing more drugs than you.
I think he was doing was he was soliciting prostitutes. I think he was chopping them up.
I laugh, but the truth is, with his constantly asking us about how people tasted. And his fascination, remember he was talking about making the Lucetic meals with all white meat? Remember that shit?
Yeah. I mean, that was just it was just so weird.
The white meatballs. He said you can use the turkey to make the white meatballs. Yeah, no white sauce with the white noodles, so that it'd be an all white meal. I was like, who the fuck thinks like that? It's like spaghetti and meatballs, but everything's white. So I said, is this like what was the term that I used? The homeopathic. It's like the homeopathic meal for people with cataracts. By the way, so people get the joke. Yeah, so people get the joke. The homeopathic medicine means giving you as least the smallest dose possible. Which, by the way, this came from a German. This kind of methodology. But at the same time, this is one of those few things to come out of German culture where this is just something that I never got and I don't really agree with. It basically, when it came to homeopathy, the idea is the less the dose you have, somehow the more potent it will be. Okay, that defies all rational logic, but this is the idea behind homeopathy. So the idea is if somebody's developing cataracts and they can't see, then why give them a colorful meal? Give them a meal that's all white, right? And that way it's somehow they'll be able to see it because they're seeing less. It's the idea of the joke, the play off homeopathic medicine. So, I mean, but the idea is what would get him to even think in terms like that, where he was like, okay, I'm using this all white, and so of course Maria Gregorian says, I'm glad I unfriended him. By the way, she brought up the fact that this was fairly some time ago, back when she was pregnant. So this must be when she had her daughter, who I had on my show at one point. And of course, I don't think her daughter ever took nice to the fact that she didn't like the fact that I brought up the biological son of Adolf Hitler angle, and she's pretty much told her mother to avoid me ever since. But anyhow, when Maria was pregnant with her, I believe, she had no power for a week during the ice storm of 1998 with below 30 degrees Celsius weather, minus 30 degrees Celsius, and they had a fireplace, but some people went for a month to 6 weeks at that time in Canada without power. So she said the city was a big skating rink, so as long as she didn't have to walk on ice, she felt she was okay. But all of that is, very, just imagine surviving that. And but we're very glad that Crystal River survived the 3 days she had in Texas. But by the way, I'm sure all of this, I mean, you can't imagine living like that either, right, Jameson? I mean, that just gives me, I can't even imagine, so.
I don't want to imagine living like that. That would be horrific.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so we're very glad that Maria Grigorich survived. God bless her. And with that, a quick trip through the live stream. Everyone's having a nice chat. I'm so glad that they're interacting, and they were going on a bit about various different things. There was, let me see if there was anyone in there who said something that was after our friends showed up, like Moed Mechanics. He said his father is from the Sahara region and told him some things that Mr. Dietrich mentioned about the Sahara. Oh, thank you, Moed Mechanic. God bless you. Very much appreciate your saying that. And after that, there was Claudette, who brought up some different aspects. And I think there was someone else in there for a little bit of time who brought up something that was a little obscure. But everything seems fine. And so people are truly behaving. Another look at the message box. And thank you, Moed Mechanics. And so Maria says she still doesn't like the biological dad angle, and then so like Maria says, oh well, shit happens. Yes. None of us can help who our fathers are. And V told me you really ought to run this stuff by somebody before you of course, she thinks that I'm just coming at this from some kind of publicity angle. If so, it's the worst possible publicity angle one could come up with.
It's not benefiting you in any way.
No.
So I wouldn't grasp how someone would think that you're just bullshitting.
The funny thing is, it produces nothing positive. The overwhelming response is automatically negative, either in the sense that it's a revulsion or in the sense that people automatically assume that you're crazed because they can't understand the artificial insemination angle. And taking it that step further kind of takes it out of the realm of comprehension because people are they have no ability to go 3 steps. It's always like the moment it goes beyond 1 step, 2 step, it's like, they don't get it. And probably most of all, they don't understand the psychology of either my mother or of Asian people in general, who are overwhelmingly positive towards the historical figure of Adolf Hitler, as most people are in general towards the Germans, as I brought up before, because the Germans had the least amount of colonies, which is why I'm puzzled at what Peter had brought up about the Tuareg and their hatred of the Germans, and that's why I tried to put it into perspective for him. If there's any hatred towards the Germans, it comes from that.
I tend to think that a lot of times he gets information from very distorted sources.
Thank you.
I mean, he's a cool guy. I love the guy, but his information, he's got to do better with where he gets his stuff.
It's so true. It's some of the stuff. Now, mind you, we're not talking about stuff that he puts into his books in general.
Oh, no, not that stuff. I mean, his news, the news stuff.
Yeah, well, Fox News particularly comes to mind as the most flagrant of, if he'd stop watching Fox News, that'd be a big improvement, right away. Oh, that'd be a good start. Certainly one of the things that what else came up? Oh yes, later on I'll talk to him what little bit when I went to refresh myself, and Jameson and Peter were handling the stage, so I did recall a little bit about Evan and of course the mountains of the Ahagar in the Sahara, and so we'll try and maybe go into a little bit of that in the future. After I spoke about the Ahagar and the Sahara, I like the way Peter says, oh yeah, later on I'll have to re-listen to that again. But that, of course, is the writer in him. He does take notes. And in terms of our man Jameson Reese, perhaps you can take it from there for several minutes. I'm going to make myself some more tea, and so why don't you take the stage for a while, and then when I come back, I'll go into a little bit of a monologue. It shouldn't be too long tonight, and and we'll end a little bit early because I really want more people to listen to the episode with Salman Sheikh.
Yes,
And
I have to finish. I have to finish going through it. I got
how far have you
halfway
gotten?
through
And
that
share
as
with
well.
us. Yeah, share with us what you heard so far. And with what I related tonight about the halazon and the misleading cuttlefish. Did you feel that I got that message across adequately in the interview with Salman Sheikh?
Yes, you did. I haven't reached that point yet, but you have gotten it across.
Oh, at least tonight is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it's very apropos that the cuttlefish be like the template for Cthulhu, since the Jews are like pretty much the Jewish paradigm itself is a very Armageddon, the end of times kind of thing. I don't know.
There's elements of the apocalyptic in Judaism that can be taken to a morbid degree of obsession that leads to cultural, shall we say, certain negative cultural behaviors that could potentially take us all down the tubes with them. Yes.
Yeah. And we have to remember Yahweh was a sort of war god. He was not a god of love and light.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was this one rabbi who, of course, was he felt compelled by the sense of duty to his people to basically emphasize the most negative aspects of Islam. And so at a time when it wasn't all that long gone, it was after 9/11. And therefore, there was an element of certain Jewish subcultures. And this rabbi was kind of one of these more extremist subcultures in Judaism, where he was trying to mobilize the Christians to unite with the Jews against a common enemy of Islam. And so this is not uncommon. And by the way, this was the whole Israeli national policy forever. And it was to just mobilize the evangelical Christian or the Protestant base in America to, in their apocalyptic fervor, support Israel. And it was very cynical. And the majority of Jews who were completely irreligious, if not completely irreverent in the sense that they were actually anti-religious and thought of religion as just a fucking joke, atheistic, communistic socialists, ideologically, so many of them for the longest time. Demographically, that has changed radically in Israel. Israel's becoming much more radicalized and religiously so, but it's still like we're talking about 50% of the population. It's where the population is like America, divided between Republicans and Democrats, polarized to the point of civil war. Israel's the same way, as I've emphasized. And more at this point in history, my sympathies would be with the irreligious, secular Jews in Israel as opposed to the radicalized religious ones. So one of these radicalized religious ones was going everywhere on media and basically telling people about Allah and emphasizing, Allah is a moon god, a sword god, and a war god. A war god, a sword god, a moon god. That this god is not your god. That this god is a militant god of war. And, all the time he was saying that, I was saying, well, fuck, isn't that Yahweh?
Yeah. That is Yahweh.
Thank you.
And what's interesting about Yahweh was he had first started out in the Canaanite pantheon as a minor god. In fact, the ones who were on top of the pantheon were El Asherah and Baal Hadad. and Baal-Hadad would eventually be turned into Beelzebub and Baal by the followers of Yahweh after they sort of splintered off from Canaan, and the Israelites decided, okay, we had enough of this shit, we're going somewhere else.
Yeah, and by the way, just a little comment that was left on YouTube by our man, Mr. How does he refer to himself again? Let me go back into the live stream here. I'll see if I can locate that. I've got so many screens open tonight because I was trying to look up a number of things that our man Peter was talking about. I hope that by moving them all, I don't shut down the computer. Sometimes it's just there's just too much for it, and so it like for right now, it's giving me like an open screen, as if I had opened a new screen, but I don't. Oh, okay, a new tab. So let me shut that. We need as little as possible in terms of confusing the issue here. Let me see if I can find. Oh, here we are. See if I can take a look at here we are, Moed Mechanics. So in the same place where we got Alexander Griffin. Did you find that episode, by the way? Like I said, it's up to you. You can block that guy Alexander Griffin because anybody starts.
Yeah, it was the last episode, right?
No. It was the last Wednesday. It was the one that was all assaulted. Yeah, okay. by the Cthulhuids. But anyhow, if you don't take him out, it's no big deal. I mean, if he's just bitching about that vaccines, to me, it's almost a joke. But the only reason that I would block him is out of my irritants. He's attacking Eco Health Alliance. Like, okay, and then like the idea that someone would say that that's a negative is beyond me. I mean, that shows you how this man is truly a cultist of the Cthulhuid.
Alexander Griffin, isn't that one of Brendan Zogit's friends? The black dude who went to Russia?
Oh, fuck, yeah, that's right. That's the black dude who went to Russia. Holy shit. Oh, God, that's the black dude who went to Russia. Holy shit, you crazy son of a bitch. Like, oh, my God.
Well, I could just remove the comment.
Oh, just block him.
Yeah.
Block him and then delete the comment. Oh, my fucking God, he's gone totally off the deep end. It's like, oh my fucking God, he's Cthulhuid now. He's one of, but yeah, take a look what Moed Mechanics said below him. That's pretty funny. What he says. Did you see what he said?
The thing is, I can only block him if he was on chat. What I'll do is I'll just remove his comment. I can report his comment.
Here's what you do, dude. You click on his name and it takes you to his channel. And then when you click on his name and you go to his channel, then you just block the channel.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
but I'm logged in. I'm logged in under my account.
Okay. So let me see.
Yeah.
Works. Let me see. Let me do it. Let me handle it then. Don't do anything. I'll take care of it later. It's no big deal. I was wondering, where do I remember that name from? And then, sure enough, it's this, oh my God, it's Brendan Zogit's.
He's like the black version of Peter Griffin from Family Guy. There we go.
Oh my God. And, anyhow, so
that explains everything.
Did you see what that Moed Mechanics guy wrote, though? Let's see what he wrote.
Yeah. He says August 12th is also the date of the Montauk biorhythm. Okay. Yeah. He says, I've been in the USA, Mexico, and traveled 5,000 kilometers 3 weeks after 9/11, 2001.
Okay, those are all both innocuous. It's what he says below that that's funny.
Mr. Moon, with all due respect, if you don't live in Holland, you don't know what opportunity means in the Netherlands. So shut up with your Romanian friends. with a rental car.
I mean, their rented car. Remember, Peter Moon was talking about the rented car in Romania.
Oh yeah.
Anyhow, my computer's shutting down. Fuck, I'm gonna have to shut some of these windows. It's funny how little my computer can take. It's like
How many windows do you have open?
Quite a bit, but I think it's probably all the porn that I cruise for, or, not even that. It's not that. It's the research that I do that's conventional, that just brings in all these cookies. Everywhere I go, where I open scientific articles, it's always the same shit. We have cookies.
Yeah.
We have cookies. So
You gotta.
yeah.
What you gotta do is you gotta go into the browser settings and clear the browsing history and clear the cookies, delete the cookies as well.
Yeah, I'll do that after we're off air, because that's, every time I do that, then I'm always afraid it's going to shut something down or something like that. Like right now, how did I wind up here when, let's see now, push that back. Hopefully that brings us back to the correct page. Right now I'm on the news feed. Somehow I wound up on the news feed, but if it stays here, I'll just give some of the ladies some hearts. Otherwise, I'll see if I can transfer out of here. All right, and then what I'll do is make some tea while Jampson holds all of you in thrall with his wit and wisdom, or at least his infotainment.
I've actually got an observation I want to make of something that I find quite irritating. It's not something that it's something that I've noticed for a while, but now it's reached the point where it's just reached epic proportions.
No, but by the way, let's check if people can hear us, because right now what I'm being told is that I have no internet connection. So
Are you serious?
yeah. So my
If you have no internet connection, you wouldn't be able to talk to me.
Oh, that's true, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now isn't that interesting? All right. So, but the internet is responding very slowly. I am able to read what Maria Gregoric said, but I have no options to respond. So it's like the cursor is not bringing up any ability to respond. But she said, I looked quickly at some of Alexander Griffin's videos. He's black with an Asian spouse and has videos in the greater Bay Area, the greater San Francisco Bay Area. So interesting point, which is not surprising to me. If he's married this young lady, he's probably married her fairly recently, because she was never brought up by Brendan Zogit. And of course, Brendan Zogit is like lost to the world for all intents and purposes. I mean, that guy.
Well, he's going through a lot. I mean, he doesn't have time to keep up on what
but still,
doing.
It's let's just put it this way. It's just, still annoying. I mean, there's only so much slack you can cut him. I mean, it's like, even though he's working every day to, with everything he's been through, it's, come on. Hey, it can't be that bad.
If that's the thing is, he's really, really into the astronomy thing, and not being able to see the stars. I mean, that I could sort of see how it would put him in a funk like that. I can empathize with that.
Okay, still, it's hard for me to find too much sympathy with it. I'm just kind of disappointed in that he's not, very responsive. When he does respond, we're just so off sync that there's no point in my responding. It's like he'll respond hours later and shit. It's like, granted, there's people I have totally different schedules with, like Selena Khan. We still manage to communicate. So he's not putting any effort into it, and it's just like, how long can you be depressed like that? It's so he can't see the stars. I understand this is a big deal to him. He still seems to be doing some other stuff. I mean, he sent me some photographs. He's doing some katas with a samurai sword. I don't know where the hell he got that.
Okay,
anyhow,
well, that would be something interesting that he can talk to us about
if he ever comes
decides
back.
to come on.
Yeah. By the way, I've noticed this. I hear it differently, but I hear it as your air conditioner. Maria Gregoric says Jameson has a lot of static. Okay, so turn off do something with the fan. Well, I mean, she says Jameson. Yeah. Or it might be she's hearing real static. Maybe she's hearing real static from your side.
Is it static or is it the fan?
Yeah, she says he has a lot of static. I interpreted that as the fan, personally. But I don't know. Maybe she hears static, whereas I'm just hearing the fan. But the fan was really annoying. It seems better now. Whatever you did with it.
I just moved out of the way of it blowing the air in my face.
Yeah, so just don't do that when you're on.
No. It was just so hot and humid, like it was unbearable.
Okay. All right.
I literally, so yeah, I'm out of the way of it, because I'm sitting on my bed, just like drawing
Like
and
I
writing
do,
and shit.
sitting on my bed. Yes, we're both sitting on our beds. So
Yeah,
that's
well, it helps that my bed's directly on the floor.
okay. So you
So,
just have a mattress on the floor.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer it that way. I don't like being elevated.
Okay. So my screen just went blank white. It could be because I was interested in a certain news story that came up, and I clicked onto it, and with all the other screens open, basically, okay, what happened was it's opening a separate search engine. So I've got that, and what I'll do is I'll simply, if my machine works, I'll press the, you lower one screen so that the others stay up. Anyhow, you make it smaller. It says not syncing, so that's beautiful. So I'm getting just the blank, and if I'm unable to lower it, then I'm stuck with this blank screen for a while. Oh, joy. But fortunately, I think people can hear us. We want people to emphasize that, but I need our man Jameson to read the messages. If people say we can hear you, I need you to read them. So I need people in the chat room, and I need people on Facebook to let us know if they can hear us. They'll obviously be sending messages to me, so what I need Jameson to do is to look at the messages, basically my timeline, and see if they're responding on my timeline as to...
On your time...
my Facebook timeline. Yeah.
Okay, as opposed to the chat room.
Both. Monitor both and see if people... There, I minimize that. Okay, got that out of the way.
We're still live. Okay. Folks, are we audible? Please give us a yes or a no.
If not, at least Jameson and I are entertaining ourselves. I mean, since we're both in bed, you could say we're in bed together.
I somehow am not amused by that. Peggy Wood says, sounds like the wind.
Okay, so that's your fan.
So that means that we are audible.
What you're saying is she says that we're blowing a lot of hot air? Is that who said this? That we sound like the wind?
Oh, that was Peggy Wood.
Peggy Wood, bless her.
Yeah, because it's the sound and it's the fan in the background. If I turn the thing lower, I'm just going to be sweating and miserable, and it's just going to really. I mean, you don't want me to be miserable and speaking to the general public. It's a very bad idea.
Okay, so I'll leave you speaking to the general public for a bit of time. Now, as I said, I'm afraid to clear all the cookies while I'm on air because I'm afraid that'll shut everything down. Because the cookies kind of does that, I mean, clearing the cookies. I mean, do you keep all your windows open and clear all your cookies? Have you done that simultaneously?
I think. Well, let me give it a shot and see.
Don't. We don't need to make experiments like that.
I'm on another computer.
Okay.
I got two computers.
Oh, okay.
So let me see what I could do here.
Yeah.
Let's see settings. Clear browsing data. Okay, I just cleared the browsing data, and let's see, cookies. Clear data. It's clearing the data now, and I still seem to be connected.
Okay.
And it still seems to be, I'm still able to access YouTube in the very same browser, so I guess it does work.
Okay. Conceivably, I could do it. I'm still too cautious to really try doing that. Here's something you can look up for me. Erie Dog Farm, all the pile of bodies on the Erie Dog Farm where they're eating the dogs, which happens in places like the Philippines, some places in China, real backwoods places. See what you can find on that, the Erie Dog Farm with all of the bodies piled up.
All right. Eerie images captured by animal rescuers show a dog farm in South Korea where canines were killed by electrocution and butchered for meat.
South Korea. Good God.
That's a surprise.
Yes.
I wouldn't expect that from them, but
yeah. I mean, that's a place where, talk about Confucianist ethic, they work themselves to death This is like. Then again, there's plenty of Americans who used to do that before COVID, and with COVID, Americans are finally wising up and saying, "Fuck it, it's not worth my life."
Yeah, there seems to be other photos show 65 surviving dogs, including several puppies that have been saved. The farm owner had been breeding and slaughtering Korean Jindo dogs, which are native to the island, for more than 20 years. Despite the fact that they are the country's national dog breed, the South Korean government considers them a natural monument, which essentially affords them certain protections under the country's laws.
Jesus, isn't this guy in for any trouble?
Oh, he's going to be in for it for a while. He's going to be doing some serious time. Animal rescuers found the dogs languishing in small wire battery cages. Some local residents even have reported hearing dogs crying in terror on the farm. How long? All right, so he's done this for 20 years, and residents have been reporting this shit for 20 years. I don't think Korea really gives a fuck.
I was about to say, how does this happen? How does this happen? I mean, it's like some guy breeding. Well, look, if we are to take what Jameson has read, that's like some American breeding bald eagles and eating them, okay, and selling them.
It's like Derek Talley, breeding white women and then just like slaughtering them for food.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Like the ugly ass ghoul that he is.
Yeah, well, Americans are so misogynist. That's actually an apropos parallel, since Americans are so anti-female, misogynist, patriarchal, phallic motherfuckers anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly why I went off this plantation.
Yeah, well, there you have it. By the way, Our Lady Maria has sent me a message. I can't access it because my computer's so fucking slow, and maybe I'll just say fuck it and then clear the cookies anyway, since okay, so let's see now.
Oh crap, they logged me out of Facebook.
Did they? Oh shit, see what happens? Yeah, see, this is why I don't do that. This is why I don't do that.
That's what happens when you clear the cookies.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, you get logged out of everything. Fuck that shit. Oh, fuck that shit. Yes. I'll just take the slow service till I, close a bunch of these stupid windows that I had open at the same time. Why don't you look up? There's some astronaut got arrested. The astronauts, it's somehow the spotlight's difference between the different. It's at space.com, I believe. At space.com, astronaut arrested. Has something to do with the Navy, of all things. But then most astronauts are military. So
well, yeah, they don't. They're very, very seldom are there any really civilian astronauts.
Yeah.
Former astronaut pleads guilty in crash that killed 2 young girls.
Whoa!
Why the hell are they always sacrificing to? And these were 2 young black girls.
Oh God, you're kidding! How did you find that out?
This is on New York Times. A former NASA, this is from May 27th, by the way. A former NASA Space Shuttle commander who had been indicted on murder and assault charges for his role in a 2016 car crash that killed 2 young sisters in Alabama pleaded guilty to lesser charges on Thursday and was sentenced to 4 years in prison, followed by 10 years of probation. Oh, fuck that shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, look up the article about her on space.com because it says something about somehow this...
This is James Hassel Jr. Apparently this piece of shit... So this piece of shit...
Wait a second, you're talking about this is a guy?
Yeah, this is a guy.
The astronaut I'm talking about who was just arrested is a woman.
All right, so this guy gets to kill 2 black girls, and he gets 5 years. He gets basically 5 years and 10 years probation. What the fuck? He should be spending life in prison.
I'm not arguing with that. Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm hoping that one day a big black rocket gets shoved up America's ass. Just out of justice. All right. Let's see about the female astronaut.
Right. But by the way, Salman Sheikh looks fine on the video that's on my channel. I believe that's the thumbnail that John Warrington put up, or it's simply one of the frames that merges. He was saying that no thumbnail was really coming up on that thing. Either way, I do want people to know.
Okay, this is all right. So this is Lisa Nowak.
Okay.
Why the astronaut?
I believe it'd be
drove
pronounced Novak, but go on.
Yeah, probably. Why the astronaut drove 900 miles to attack her ex's girlfriend. In February 2007, astronaut Lisa Novak drove from Houston to Texas in Orlando, Florida, to confront the woman who'd won the affections of an astronaut that Novak had been involved in.
Oh, Jesus, is that you? Something broke?
It's just this glass bottle fell down. It's empty. I gotta refill it with water some other time.
His genie just escaped. He actually had a human soul trapped that in one of his little spirit jars. It just burst out and escaped. Yeah, everybody on the city block now is going to die. And he'll go on.
A story about the space program and out-of-control love triangle would naturally capture attention, but the reported detail that Novak wore diapers on her 900-mile drive.
Wait a second, how old is this story? This is like something that there was that woman who did this. This was years ago, right?
This is from October 14th, 2020, this story.
2020.
The original story was October 1st, 2019.
Right. Whoa, but this was something that happened while my dad was alive. My dad was alive. This happened. Is this new? When my dad was alive, there was a female astronaut who drove cross country, and she just had this like diapers on because that's their astronaut training, because that's what they wear in space, and so the diapers enabled her to drive cross country without stopping for pit stops. You know,
yeah, 900 miles.
Yeah. In a little Japanese car or something like that, which got 900 miles without stopping for gas. How the fuck did she do that? It had to be some NASA shit.
Let's see. They're going into the fair. Holy crap. A diaper. They're not going into the details of how she did it. Novak first became interested in space when she was 5 years. Who fucking cares about the history? Let's go into the diaper. Everyone wants to know about the fucking diaper. Novak approached Shipman at an airport parking lot, having learned about the all right, there we go. They're not going into the details of the she's pleading insanity.
But they were talking about how this emphasizes the difference between NASA and Navy policies. Is that the space.com article? And
all right. No, this was from biography or some shit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to space.com and just find the article.
Do the search. Yeah. Well, that should help.
Okay. Let's see. I have California Fire, Halo, Infinite, Doctor, pilot saw red light warning during Virgin's Galactic something or another.
Yeah, like I said, this was proven that he just didn't give a shit, and Branson just wanted to get his bang, and then he took off. But it doesn't, that's not going to help him in the future. But then, like we said, he has no interest in really maintaining this in the future. It's all just a big blowout for now.
None of them have an interest in the future at all.
Yeah.
They just want what they want now, and what they want is fame, prestige, and all that shit. I'm not seeing the article though of the woman arrested.
Yeah, and so there we.
Maybe let me search for it. Astronaut arrested. See what comes up. Okay. Yep, I'm not getting anything.
Okay. And
what the hell?
What the hell, indeed? Yes, I'm saying that myself, looking through all the shit that I'm looking at, and it's like I'm trying to figure out.
Maybe you Could you send me the article through Facebook, maybe?
Dude, I can't do anything right now. My computer's like lame because it's all like, cookied up. It's
Oh,
like
fuck, man.
somebody stuck gummy bears in the works. Okay, I could do some things. Let me see what I could do. And
So your computer is Cookie Monstered up,
yeah,
man.
it's Cookie Monstered up. Yes, yes. Right now I'm trying to close enough windows like that, windows where I can get this thing going to a degree that it can semi fucking function. And so I'm shutting down some of these things I looked up, like Eco Health Alliance, with Alexander Griffin. You working for the Eco Health Alliance, like it was some kind of like terrorist network or something.
What I don't get is why he has a fascination on that particular group.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Why? I mean, I would expect something more international, like Fauci or the USDA or some shit,
Yeah, by that you mean something that would be more pervasively, harped on. Yeah.
Something more known.
Yes.
Something I don't have to look up on Google.
Yeah,
to
thank
find
you.
out.
Thank you. I mean, talk about obtuse. Talk about obtuse.
That's like so out of left field. It's not even funny.
This is what happens when a black man goes to Russia, dude. I mean, they sit down, they brainwash him, and
He's got black holes in his brain.
Yeah, thank you. He's got what in his brain? The
black holes.
Yeah, thank you. That's what happens. They sat him down. They said, they programmed him to hate all the NGOs and shit when they sat him down in the chair and shit. Oh my god. So this is just...
He probably has like the Trump flag in front of his house.
He must be at that point. Yeah.
He's got to be at that point. If he's reached that point, yeah.
Where he hates multinationals and shit. Okay, and just because they're helping nature out. Yeah. Okay, so my computer is not connected. So it's theoretically I'm going in and out of the internet. So let everybody continue. I'm happy if I have to end the show kind of early tonight because of this shit, simply because of the, people should be listening to my interview with Salman Sheikh, really. And I'm surprised.
Yeah, I definitely want to catch up on that. I've been all over the place this week. I've been probably, what I will say is I need to slow down.
Yeah. So here's what I'll do. I had this thing trying to find Alexander Griffin's channel so I could block it, but shit. So let me try and reopen. Oops, 2 tabs by mistake. Let me check this out. Okay. So one of the things that I want to do is go on to a little bit of an arc of narrative tonight if I can, but in terms of where we're at right now, let's have Jameson take over for a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. I'm going to make some tea. I'll be back, and then I might do a little talking. If the computer doesn't cooperate, then I'll feel insecure enough where I might feel may as well end the show early. But we'll see about that. Okay, so all yours for a few minutes there. I mean, well, you can hold for a while, right? With all the Let me see now if I can get you that link. Hold on for a second. Let me see, since the computer's cooperating somewhat.
I have a really nasty grievance I got to get off my chest.
Oh yeah, what's that?
This one's going to be really good. Everyone is posting these fucking videos on YouTube. Oh, my reaction to this. My reaction to this. This person explains this. It's like, who fucking needs an explanation? It's all right. Granted, okay. This is going to veer into like a variety of different types of YouTube channels. But like, okay, I'm a Bleach fan. We Bleach fans are known to be pretty fanatical. Well, that's not a good thing to say, but
enthusiastic.
We're overly enthusiastic compared to other fans of other animes and mangas. Of course,
it reaches a point where people are like, I'm going to explain the chapter I'm going to explain the latest chapter that Bleach came out with. And it's like, dude, why do you have to explain the freaking chapter? Just anyone can read the chapter and see what the fuck is going on. Are they so full of themselves that they need to hear themselves? They have to explain everything to people. I mean, and the thing is, these channels get like thousands of views, and I'm like, how the hell is this possible?
Yeah, that's pretty lame. I mean, I hear you. It's a legitimate bitch. That's yeah. How do people do that? And or why do people do that?
Well, what I don't get is how it's even popular. How is it even something that people are doing? You know, like, can't people think for themselves anymore?
Well, no, but they never could, really. So let's see if this is working. I'm trying to get you this. Some things are working on my computer and some things are not. What I'm afraid of is I've lost the passwords to.
Okay, there was another thing too.
Yeah, go on.
All right, so I was there. There are videos of people showing like doctors' reaction to chiropractic video, doctor's reaction to plastic surgery. Like, why the fuck am I going to sit here and look at your face for 45 minutes while you react to something else you're showing us on screen?
I notice that a lot on YouTube. They have that a lot.
It's like, I don't want to see your freaking ugly face.
You know what that's like?
That's
That's like, let's watch this guy's reaction while he's jacking off to porn, because we really groove off of seeing his face go into multiple, contortions. So the guy's sitting there, and they'll show you what's on the screen in an inset. They'll show a little inset in the screen. Yeah, and this is where he's getting really excited. This is where he's really climaxed. This is where he finally ejaculates. Yeah, and the guy's going ooh ah ooh ooh, and this is like what they show with his reaction videos. And I guess people find this somehow, like, I don't know. I guess it's gratifying with some of these things in some amusing kind of way. With stupid things like. Historians' reaction to the number of deaths in World War II, and those things are really not even correct or accurate, and they're like too little in some numbers, too high in others. Actually they're all too little. Whenever you see the amount of deaths, that they always dumb down the deaths.
They're gonna leave a lot of things out.
Yeah, and so Moed Mechanic says, I have spoken with a black Russian soldier from Moscow, and at first I couldn't believe him. That there are some black Russians, and but I've explained the whole situation behind that back in the Halcyon days of the Soviet Union.
I pity them.
Yes.
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, definitely.
They pretty much know that they're in a meat grinder and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. And by the way, Amor Fadi says, haha, I always wondered how astronauts relieve themselves in those suits. Actually, in the actual astronaut suit, there are little plumber's friends that collect your shit and piss. Anyhow, so what I'm getting is error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, and as such, viewers will experience buffering. Okay, so YouTube is not receiving enough video. Does that have something to do with me? The computer? Conceivably because of the cookies? So. Can the cookies do that? The cookies can't do that, right?
You probably have too many cookies. Could you put on screen share?
Screen share. Yeah, okay. Let's put on screen share. Okay, let's see if that fucking works. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we're gonna try and make this work. If this doesn't work, and everybody in the chat room and on my Facebook timeline or Jameson Reese's Facebook timeline, tell us if they can hear us or send us private messages. Whoever can, who's listening, give us a response to this. Right now, I'm having enough of a problem just trying to get screen share on. I'm going to check the Sora AUI timeline. Okay, here we are. She says it's clear now. Good night. Oh my God, so sorry that I missed you, honey. That is like basically that I'm getting some interactivity with my computer now. So we must have there we are. She says, by the way, when I said shit happens, I was not referring to your lineage. Okay, yes, got it, honey. Love you. And she says, hope you sort out your computer issues. God bless you, honey. Let me give her, I can't respond. Here we are. Let's see if I can enter anything. Fuck it. It's at least finally entering. I couldn't do that for the longest time, so I had to shut a lot of windows. It's amazing. My computer cannot take much in terms of too much information overload. Once there's information overload, so theoretically, let me go back.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you want to do is to just close down any windows you're not using. Then, rather than deleting the cookies, don't delete the cookies.
Yeah,
delete the cookies. They're going to sign you out of everything.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
did not know that did that. I should have known that did that, because as long as I've been on computers and doing this stuff, but what happens is the DXM molecules and the alcohol molecules and all this other stuff that I should not be experimenting with.
Yes.
I have these senior moments.
Yeah.
Early.
Well, I get it. I'm there. I'm right there with you. And but we seem to be doing okay, comparatively speaking. So even though my computer says not connected, it's connecting, disconnecting, and reconnecting. But so long as people can hear us, that's what counts. So let's see if people are responding on the Sora AOA timeline with people saying anything. Let's look up the comments here and see if we can get a response. Aside from nice people telling me how sexy I am, there is. Let's see now. Is anyone up there with the other link? Nobody's responding that I can see. But obviously, in Messenger, it seems that Maria was able to, hear us. So there we are. If I open Messenger, there we are. It seems like people are hearing us, I think. But people, let us know in chat, okay? Let's go to live stream. Moed Mechanic says, no, our people are brought with gifts. Sarah Thomas says, yes, we can hear you. Miracle. God bless you, Sarah. Oh, thank you, honey. Because right now, again, it's saying YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Okay, so what I'll have to do later is I'll have to be online with SelenaCon and empty all my cookies that I've been picking up from all this research I've been doing. Basically, I was inspired by all those old timelines put together by Mr. Sparks, and this individual who put together some very monumental chronomaps or timelines. He called them histomaps, which is an incredibly stupid name, and just a different euphonics was available in the days that he was working with what he was working with. And things sound very different to the modern ear and not as euphonic as they did then. Histomap sounds idiotic. But what's amazing to me, of course, or not amazing, what's completely expected, is the research that I was doing on was following up on other people who have discovered his research as postmodern people, and they just shit all over it. And that's to be completely expected, because these people have no idea what they're looking at, what they're dealing with, and they make connections, for instance, to Ernst Haeckel. By the way, so because most of you, I presume, are going to be completely unfamiliar with this, Ernst Haeckel was one of the founding fathers of biology, of modern biology. He was, of course, German. And Haeckel basically did so many things that were identified, of course, with the Third Reich, with the establishment of the biological sciences of the Third Reich. So, of course, he's going to be assailed and assaulted by all postmodern peoples. So the way that they finally decided they were going to administer the coup de grace, the final destruction of German culture and science and what this man contributed to the world, was they were going to basically claim that this man committed fraud, and therefore all of his science is invalid. So what I can tell you is there was no goddamn fraud, but this is what you're going to have promoted within the publishing industry. There's a publication of a book basically about, you know, the false fetuses of Ernst Haeckel, and just claiming that everything he did was fraudulent. So these days they bring up all of his science as some
Douglas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to take a fast break to help my mother with my father.
Okay, let me know as soon as you're
I'll be
back.
right back.
Yeah, all right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so what I can tell everyone is that Ernst Haeckel did not commit fraud, that this is just another attack on German culture. Whether or not you can claim it's Jewish provoked, I would think that's a given, because of course Jews have a hard-on against Germans for obvious reasons. So they're going to do their best to destroy German culture in any way that they can, and their contributions to civilization. So it's the same as when they're attacking Sparks and his graphs. And the attacks I found, of course, these are idiots who have no comprehension about even what they're fucking looking at. And of course, it's very racially based, which is the whole point of evolution and the study of anthropology. And it deals with the reality of races. So from the modern political indoctrinated perspective, people hate that. So at any rate, what I'd like to do at some point in life, or as life goes on, you know, one of these ongoing hobbies of mine, is to try to modernize or update his graphs or charts, put them together from a certain different perspective that I have, which would, of course, well, you know, I'll go into that later. There's something like that could take hours to explain. But the point is that while I do a bunch of background research, I'm hitting all of these scientific articles. The one thing in common with every place you hit is we have cookies. So at some point, yes, got to clear the browser. Problem is it locks you out of everything, at which point my fear is I've forgotten the fucking passwords to almost everything. So I've got to, you know, have Selena Khan on hand so that I can, you know, be able to recover everything once I'm locked out of it. And so, as a matter of fact, she's become very cautious, and I'm going to tell her to be less cautious about, say, for instance, things like the YouTube channel, which she tries to maintain security with by just calling me every time that she tries to upload videos onto Instagram. And I got an email saying that we can make it easier for you to get back onto Instagram, so I'll try. And, you know, I got an email saying they can help me get back on Instagram. I'll see if I can use that. But, you know, I was trying to get the notifications on Instagram back onto my computer, which I used to get, until there was some spammer. And when I blocked him, I blocked all notifications from the fucking, you know, Instagram onto the computer. And so there's much less motivation for me to go to Instagram, because I don't access it from the phone, I access it from the computer. And notifications on my phone, I simply don't notice them. I don't think I get them. And maybe they're simply cut off on my phone somehow. Anyhow, I'm sure none of you care about any of this because it's boring as hell. But this is just to show you how technically retarded I am and how hard it is for myself as a product of the 20th century to adjust to the 21st. So, and by the way, those histomaps were obviously a product of the 20th century. People looking at them today, they may as well be a product of the Victorian age or the Elizabethan age. They can't make heads or tails of it. They're used to modern presentations of information. And so, and they look at the past with contempt, and more the fools they be. So this is something that will change with time. Of course, I have every confidence that as civilization collapses and as people need to fall back onto more and more tried and true paradigms. Oh shit. Oh God, I just saw the Skype just kind of blink in and out. So Not quite sure if that's working. Anyhow, all of this has been quite amusing tonight. We'll make it go for a little longer if possible. Might even start on a little bit of a monologue, arc of narrative, so to speak. Talk a little bit about, let's see now. How about, I think I shut down a number of things here. Shutting down enough bit by bit to where we have a... here's something I could do. Let's get this into the drafts. I guess I was trying to open this. And, since I've got that, let me shut down this further window. And that should help a bit more with performance. Okay, so I think I've shut it down to the minimal amount of windows. Going to go into live streaming. Moed Mechanic says, for what it's worth, I am completing an air jet on my mountain bike at the moment. Oh my God. Real Tech Geek says, you can go into the settings on your phone to show notifications. I don't know how to do that. And someone will have to teach me. And I really don't use my phone all that often because this is a free cellular unit provided by California Lifeline. Because I'm on both Medicare and Medi-Cal, then it's mostly an emergency unit. This is meant to be used to call 911 more than anything else, and I have used it for that. In terms of the other uses, I keep it off most of the time because as a free cellular unit, it doesn't really keep its battery well, so I keep it as charged as often as possible for those eventual blackouts. And Sarah Thomas says, yep, still good here, Douglas. Oh, I love you, honey. I love you. And so as for the cell phone, it's just not something I use all the time like many other people do. And that's probably a good thing. When I take a look at all the people lost in their cell phones, that is not healthy. There we have that. And, of course, Moed Mechanics brought up, some say his story is his story, not ours. There's truth to that. And I brought that up before. This is why the feminists have tried to generate a her story, meaning a history that would be less patriarchal, more feminist, and somewhat liberated from its monofocal obsession with, well, as my dad used to say, what is history other than basically a recollection of all the wars? That's basically what history has been forever, has been basically the annals of various military conflicts, overwhelmingly. And so Sarah Thomas says, no worries, go you on my TV and con my phone. Worries, go you on my... Oh my God! Go you on my TV and con my phone. Okay. I'll try and make some sense of that, honey. I get the feeling that she sent that from her cell phone. And she said, go, God, no worries, got you on my TV and on my phone. That's what she's trying to say. Got it. Okay. I get the feeling she typed that on her phone because phone messages, they're infamous for being, the text is too small. You can't say anything coherently on them. Everything comes out as very warped. By the way, Amor Fadi was talking about, I always wondered why. Okay, then he talked about the astronaut diapers. Yes, there we are. So, like I was saying before, we got all obsessed with whether or not people can even hear me. Yeah, the astronaut suits actually have plumber's friends that handle the piss and shit and take the fecal matter and the urine, and they put it into the packets in various parts of the suit that can be disposed of later. And our man Jameson is back, meaning I can refresh myself. So what I'll do is I'll go mute and he'll take over. Oh, look, it finally entered. The link that I tried to send you. Let's take a look at this. It entered, but now I can't press, can't scroll it up or down. I'm sure I entered it multiple times. So the problem is it's going to repeat itself multiple times. Let's see if what we can do is if I can find the part where this kind of lays off the last HTTPS. All right, then the rest of it can be eliminated. Okay, so what I'm going to do is have this. Okay, since this works again, somewhat. Okay, let's take it out of the drafts, get that link, and then I can try to enter it again in the message box, which may work. It was Facebook that was having the hardest time working. By the way, everybody listening tonight must be completely bored out of their skulls listening to me talk out loud while I deal with stupid things like, oh, maybe this will work in a message box, or now that I've pressed the other. It's maddening. It's maddening. And no, this shouldn't be going on, but we'll consider that tonight as, the fun part of the show or something. This was always going to be an odd episode because we've got the Salmon Shake interview uploaded. That was the main point. Now I finally entered the link. Let's see if our man Jameson sees it. So I entered the link on Discord. You got it. Okay. So I'm going to go mute. Our man Jameson will take the stage when I come back. We'll talk about something else other than our technical issues. And, we'll see how long I can carry it before I just, say, that's enough for tonight. And we'll end it a bit early tonight. And hopefully by Sunday, we should be stabilized, because at that point, now that my rent is paid, I would have seen my medical cosmetologist and, be somewhat relaxed. And so Sunday I'll be, it should be a 12-hour shift. It should be like my normal 12-hour shift. We should be back on that. And for now, I go mute, and Jameson Reese takes the stage.
Okay.
And it won't go mute.
All right. NASA Navy astronauts arrest spotlights differences in NASA.
Do me a favor.
Navy
What
policy.
date is that? So what date is
This
that?
This is from 2007.
How did that wind up on my feed? For this, I told 2007 is the year my father died. So this happened that year. That woman went crazy because my father was still alive when we were talking about her diaper. We were talking about how she traveled 900 miles without a pit stop. How did her little Subaru, or whatever the fuck it was, she was driving, you can look it up maybe someplace else and find out what car she was driving, but it had to have some NASA technology for conserving fuel or some shit, because she did 900 miles without stopping at a gas station to piss. So that means she didn't load up either. So how did she go that far on a single tank of gas? So that was a mystery involved with that. And then again,
She had a car modified or something, maybe.
I think NASA modified her car. She had a car that was modified by NASA, and so she exploited that along with her NASA training for using the diaper. So my father and I were talking about that. So this was before his death, which was fairly early that year. He died in March of 2007. So this is from what point? February 2000?
This is from yes, February 6th.
2007. Okay, so he and I were talking about that shortly before he died. And incredible. So that came to me on my news feed today. And it was like something new. And I was like, okay, this is like, I take this as a good sign. Kind of like my dad talking to me from the other side saying hi, and it bodes well. So, all right, I'm going to try and go mute. Okay, it worked. I could go mute. So I'm going to go mute now. And it's all
right.
Jameson's.
Okay, so, this incident was basically police arrested Nowak, a U.S. Navy captain and mother of three, in Orlando, Florida, early Monday, where she's charged with attempting the kidnapping of a romantic rival for the affections of NASA Space Shuttle pilot William O'Fellion. Novak faces a charge of attempted first-degree murder based on items recovered by police at the time of her arrest. Both Novak and O'Fellion, a Navy commander, are active U.S. Navy personnel attached to NASA, a civilian space agency overseen by the U.S. government. Each of those government organizations has its own guidelines for appropriate lawful work-related behavior. We don't believe that anyone has ever been charged with a felony as an active duty astronaut. Allard Boutel, a NASA spokesperson at the agency's Washington, D.C. headquarters, told Space.com. I think this is the first time that's happened. NASA's behavioral guidelines align with standard government rules. Active U.S. military personnel, meanwhile, are subjected to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which governs fraternization, which doesn't seem to stop fraternization or rape, conduct unbecoming of an officer, and other regulations, which basically means nothing. They are both naval officers, and we have to defer to the Navy on what their code of conduct is, Boutel said. That's slightly different than a typical civilian servant. NASA has specific codes of astronaut conduct for space flyers living and working aboard international space stations. But on Earth, the agency's reach is purposely limited to their professional activities. NASA, all right. There are rules as far as being government employees, but NASA doesn't monitor, restrict the private lives of employees. NASA spokesperson Kylie Clem of the agency's Johnson Space Center in Houston told Space.com, adding that the guidelines are currently expected to remain unchanged. Private fraternization among astronauts is not prohibited, NASA officials said. Astronauts dated each other. Astronauts marry each other. There are married couples that flew in the same shuttle mission, said astronaut biographer Michael Cassutt, referring to the 1992 flight of the then married astronauts Mark Lee and Jan Davis aboard the Endeavour during NASA's STS-47 mission. The guidelines are unspoken, or if they're spoken, they're general. They're grown-up, and you're expected to behave like grown-ups. They're both naval officers, and we have to defer to the Navy on what their code of conduct is, Boutel said. That's slightly different than typical civilian servants. Some Navy officials believe any additional charges for Novak beyond the current civil allegations would likely await the outcome of civil proceedings, one U.S. Navy official said. According to police and wire reports, the 43-year-old Novak believed another woman, Colleen Shipman, was romantically involved with O'Ephelin, who was unmarried and a father of two. Novak drove 900 miles, that's 1,448 kilometers, from her Houston home to Orlando, Florida, to confront Shipman early Monday, according to her arrest affidavit. Novak served as a robotic arm operator during NASA's STS-121 shuttle mission in July 2006, a spaceflight that marked the space agency's return to orbiter flight. O'Felin piloted the Space Shuttle Discovery STS 116 shuttle mission in December 2006. According to police and wire reports, the 43-year-old Novak believed the other woman was... I just covered that. What the heck? All right. According to George Abbey, the former director of NASA's Johnson Space Center, home to the astronaut corps, instances of fraternization did occur, but no more or less than any other large private sector organization. Of course, yeah, they have to cover their asses with that. Though not aware of the details surrounding the Novak incident, Abby said the rules and procedures need to be in place so that NASA management can intercede before things get out of hand. They are not talking about that diaper, curiously, in this article. Why aren't they talking about the diaper? Now, maybe I need to find an article specifically for that diaper. Oh, well, well, that said, let's learn about how an astronaut's diaper works. Astronaut diapers. Oh wow, there are people actually selling astronaut diapers. I did not know that. Okay, of course, if you type in astronaut diaper, you're going to get her name first. But I would like to understand how this works. All right, so the astronaut diaper, according to the ISS National Laboratory. Imagine you're an astronaut on a spacewalk. You have to work for 7 hours straight in a suit so stiff you can barely bend your joints or curl your fingers. There's a valve in the helmet to access drinking water, but no food. And what if you have to pee? Students think about how spacesuits provide for astronauts safety and comfort, and they investigate the chemical that makes maximum absorbency garment the astronaut diaper super absorbent, grades 4 to 8. The maximum absorbency garment, MAG, is the astronaut diaper that is worn whenever astronauts can't remove their spacesuits. Of course, they have a PDF here that they're expecting me to go through. All right. So, no, wait, this is a lesson for students. What the hell? They're not talking about the diaper. They're just talking about the, all right, ABC News has something. So this might be a little better. Of course, I'm pretty sure you folks don't want to hear me just ramble on about diapers for the rest of the night. So I'll find something else that's interesting. Aside from the fact that we're recently have a state of emergency here in New York because of the results of Hurricane Ida. Oh, here's one that's horrible. Photos show black slick in water near Gulf oil rig after Ida. Well, there we go. Hell and high water. Photos show what appears to be a miles-long oil slick near an offshore rig in the Gulf of Mexico after Hurricane Ida, according to aerial survey imagery released Wednesday by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and reviewed by the Associated Press. The government imagery, along with additional photos taken from the AP from a helicopter Tuesday, also show Louisiana port facilities, oil refineries, and shipyards in the storm's path, where the telltale rainbow sheen of typical of oil and fuel spills is visible in the water of bays and bayous. Both state and federal regulators said Wednesday that they would be unable to reach the stricken area, citing challenging conditions in the disaster zone. So great, fucking great. Humans just had to make everything worse. The NOAA photos show a black slick floating off the Gulf near a large rig with the name Enterprise Offshore Drilling painted on its helipad. The company based in Houston did not respond to requests by comment. Of course, a Texas company. Why am I not surprised? Aerial photos taken by NOAA on Tuesday show a significant flooding to the massive Phillips 66 Alliance refinery along the bank of the Mississippi River.
Okay,
Just
returned,
south.
but go on. Yeah, by all means, continue.
In some sections of the refinery, rainbow sheen is visible on water leading towards the river. asked about the reports of levee failures near the refinery Monday, Phillips 66 spokesman Bernardo Falla said there was some water in the facility that stressed that operations were shut down in advance of the storm. Asked Tuesday about potential environmental hazards emanating from the facility, Fallis referred to a reporter to a statement on the company's website saying that its response is focused on ensuring the safety and well-being of our employees and our surrounding communities. In other words, they don't give a shit. Basic cookie-cutter response for everything. Basically, this is an environmental disaster. After the AP sent Phillips 66 photos Wednesday showing extensive flooding at its refinery and what happened to the B petroleum in the water, Fallis conceded by email that the company could confirm it had discovered a shade of unknown origin in some flooded areas of the Alliance refinery. Gee, unknown origin, my ass. I mean, this is what we call not taking accountability for anything. And this happens to be what the patriarchal structure of our endangered white male is best at.
But by the way, this
responsibility.
This is why increasing numbers of women are choosing to be single. I mean, the word spinster, used to be used, and that was a term that was freighted with pity and of course, misogyny, rooted in misogyny. Yet the number of women who are living the single lifestyle is growing because of this shit, honestly. And a lot of it has to do with this kind of crap you're seeing that our man Jameson is describing. By the way, to put this in context, think about what's just a boat ride away from where this is happening. I presume you're talking about New Orleans, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, well, just a boat ride away is Haiti, where you had the earthquake and then a storm wreak havoc 10 years after the devastating Port-au-Prince quake. Don't look away from Haiti. And that needs to be the context in which this is seen. The Caribbean, of course, is been the site of a multiplicity of disasters. There was that one time everything went down at once. The oil spill on that goddamn Far Horizon, or whatever the hell it was called, Near Horizon, the shit Horizon oil platform, and then you had that combined with the Haiti earthquake 10 years ago, along with what else happened at the same time. It was, just a sequence of events that was the American equivalent of the earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear meltdown in Japan across the Pacific, which all the Americans said, oh, Japan's got the triple disaster and shit. And yet, here you had the Haitian earthquake, the that Horizon oil platform catastrophe in the Gulf of Mexico, and which scarred everyone for forever, essentially. And talk about a nuclear meltdown. That was orders of magnitude worse.
This is way worse. It seems like they are basically these cultists. They hate voodoo with a passion.
Yes, it's true.
So they're taking out two areas where that practice occurs.
Yes, this is true. I agree.
Basically, this is more or less an attack on Black spirituality.
Yes, this is true. Haiti is the epicenter of Black spirituality in the same sense in the Western Hemisphere. Its influence on Black spirituality far outweighs what its geography would belay. But by all means, continue. The stage is yours, and continue along this theme. It's important. Yeah.
Well, it's obvious that there's something that they do not have access to these cultists of the kings of Edom. And for this reason, they're willing to wage war against any practice, any places where the practice of voodoo came from. And even if we go to the areas in Africa where it might have originated, those places are wrecked as all hell. I mean, so this is obviously some kind of siege.
Thank you. Yeah, very much so, and I'm so glad that you can see it for what it is. Very important to emphasize, cannot be overemphasized. And aside from that, of course, I think that I think people may be skeptical and say, well, how are they waging this war? And obviously, we talked about scalar weapons and the environment.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about the name of that island where they had the what was the name of the island that the Navy has?
You're talking about the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard guards it, yeah, as part of quote unquote America's insular property, as if it directly bordered the United States, which it does not. So that's Navassa Island, and so I'll spell that for you. Let me get that into the chat. Let's see if we can open the chat, see if that cooperates with us now. Okay, open that up there. Seems to be cooperating to extent. And there we are. So I'm able to... So island. There we are, Navassa Island. That's Navassa Island.
Got it.
And yeah, just, for people who may need some background on that, maybe I'll go off a little bit on that background. But in the meantime, definitely, Jameson, how would you say people could help the relief and recovery efforts for the victims of Hurricane Ida? I mean, obviously, of course, I encourage people to help me. And
I have no idea what I'm at a loss as to
what can be done. Yeah, what can be done?
I mean, at this point, it's like literally the only thing that can be done is to start looking for bodies.
Yeah, but how is it that America keeps getting caught with its pants down around its ankles in these events? I mean, these. Didn't this happen on the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina or some shit? Wasn't it like the same day or some shit?
Yeah. I mean, so to say that this isn't being staged.
Thank you. In the same way with the Haitian earthquake was 10 years almost to the day, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, this is like this is truly a cult, and
so we know that this is tied to the Bush dynasty somehow.
Well, that, and of course, so many others. All.
Oh yeah, I mean, they all serve the same shit.
Yes, very much so. Horrible stuff. That, and so in the interim, of course. Oh gosh, let me see if I've gotten any forewarnings from my internet here. Yeah. Oh well. Internet doesn't seem to be cooperating. Oh well, no big deal. All right, so let's just, shall we say, continue with anything else you need to emphasize about this? It will be appreciated. And
well,
oh, by the way, let's take a look at some of these wonderful people. Real Tech Geek says you're right about the cell phones and people's being submerged in them. He says you're right. It's unhealthy. Seeing children tied to the phone instead of playing. Douglas, have you ever heard of a show? Have you ever had a show about the Sea Peoples? Okay, and so he's referencing, of course, the mysterious Sea People who raided all of the Mediterranean in a very organized assault that was plundering Europe at a high point of, shall we say, technological development that many people are unfamiliar with. I spoke of that briefly and alluded to it in the past. I'll probably have to look through some of my notes to really get together enough of a narrative to provide. Maybe with Sunday, no guarantees. But I should go into that some point in the future. I was going to at one point with Brendan Zoge back when he was more available to us, before he got involved with whatever he's doing now, which seems to me like clinical depression, really. And anybody who's concerned for him, do send him messages if you have the ability to do so. I try my best, and it's not like he's very responsive. He responds, but like I said, it's I wouldn't say it's cryptic. It's just fragmentary. It's just
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, he responds to you. You communicate. You communicate with him.
Well, he doesn't respond to anything I sent him on Facebook.
Okay.
Really.
Okay.
So so I don't think he really uses the Facebook much. If I speak to him, I'd have to use Skype.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I'll probably do.
I don't think he uses that much either. But by the way, so Moed Mechanic says the feminists are complaining that the others have taken over the feminist movement with former males. A lot of this stuff is just the alternative right is just spewing all kinds of propaganda, and
Yeah, it's not even worth regurgitating anything they say.
Yeah.
At this point, because all of it could be discounted and ripped apart. They want us to be against female rights because they want women. They literally, all right, just like the way they had the women in the movie. Oh my gosh, what was that movie you had me see again?
What Bone Tomahawk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like they had the women with their legs cut off and their arms cut off and like things sticking out of their eyes.
Yeah, those were like wood inserts, like almost like very massive wood splinters that they blinded them with.
Yeah, that's basically what the Republicans want to do with women.
I agree, and they kept them constantly pregnant to keep the tribe numbers up. So to keep the tribal numbers up, they kept these quadruple amputee females constantly impregnating. By the way, Chris Collins says, I honestly don't think Peter is watching Fox thinking it's accurate and trustworthy. We can only pray.
Yeah.
The Moed Mechanics says, no, speak, because you never know what you bring up next. Talking about a diaper, I saw a picture of the Late Show guy in diaper and baby doll outfit. Well, that doesn't surprise me. You got these people who'll do anything, right? I mean, it's downright sad. Okay.
Yeah. They're what Peter calls the lowest common denominator.
Yeah. Yes, there we are. They cater to the lowest common denominator. And yes, and of course today is the day. We're still before midnight here on the Pacific Coast, so it's still the 82nd World War II in Europa start day, the day that the Germans and the Soviets invaded Poland, and it is of course also the 76th USS Missouri CIRCUS ceremony. And that is, of course, when they held this circus that they claimed was the official surrender of Japan. Now, let me see if I can get this photograph. The messenger was not working last time I checked, and it doesn't seem like it's going to work. Now, I pressed the reset button, which is just probably going to make everything kind of go blank for several minutes as the computer is so slow tonight and just uncooperative. So maybe I'll send it into the Skype chat, and let's see if I can get a good image here of that stupid flag that is so infamous for the surrender ceremony. I wish I could send that to everybody. Chat room would be so perfect, orders of magnitude more beneficial for everyone if we could send images. I don't think that they allow that on chat because everybody would be sending, your average asshole would be sending a picture of his dick. But seriously, I mean, I think that's the only reason they don't allow people to send images in the, the YouTube chat. Because everybody'd be sending all kinds of shit that they don't need, probably scanning Bible pages while they preach, whatever stupid thing that they're trying to preach with whatever, tainted religion, a warped religious perspective instead of anything that's truly spiritual or anything. They'd all be trying to trying to make doctrinaire points or something. So to keep it from turning into that, they limit what can be sent. Okay, so the Skype responded by allowing me to connect to my backup drive where I have files such as photographs of the USS Missouri surrender ceremony and what was going on at that time. But it's responding very slowly, which I don't think... I guess maybe that's impacted by the cookies too, just gums up everything. All right, so here we are. Go over to one part of the file, after which I go over to another. And then at least it's the fact that it's responding at all is rather, a positive. Okay, there we go. And now let me see if I can look that up. There we are. Okay, and now press the open button. And okay, so hopefully, okay, shut this down and see if that opened up in chat. Did that open up in chat? No, it didn't, did it?
No, it didn't. Yeah, I'm still seeing the last thing you typed, which was the Navassa Island.
Yeah, and so let's try this again. Maybe it'll work this time. Open the file, see if that shows up. And this is, by the way, what I'm trying to send him is a photo of that goddamn upside down and backward flag.
Yeah, I remember that flag.
Yeah, and on the USS Missouri, and I don't think this is showing up. It's just not. I'm opening up the file, but it's not showing up in the message box, sadly. So it probably will in a matter of minutes. Like the other one did, the astronaut link.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
You got it? The picture of the flag?
Yes, I see it.
Holy shit! That's incredible. I don't even see it. How the fuck did you get? Well, I'm glad you got it. So there's a sailor, there's the flag. I mean, it's got the best image of it so people can see that this is not some kind of stupid, negative reversal, which is like everybody likes to jump on that. They're like, negative reversal. But of course, if that's the case, the sailor would be upside down, you dumb fucks. It's a satanic flag. 31 up inverted stars, the transposition of the number 13. And all right, so it says here we got some more messages. That was just probably Our Lady Maria as she was signing out. And I guess I just better get started with letting people know about certain things that have happened that were beneficial, giving people their credit where credit is due.
Yes, business, the
solicitation.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to call up my documents files so that I can access that. They're not coming up. So what I can do as an experiment is to see if I can access that files to open up the Google search engine, see if that works a little bit better than my Firefox Mozilla. Since my Firefox Mozilla is all gummed up, see if I can open up the Google and access my docs through there, and then get my little solicitation out for Benestenius. Like I said, I should do that twice tonight, or make up for it on Sunday maybe, or something, since I really neglected to say it with the last episode. By the way, here's this interesting photo that from my files of H.P. Lovecraft and Sonia Green together, that came from the Keynote collection. Probably loose on the internet by now, but it's rare as far as I'm concerned. You never see these things around. But Lovecraft and Sonia Green, you could easily mistake them for a happy couple when you saw them. Not that they were unhappy, but as a couple, but they weren't really a couple like a couple. So Let's see now. Google Docs. Let me see if I can open up my Google Docs through this file. What do they call them now? Drive. Oh, it's called Google Drive. You there?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
because you know the Skype vanished. All right. Let's see if I could open up my Google Drive through here. Since Skype vanished, or this stupid thing's going through the help center as opposed to taking me directly to my drive. The point is I don't use the Google search engine anymore. What I'm afraid of is that it won't take me there and I'll have to sign in. Okay, now it's just taking me to the stupid Google Drive image. And so let me see, Drive, download. It's like I've been signed out.
If you can screen share, I might be able to help you maneuver to it.
Oh, that's a thought. Let's see if that works. You know, and that brings up the question: can I screen share? Yeah. Okay, we're bringing up the Skype again. Of course, we don't want us to do something where I try to sign in, and if we maneuver to it and I try to sign in, then I wind up doing things like mouthing out loud my password, right? Yeah.
Oh no, we don't want you to do that.
Okay, so this is just not more. Okay, this is map, shopping, flights, finance. I'm looking at the tools, books, news, images, Google Drive. What's today's Google Doodle? Rudolf Wiegel's 138th birthday. Let's look up who this gentleman is. Rudolf Stefan Jan Wiegel was a Polish biologist, physician, and inventor, most known for creating the first effective vaccine against epidemic typhus. He founded the Wiegel Institute in Lwów. I don't know how to pronounce that in the Polish, but it's a very big Polish city, very storied. It's spelled Lwow, Lwów, where he conducted vaccine research. So there we are. And a brilliant man. Obviously, we all owe him quite a bit. He, let me see, the doctor who protected Jews from disease and destruction. He risked his life sheltering Jews during the Holocaust. There we are. Not only created a vaccine for typhus. Okay, how do they Judeify? Are they saying that only Jews carried the... What the fuck, man? I mean, it's like, okay, so he protected Jews during the Holocaust, but then somehow they conflate that with...
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean...
Like, what does that have to do with the accomplishment of of creating a vaccine against typhus?
Right. Right. It's like somehow they conflate that. The doctor who protected Jews from disease and destruction, as if no one else gets typhus. Yeah.
See, they always have to propagandize like that, and it's become an irritating trope that's just like insufferable at this point.
That's just awful. It's just awful. Like, it's like protecting anyone else didn't fucking count. Doesn't even bear mentioning. Oh, but he saved Jews. That's what's important.
Yeah,
with
I
this
mean,
vaccine.
yeah, it doesn't. What about people who are black? What about people who are white? What about people who are Asian? What about people who are other colors?
Thank you. I mean, it's one thing if it were specific to the Holocaust, but the typhus vaccine most certainly was not. So that's lame. So I'll do my best. If I can't get out the Benestenius solicitation tonight, because no matter how many times I repeat that solicitation, the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours, I never consciously remember it. Like, now I think I could say the phone number, it won't even come out. I mean, the best I can do is kind of like do something else for him, like mention, let me see, his Man of the Soil business. So Benestenius, the reason that of course particularly owe him tonight is he helped me make rent today, because along with Salmon Shake and along with my recycling company, I don't know, did you hear the story about my recycling company that I told on the last transmission about the check they sent?
Yeah,
there you go. Without those 3 contributions this month, I would not have made the rent because of all the money that I spent over the past few months on fucking cab fare to go back and forth from the dentist, where they finally at UCSF covered the cost of installing the permanent crown themselves because of all the damage they had done leading to its loss in the first place. Stupid motherfuckers. And though all credit to Dr. Mong, an Asian doctor, obviously, who signed off on their covering the cost. Of course, that didn't help me with the cab fare. I should have, taxi vouchers since my parents were on them. I should have grandfathered myself into that program. It's one of those cases now where, I've been promising myself to try and do that. And that would have probably have helped me evade the cab fare holocaust that I suffered from during the past several months dealing with trying to get this crown installed. But at the end of my financial rope, I would never have made rent if it were not for three factors. One of them, Benestenius paying myself 3 months ahead of time, like he did 3 months ago, only he did it even a little earlier rather than waiting until September to put the money into my PayPal. He put it in earlier, so God bless him, and there's no way I can thank him enough. And of course, so Benestenius, the one thing I can do is promote his Man of the Soil. Check out manofthesoil.com at he's in Arizona, and he'll work for anyone, I believe, in the Four Corners region, but especially Arizona. Matter of fact, the guy's doing so much fucking work, I don't even know if I'm doing him a favor by promoting this business, because honestly, the guy needs to do less work, not more. But he's got 45 years of service, established in 1974. He offers services in landscape design, consulting, deals with paver, travertine, and flagstone patios, works on artificial grass. You can go to his Man of the Soil channel on YouTube. And, dude, when you go over there, you'll know you're on the right channel when you see the young white girl with a nice set of pins. And she's got this green t-shirt that says Ace Hardware that fits nicely over her rack. You'll know you're at the right channel. Then you can watch things like Jose laying down the AstroTurf. Put a thumbs up on it. Look, you don't need to watch any of these videos, all right? Nobody watches his landscaping videos but yeah, I think some of you might find it fascinating. They got drone footage of, the work he's doing in people's yards, and laying down that AstroTurf in particular is what he recommends. The shit you never have to water or mow, get that in your house, and just look at a permanently green, but albeit artificial landscape, and then decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, drip irrigation. He covers it all. Contact him at 520 area code 544-7743. That's 1520-544-7743. manofthesoil.com. Visit him. Benestenius, and Salman Sheikh, of course, sent $100, and on the check, he sent a check. And then what happened was Recology, of course, which stole so much money from everybody in San Francisco, with the help of a conniving politician who was in co-conspiracy with the mafia monopoly that collects our refuse when we put out our refuse for collection. There is a monopoly. It's their way or the highway, and they were charging people just in orders of magnitude above what they were supposed to be charging, and so they had to do something to cover their ass. And when they were all caught, and the politician who was helping them do this went to jail because he was skimming, they provided him kickback. Then he went to jail, and they had to do something, so they sent everybody a check, and I got almost $100 out of them, and so those put together about $5,000 from all three of these sources. I was able to make the rent, and so now beyond that, money coming in just now, my landlady slipped a letter that wound up going to their home, or the home of her relations upstairs, next door. And that was from Eric Lastic, which contained a money order for $250. Thanks to Eric Lastic for that. I cashed it today because it's of a small enough amount where I was enabled to cash it by Chase Bank when I went to buy the money order to pay my rent. And that, along with Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother, who basically sent half that, provided me altogether $75 that I was able to buy my my maximum strength Tylenol with, and that was 1,000 milligram tablets, so I can take 1,000 milligrams at once. Was able to pick that up. Was able to pick up my baby wipes because I use them instead of toilet paper. Much easier on my delicate ass. And then again, of course, there was I picked up all batteries because, of course, I need the AA batteries to work my laptop. Not my laptop, my computer. And needed my keyboard working. So my mobile keyboard, it works on the AA batteries. I was able to pick those up all through the money provided by Stephen Myers and Mr. Eric Lastic. So God bless them both. Got a nice message from our brother from another mother. Mr. Stephen Myers says we're not connected now on the bloody internet. I'm sure all of you can hear me, but my computer's just all gummed up. It's like somebody has put gummy bears in my car engine. And here we are. You've got money from PayPal. And with that, that was from Stephen Myers. Let me see if I can open his message, which is basically, I will always support you, dear brother. God bless you. Be at peace, my friend. This is essentially what he said. I can maybe quote it more accurately next week when things are operating, hopefully, a bit more expeditiously. There we are. Stephen Myers sent you $100 United States dollars. And my cursor is out of my control. It's like somebody else has got a control of my cursor and it's moving around on the screen. Always comforting to know that somebody's broken into my computer and taken control of my cursor. Nothing like seeing that right in front of your eyes. All right, now that I seem to have gotten a bit of gotten my cursor back under my control, he says, this is from Stephen Myers, we'll always support you, brother. Peace and blessings. God bless you, Stephen Myers. This is wonderful. Helped immensely. The AA batteries are absolute necessity. As are my baby wipes. And of course the other thing I got, my painkillers. Yes, can't live without any of that. Energy, painkillers, ass wipe. All right then. With that, let's see if we can get some other things to potentially work on this thing. Then the other people that I need to give a shout out to, I cannot overemphasize how much we all owe John Warrington. None of this would be possible without John Henry McMills Warrington and the work he did. He was able to get into my channel, put up the interview with Salman Sheikh in its complete totality. So that's remarkable stuff. And, just a wonderful human being, as is Salman Sheikh, just wonderful, beautiful people. John Warrington he's the man. And then this wonderful young lady, shout out unto she, Crystal River, sent me this fabulous gift. The French edition of The Little Prince, and which is, of course, one of my mother's favorite books, and a great treasure. And it's how she kind of thinks of me, is how she thinks of myself, is as the Little Prince. And of course, I would think of my son that way. My wonderful, well, I can't name him for the sake of personal security. His first name has slipped out at times. But at any rate, God bless him. That's what it reminds me of. And it's in the original French, so I can read it with a greater aplomb than in the mere English. And all of that being said, then I owe everybody so much, and counting on all of you for support still, even with all that coming in. All of that does, it goes, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Believe me, when people help, it never stops helping. And, but, can always use more, nevertheless. And, but these wonderful people serve as a wonderful example. And some of them help not with money, but with their time, their care. Crystal River with that wonderful caring gift. John Warrington with just everything he does. That's priceless. Just beyond what money can buy. His services. This is a man who we must do our best to, help him. Subscribe to his Odyssey.com channel. If you go to odyssey.com, it's ODYSEE.com, and look up his maggot colon, that's the two dots, one on top of the other, maggot colon E channel, and or look up Douglas Dietrich on the Odyssey.com channel, and you'll be brought to his channel more than likely. Subscribe, support him as much as you can, and if not financially, then certainly morally. I try to count on people to provide myself some financial support, and obviously, I try to help others financially and call out for the need to help them when I feel it's justified. This is what Derek Talley exploited to a great extent. And, unfortunately, it began to draw others to try and exploit me for that, like that guy who turned out to be the handler for Lena Shea, that Zachariah Garrett creep. And with that, of course, let's see what we can kick up tonight in terms of just some thoughts that come to my mind. Before that, I'm going to go back into the live stream and check out the messenger as well, which is just, not messaging me anything. That's all covered up. All right, let's see if we can do a little manipulation around here. See if we can call up anything by opening up the message box. Our man Justin has gone to do what he needs to do to help his parents. And let me get back onto the YouTube live stream, see what people are saying in the chat room. And Jameson Reese, he left by saying world seems fucked. Okay, that was creative. And Moed Mechanics has been continuing with he says there's a caldera coming up in the North Sea, and we already live 15 feet under sea level. He's talking about the Netherlands, of course. He says, I mean that it is more in the sport that former males have more advantage. Okay. Yeah, he's probably talking about sports and the male advantage in sports. Okay. Yeah, there's generally that. And, okay. Yeah, well, certainly with global burning, we are we're in the apocalypse, and let's hope we make it through. So with that, apocalypse can also mean, aside from end of the world, it's certainly the end of this world as we knew it, a great revelation, and it means an unveiling, a revelation, and so hopefully, well, this is what I'm helping with in that aspect of the apocalypse. I'm helping to bring you revelation, how we got here, what we can possibly do to get out. In the meantime, of course, people have been asking me certain questions about the end of the American Empire, based, of course, on what's been going down in Afghanistan, or abandonment of our allies. Maybe I should provide an analysis, or maybe I should just, kind of gone off on Afghanistan a great deal in the couple of episodes past, Not only my primary analysis, which was, I could look that up on YouTube, which date that was, but, or we could take a look at, let's see what's going on tonight. I really want to thank everybody for giving me a thumbs up tonight. It's one of those nights I really don't deserve it. But all right, maybe I should do a little bit more. See if I can get my head out of my ass. Say a little something. I don't know if I'll be entering the zone to any great deal tonight, but I'll say a little something until we at least hit past midnight here in San Francisco on the Pacific Coast. And that way provide people, a little thing into tomorrow, some little insights into tomorrow. And that way we can, get through the night with some insights. Then again, the way the computer's not cooperating, maybe not. The point is what none of you listeners can see is the notifications that I keep getting. By the way, our man Jameson Reese is back, and that's fine. That's wonderful. And we have Biden, of course, standing by his Afghan withdrawal, and as Peter Moon lambasted him, and there's a lot to lambast there. As for whether or not there's some strategic advantage to this, there could be. I can definitely see that, to tell you the truth. What our man was, Jameson Reese, was bringing to our attention, and it's not out of bounds. It's not without validity. It is, of course, potential. I can also see that as kind of a rationalization, like Putin when Armenia, his ally, was completely defeated, he had his propagandists go into high gear and rationalize that as a great Putin victory, of course, but it was all just crap. So, we don't want to fall into that zone where we're rationalizing what happened in Afghanistan as some kind of great victory when it may not be. And oh shit, Jameson Reese is reporting to us that the subways in New York are all flooded. Okay, and he says what's worse is the Supreme Court. I kind of see the advantage. Yeah, the thing is coming from Japan. Okay, could you put all of that into context? That's a kind of conflicting series of messages.
All right. So, I have found out that the subways in New York were all flooded from what happened with Ida.
Okay.
So the footage is pretty bad. It's starting to remind me of Sandy.
Wow. Holy shit.
When I brought up the Supreme Court thing, it was the fact that they didn't step in to intervene with what happened with Texas.
Okay.
With the fact that they're saying now, women have 6 weeks. It doesn't matter if they got raped. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And they're supposedly starting to try to criminalize people who are doing procedures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When as for the advantage, I was speaking about. I was responding to what you were saying about Joe Biden pulling out of Afghanistan. The only reason why I was willing to take that article for what it said was the fact that it had originated from Nikkei Today, which I think was like a source from Japan. Because it was a Japanese writer who made this observation. If it wasn't a Japanese writer making the observation, I would have probably called bullshit.
Thank you. No, that's deeply appreciated. I understand.
So it's because I'm looking at it from the. It's because I'm seeing it from an outside source that doesn't have any real interest in the political bullshit that's going on here. That I'm able to see
that there might be some wisdom in what Biden is doing. And on that note, I'm starting to wonder. The guy might be playing a dope, but he might not be as dumb as the act he puts on.
Right. I mean,
There's
I'd like to
definitely-
think that.
there's-
yeah.
there- no, I'm fairly certain of it. It's not that I'm trying to give him credit either. It's that it feels like there's a sort of how would we put it, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, that might be what we need.
Yeah.
When we're contending with China and Russia.
Yeah. And by the way, here in California, people are asking me how we're doing. Well, thousands of Californians were ordered to evacuate while the Caldor fire began to bear down on South Lake Tahoe. So the firefighters are doing their best to defend what's around that lake. It's the usual pyroapocalypse, the pyropocalypse of California. And let's put it this way, and taking into account what our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, was describing as going down in Louisiana. Of course, this is happening simultaneous to Afghan withdrawal. One of the things that I find most disconcerting is, of course, the way the media presents this as America's longest war is over. Of course, the longest war is with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, and this was not a declared war, so legally this was not a war. This was an armed conflict. We are still at war with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. That's the endless war. And the only time that will end is when we have a complete rehabilitation of the constitutional republic and turn it into a true democracy, or at least something phasing towards democracy. People need to be educated in critical thought over more than one generation before we'll be ready for true participatory democracy. Right now, Americans in particular are simply they're not capable of handling it. But stateside, Hurricane Ida gave little warning before slamming into the coast, and it's important to understand that future hurricanes could do the same. Basically, blink in, you might have missed it. I mean, literally in just a few days, a hurricane formed and made devastating landfall in Louisiana. A toll in lives is not calculated yet, but we've got 1 million people at least without power. So I would imagine there's got to be more deaths than they're reporting. As with Hurricane Ida making its way north, it's weakened to a tropical depression, but not weak enough, well, like our man Jameson said, well, they flooded the New York subways. And basically, when we try to explore or investigate this hurricane's remarkably fast escalation, certainly climatologists concur such rapid intensification is becoming more common. So if major hurricanes can form in less than 72 fucking hours, less than 3 days, but local governments need more than 72 hours, over 3 days to prepare and evacuate, then we're running up against the physical limits of hurricane preparedness. See, climate change is making planning difficult for cities, if not impossible, for the immediate future at least. Until we get into the new speed groove, Americans are stuck with evacuation plans and physical infrastructure that they already have. Roadways and cities built for the wrong century, built for a kinder climate. And think about, and as Jameson Reese says, we're out of time, at least so it seems now. Well, we're out of time in the sense that, as our man Salman Sheikh says, and he's the most, how would we say it, optimistic among us? That's a man who believes 85% of the human population is going to be wiped out. Maybe I'm more optimistic than he. But imagine what it must be like for all of the people, and you can imagine how many there must be, who were preparing to evacuate when they got a call from their doctor. Basically, and then after that, were forced to ride out the storm after testing positive for COVID-19. Think of how many thousands of people must have had that experience. This is something that is the new age that we're living in. This is not a kind age. This is an age of it's almost untenable what many of us will be dealing with. So, is the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan the end of the American empire? Okay, this is the kind of generic question I get all the time. Of course, only time will tell whether the old adage about Afghanistan's being the graveyard of empires, as, of course, was Vietnam, or all of Indochina, Vietnam, Laos, and Kampuchea, Cambodia, were all the graveyard of empires as well. So, only time will tell whether that old adage proves true for the United States as it did for the Soviet Union, or the original Ming dynastic China in the case of Vietnam. Jameson Rees says the end of our empire is the end of its racism and misogyny. Well, understand that what I'm aiming to try and preserve is the empire. We simply need to redefine what constitutes the society that's behind it. So rather, what you're talking about to me is the end of the republic and the beginnings towards a democracy. In this, I hold an almost, and this has nothing to do with communism, I hold an almost Soviet-like perspective in terms of a parallel. The very term Soviet Socialist Republics, the very term of socialism as it was applied in the old Soviet Union, the concept was that there was a communist utopia that they had as an objective, but since that was not humanly possible in their lifetime, they thought that they would at least affect on Earth a transitional stage, which was socialism. So Soviet is simply the Russian word for collective. So the idea of Soviet socialism or collective socialism was that they had a collectivized socialist transition state towards what would ultimately be the communist utopia, which, by the way, is completely unattainable and a psychotic fantasy in which history comes to an end because there's no more need for history because all needs are provided for and therefore no more need for war. This is something that Marx himself found so boring, he never articulated what this would be like, this post-historical age. This is part of the madness. The fact that people accepted his objectiveless vision is beyond me. However, we can imagine a participatory mass democracy, a true democracy, as opposed to this republicanism with a goddamn electoral college. So, in terms of aiming towards a truly participatory democracy, in which we have everyone's vote count and have the popular vote win, of course, I've argued that there may not be wisdom in that when you get to the point where, like what happened with Brexit, where you have Brexit win by literally half a percentile point, and yet the Brexiteers claim that's majority. Okay, it's not fucking majority. You've got half a percentile point more of the population that wanted Brexit than the half a percentile point that did not. So you have half of the country literally not just unhappy, but completely disaffected by the direction the British Empire is going in. This guarantees a state of civil war. So we've got that everywhere right now. But if we were to really make a participatory democracy work so we wouldn't have something like Brexit happen, you need everybody to be educated in critical thought. Okay? Nobody in America is capable of critical thought. Almost nobody. The end result is this will take a few generations. It will take a century. It'll take 25 consecutive presidential terms of 4 years each, 100 years. During that century of progress, several generations need to go through education and critical thought before full-fledged participatory democracy can take place, which means we need to maintain some infrastructure, some of the structural aspects of the republic while transitioning to that point. It would be, in that sense, parallel to the concept of this socialist Soviets en route to a communist utopia. Only our vision of participatory democracy has a true capability of being realized. But it will take about 100 years. During that period of time, let's work on life extension, have American citizens live longer. There will be people who will see the end point and the realization when their vote will count. But I see this as graduated, meaning that like a beaker, a graduated beaker. Do any of you know what that means? Of course, most of you think, oh, a graduated beaker means some bird that went through college, right? I mean, come on. Graduated beaker means you've got the little beaker like a test tube, and it's got the markings on it that show where the level that the liquid is within it stands. Okay, this is what we need as a graduated democracy. So in other words, in that 100 years, people will have votes that will enable them to vote at the county level. Then we move up to the state level. Then we move up to the federal level. So there has to be an overall federal government that maintains its power, a single party in power, the Democratic Party, and with the single party in power, the Democratic Party, because if the Republicans lose the Civil War, they will, of course, the majority of them be deported or rehabilitated. There's no other way to deal with this. We're at that state of polarization. You take a look at, we had Alexander Griffin there. I'm making a joke here when I call him the Black Russian. Well, here's this guy who's like obviously bitching about vaccines and environmentalism, which shows at this point he's reached a level of pathology that is, his paradigm doesn't even make any fucking sense. It makes more sense the people he's railing against who connect pandemics with environmental decay and degeneration and devastation, because by devastating the rainforest, we are erupting diseases into our infrastructure that otherwise would never be exposed to daylight, but forever be covered within the forest canopy. So when these plagues erupt out of like the Wuhan virus, where of course everybody was trying to eat what they could, with all of the death of the porks due to the African swine fever, and therefore the spread of the need for any food available, which led ultimately to the wet markets filling up with all that biomass of different animals that generated the Wuhan flu. All of this is a form of environmental violation that has led to a pandemic. Okay, that is something that we want to prevent. So anyone who raves against that has obviously gone to the side of the kings of Edom, who's is ultimately now a cultist or a useful idiot of the cult of the kings of Edom. Now, in terms of where we are today and the need to rehabilitate our society to educate people a bit at a time towards democratic responsibility, right now your vote does not count because of the Electoral College. The Electoral College must be immediately eliminated, but for at least a century, we need to disable the public's ability to knock the government out of power. And right now in California, we are going through recall fever. This would take a while to explain, but they're trying to recall our Democratic governor because we have a very weak California Constitution which enables the Republicans to disable our government by initiating recalls. Now, there's so many reasons why this is so suicidal. Aside from the fact that this is at a frail moment in history where we're dealing with a pandemic, we're dealing with apocalyptic wildfires that have never before been seen in history, and they're trying to take our governor out. And what will happen if they replace him with a Republican in a deep blue state with a supermajority of Democrats. What happens if they take away our Democratic governor and replace him with a... How is that Republican governor going to govern? How will he get anything through with a majority Democratic government and a majority Democratic population? He can't govern at all. No one will pass what he proposes. He will be vetoed at every step of the way. The only thing he succeeded is disabling our government, which is what the Republicans seek to do. This is why this is civil war. By doing that, then we have no ability to respond to the wildfires or the pandemic, and therefore the Republicans are intent on killing as many Californians as they possibly can. Am I not making sense, Jameson? Do you understand this? What is going on here in California? What they're trying to do?
Yes, you're making perfect sense. They're trying to literally overthrow democracy in California.
And yes, thank you. But beyond that, this is literally genocidal because with a Republican in charge and unable to govern, there's no way to respond to the fires and the pandemic simultaneously. No way to do anything. So with that kind of partisan gridlock, we are done for. It will be the end of California, which is what the Republicans seek. The death of many Californians, which is what the Republicans seek. This is beyond dangerous. And this is why we cannot afford democracy to be given at once. If we win the Civil War against the Republicans, we cannot simply give people the right to vote. They have to earn it, graduate it a bit at a time, first at the county level, then at the state level, and then at the federal level. But for 100 years at least, we must disable the ability to vote out the federal government, a one-party democratic state. And during that period of time, institute a century of progress, institute a century in which we rehabilitate the infrastructure, educate people, and make them capable ultimately of being able to vote. This would be nation building at home. Biden has said we have ended America's nation building throughout the world, that America will no longer engage in nation building. This is his stance. This can change with the next administration, but right now his stance is America will not engage in nation building again. Well, in terms of, for 2 decades now, the American empire has proven itself increasingly unable to effectively harness its military prowess and economic strength to any advantage. And that brings us to the question of how does an empire die? Often, it seems there's a growing sense of decay, and then something happens. A single event that provides the tipping point. After the Second World War, Great Britain was all but bankrupt, and its empire was in shreds. But it as they would put it, they soldiered on, thanks to a United States government loan and the new Cold War exigencies that allowed the Greater British Empire to maintain the outward appearance of a global player. It wasn't until the 1956 Suez Canal, the nationalization thereof, and the ensuing debacle, when Britain was pressured by the American and Soviet empires, and via them the United Nations, to withdraw its forces from Egypt, which it had invaded, along with Israel and France, following Gamal Abdel Nasser's seizure of said Suez Canal, when the United States found itself, this was far worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis, by the way. The United States found itself at that time in the position where, under President Eisenhower, it was set to go to war against Israel, France, and Britannia. That's how bad it was. And that threat of American conflict against its former allies is when it became clear that Britain's imperial days were over. The floodgates to decolonization opened immediately thereafter. And in February of 1989, when the Soviet Union withdrew its military from Afghanistan after a failed 9-year attempt to pacify the country, it did so in a carefully choreographed ceremony that was meant to telegraph solemnity and dignity, with an orderly procession of tanks moving north across the Friendship Bridge, which spans the Amu Darya River between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, which was then an interior Soviet republic. And the Soviet commander at the time, Lieutenant General Boris Gromov, walked across that bridge with his teenage son, carrying a bouquet of flowers and smiling for the cameras. And behind him, he declared, no Soviet soldiers remained in country. And in a military rally later that very same day, he said, the day that millions of Soviet people have waited for has come. In spite of our sacrifices and our losses, we have totally fulfilled our internationalist duty. Now, Gromov's triumphal speech was not quite the equivalent of George W. Bush's mission accomplished following the 2003 Iraq invasion, but it came close. And the message that it was intended to relay, at least to people inside the Soviet Union, was supposed to be a reassuring one, that the Red Army was leaving Afghanistan because it wanted to, not because it had been defeated. The Kremlin had installed an iron-fisted Afghan loyalist who was left to run things in its absence, a former secret police chief named Najibullah, who was an expert in torture. And there was also a combat-tested Afghan army equipped and trained by the Soviets. Meanwhile, the American-sponsored Islamo-fundamentalist Mujahideen guerrilla armies that had been subsidized and armed by not just the American empire, but its partners, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, who had provided ideological radicalization. They were all in a celebratory mood. Their combat units were massed outside Afghanistan's communist regime-held cities, and there was an expectation that it would not be long before the professional torturer Najibullah succumbed as well, and Kabul would be theirs. You know, in the end, he held out for another 3 years, with his downfall merely leading to a new civil war. For all the talk of internationalist duty, the Afghanistan that the Soviets left behind was, of course, a charnel ground. Out of its population of only 12 million people, it is a wasteland after all. As many as 2 million civilians had been killed in that war that we know of. And we know that more than 5 fucking million fled the goddamn country. Meaning over half its population was dead or gone. Dead and gone would be the inclusive term. And another 2 million were internally displaced. So many of the country's towns and cities lay in ruins, and half of Afghanistan's rural villages and hamlets had been completely destroyed, literally physically wiped off the map by Soviet bombardment. Officially, only 15,000 or so Soviet troops had been killed, although the real figure is orders of magnitude higher. We know that 50,000 soldiers were admitted to be critically injured. That means crippled the rest of their lives. But hundreds of aircraft, tanks, and artillery pieces were destroyed, lost, unaccounted for, disappeared. That means probably the corrupt Soviets themselves, military forces in country, had sold them to other countries. and countless billions of rubles were diverted from the hard-pressed Soviet economy to pay for it all. However much the Kremlin tried to gloss it over, the average Soviet citizen understood that the Afghanistan intervention had been a costly fiasco. It was only 18 months after the Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan that a group of hardliners tried to launch a coup d'etat against the reformist premier Mikhail Gorbachev. But they had miscalculated their power, and most particularly their popular support. In the face of public demonstrations against them, their putsch soon failed, followed by the collapse of the Soviet Union itself. So the the torturist regime installed by the Soviets lasted years longer than the Soviet Union itself did after they withdrew from Afghanistan. Of course, by then, much beyond the Soviet Union's Afghan quagmire had conspired to fatally weaken that once powerful empire from within, an empire that the Americans had calculated would be eternal. Now, while those two events are humiliatingly comparable, only time will tell whether the old adage about Afghanistan's being the graveyard of empires along with Indochina, the Indochinese shatterbelt of Asia, proves as true for the United States as it did for the Soviet Union. Now, of course, most critical thinkers would conclude such to be the case. Robin Wright has written a column that was published on the Ides of August, the 15th of Yestermenses, just last month, a 14 nights ago, saying that America's great retreat from Afghanistan is at least as humiliating as the Soviet Union's withdrawal in 1989, an event that contributed to the end of its empire and communist rule. Both of the great powers withdrew as losers, with their tails between their legs, leaving naught but chaos behind. James Cladd, a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, has privately stated that it's a damaging blow, but the end of empire? Not yet, and probably not for a long time. The egregious defeat has hammered American prestige, however, delivering the geopolitical equivalent of an egg on our face. Is that a fatal blow? In the wider world, America still retains its offshore power balancing function, and despite some overheated journalism, no irreversible advantage has passed to our primary geopolitical opponent, the Communist Chinese Empire. It is true that, for the time being, and I'm retaking the narrative here as opposed to the former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense James Cladd, the American empire for now retains its military prowess and its economic strength. But as I've said, for 20 years on now, it's become increasingly unable to effectively harness either of them to its advantage. Instead of enhancing its hegemony by deploying its strengths wisely, it has repeatedly squandered every effort, diminishing both its aura of invincibility and its standing in the eyes of all the other nations on Earth. The vaunted global war on terror, which included Bush's invasion of Iraq for the purpose of finding weapons of mass destruction that never existed, Barack Obama's decision to intervene in Libya and his indecisiveness about a red line in Syria, and Donald Trump's betrayal of the Kurds in the same country and his 2020 deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. troops from Afghanistan that served as the prelude to what Biden is doing, simply carrying out Trump's objective, has all effectively caused terrorism to metastasize as a cancer across the planet. Al-Qaeda may no longer be as prominent as it was on 9/11, but it still exists and has a branch in North Africa. ISIS has affiliates there too, and in Mozambique, and of course, as the horrific attacks at the Kabul airport have underscored, in Afghanistan. And the Taliban themselves have returned to power right where it all began 20 years ago. Rory Stewart, a former British government minister who served on Prime Minister Theresa May's National Security Council, has gone on record to say that he observed the events in Afghanistan with horror. He said, "Throughout the Cold War, the United States had a consistent worldview. Administrations came and went, but the worldview didn't change that much. And then, following 9/11, we, America's allies, went along with the new theories it came up with to explain its response to the terrorist threat in Afghanistan and elsewhere. But there's been a total lack of continuity ever since. The way the United States viewed the world in 2006 is night and day to how it views it today. Afghanistan has gone from being the center of the world to one in which we are told that that such places pose no threat at all. What that suggests is that all of the former theorizing now means absolutely nothing. To see this lurch to isolationism that is so sudden that it practically destroys everything we've fought for together for 20 years is beyond merely disturbing." Now, that same Rory Stewart, who co-founded the Turquoise Mountain Foundation, which sounds like a New Age cult, but which has supported cultural heritage projects, health, and education in Afghanistan for 15 years, he's now a senior fellow, to use that academic term, at Yale's Jackson Institute for Global Affairs. And he was always skeptical of Joe Biden's assertion that the strategic priorities of the United States no longer lie in places like Afghanistan, but in countering the communist Chinese empire's expansion. And so Rory's response to that has been, if this were true, then clearly part of the logic of the American confrontation with China would be to say, we're going to demonstrate our values with our presence across the world, just as it did in the Cold War with the USSR. And one way you do that is to continue your presence in the Middle East and other places, because removing yourself is simply counterproductive. In the end, I think all of this talk about Red China, a China pivot, is really just an excuse for American isolationism. But that brings us back to the nagging question. Does the triumphal return of the Taliban in Afghanistan represent the end of the American era? On the heels of what appears to have been a disastrous decision by Joe Biden to adhere to a U.S. troop drawdown that was set in motion by his feckless predecessor, it can certainly be said that the international image of these United States has been damaged. It seems a valid question to ask whether the United States can claim much moral authority internationally after handing Afghanistan and its millions of hapless citizens back to the custody of the Taliban. But it remains unclear whether, as Stewart suggests, the U.S. retreat from Afghanistan represents part of a larger inward turn, or whether, as Cladd believes, the U.S. may soon reassert itself somewhere else to show the world that it still has muscle. But right now, it feels as if the American era isn't quite over, but it isn't what it once was either. Yeah, this brings us back home to the recall figure, the trouble with the Gavin Newsom recall. The California law that gives voters the power to remove a sitting governor doesn't make any sense in this era of unrelenting partisan conflict. The recall election that's ongoing now for California Governor Gavin Newsom, it doesn't appear likely to end with his removal from office, meaning that if he is removed from office, it's not going to end there. Although Newsom's opponents have gathered enough signatures to require this vote, and conditions in our state could still change, polls showing that public support for this effort is far below what Newsom's critics have needed to force his removal, and yet the situation being such that they could still attain it. The drive has triggered, or may yet trigger, another form of recall. It may finally prompt California to examine whether this 110-year-old state law that governs recalls still makes sense in an era where we're on the verge of total civil war. That law was instituted during the Progressive Era as a tool to tame special interests, but the efforts against Newsom prove that it's become a weapon of harassment and manipulation by Republicans. The Red Russell collaborationist Republican insurgency constitutes an absolute minority in my state, where Democrats hold all major statewide offices and supermajorities in both legislative chambers, and where Joe Biden buried Donald Trump by more than 5 million votes last year. Once California's Secretary of State gives final certification to the collected signatures, once he did, Newsom at that moment became the second of our state's past 3 Democratic governors to face a recall that reached the ballot. Governor Gray Davis was ousted in a 2003 recall election and replaced by Republican Arnold Schwarzenegger. How unusual is that confluence? Well, across all the states, recalls against only 3 other governors in American history have ever qualified for the goddamn ballot. Now, this pattern has California Democrats now talking openly about making fundamental changes to our recall law. That's an idea that's rarely been discussed since Governor Hiram Johnson, a progressive icon, pushed it through the legislature back in 1911, years before my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Naval Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was even born. The Democratic strategist Gary South, who was the chief advisor to Gray Davis in his 2 gubernatorial races in 1998 and 2002, said this thing is going to be defeated by Newsom pretty handily, and when this is all over, the legislature has to take a serious look at revamping the processes and procedures for qualifying a recall against the governor of California. Now, he was engaging in wishful thinking, but in terms of California's law, it establishes a 2-step process for removing and replacing an executive branch official. Once proponents collect enough signatures, the state schedules an election that asks voters 2 questions. First, they are asked to vote up or down on whether to recall the targeted official, in this case Gavin Newsom. Then on the same ballot, they are asked to choose from a list of candidates who have filed to replace the official. In this case, 100 fucking Republicans and 1 goddamn Democrat who's out of his goddamn mind. By the way, in terms of an option to replace the governor, the incumbent's name can never be listed as an option. If a majority votes no on the recall, that's the end of it. The incumbent remains in office. But if a majority supports the recall, the incumbent is replaced by the alternative candidate who receives the highest vote total, even if that's less than a majority, which is possible given how large the candidate field often is. Those rules create one of the first glaring anomalies of the California state system. An incumbent can be removed and replaced even though a higher share of Californians vote to keep him in office than vote to support any single alternative. Exempli gratiae, an incumbent could receive support from 49.9% of voters, but be ousted and replaced by someone who received a much smaller share of the vote. An even bigger anomaly is the threshold a recall effort needs to meet in order to qualify for the ballot. 19 states permit voters to recall a governor. That's according to the National Conference of State Legislatures that I sourced. Among those states, California requires the lowest signature total to recall any state governor in the country. A recall can qualify for the ballot in California by collecting signatures equivalent to 12% of the voters, 12% of the votes cast in the previous gubernatorial election. Now, most states set a significantly higher bar, typically 25%. In 2018, just under 12.5 million Californians voted in the gubernatorial election, in which Newsom swamped the Republican John Cox by almost exactly 3 million votes. That meant recall proponents had to collect slightly fewer than 1.5 million signatures. In absolute terms, that's a lot of signatures to obtain. Newsom critics launched 4 recall attempts before this, and all failed to meet that requirement. Even the current recall, launched by conservatives, infuriated by Newsom's COVID-19 shutdowns last spring, appeared to hit a wall in the fall. Then 2 important things happened on the 6th of November. First, James Arguelles, a state superior court judge appointed by Schwarzenegger, gave the proponents an unprecedented 4-month extension to gather signatures, citing the difficulties created by the coronavirus. And on the same day, Gavin Newsom chose to attend a now infamous birthday party for a lobbyist at a swanky restaurant in Napa Valley, a choice that became a flashpoint for voter frustration. Newsom's attendance, while much of California remained shut down, became a pop culture caricature of what everyone hates about politicians. It had everything. It had elitism. It had hypocrisy. It had a whiff of play-to-play. With the extra time and the spark Newsom lit with his restaurant blunder, money poured in from Republican donors, and the signature drive was revived. Funds were now available to hire professional canvassers and send direct mail to voters to collect signatures. The 1.5 million signatures required represents a small fraction of the reliable Republican vote in our nation's largest state. By population, if not geography, and by economy, we are the goddamn American economy. Don't ever forget that for a fucking minute. And then Cox won just 38% of the total vote in his 2018 bid against Newsom, but that amounted to more than 4.7 million votes. Trump, while winning just 34% of California's total vote last year, attracted more than 6 million. So, all evidence proves that those same Republican voters are primarily powering the recall effort now. A recent Los Angeles Times analysis found the greatest support for the effort in our state's residual red regions, the rural northeastern and central valley counties, with low coronavirus case counts and where voters heavily favored former President Trump, Penny Bradley country, if you will. And another revealing measure of support for the effort is how many recall signatures each county produced per vote cast in the 2020 presidential election. The 19 counties that ranked the highest on that measure all voted for Trump last year. And meanwhile, most of the state's major urban and suburban population centers, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, Santa Clara, and Alameda counties, ranked at the very bottom of that list, with the signatures gathered there equaling 6% or less of their total 2020 turnout. In a statewide poll released by UC Berkeley and the LA Times, 85% of Republicans said they support recalling Newsom, compared with 33% of independents and only 8% of Democrats. That puts overall support for Newsom's removal at 36%, midway between the meager Russo collaborationist red insurgent votes for Cox in 2018 and Trump in 2020. And all this raises the key question, whether the recall is measuring any genuine eruption of grassroots discontent against Newsom, which of course most assuredly it does not, but rather merely recording the fact that many of the Republican voters who never wanted him to be governor still don't. At times last year, the former explanation seemed almost somewhat plausible, with the virus imposing terrible economic and health losses on our state. But the latter is, of course, the conclusion now, as our state's infection and hospitalization rates plummeted until the Delta variant mutated. Our economy was starting to reopen, our vaccination totals were rising, the state's budget was recovering, and it's only recently Delta changed all that. So when we put all of this into perspective, or try to, it's one which leads to the terrible conclusion that the minority rules in America, the red minority, over us all, by a dictatorship of manipulation of anachronistic laws. Now, when we take a look at some history to try and contextualize this, it may be useful to compare Newsom's circumstances to that of another Democrat, the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In a state that is much more closely divided between the parties, Whitmer faced an even more ferocious right-wing backlash against her COVID-19 restrictions last year. That backlash included an invasion of her Capitol building by armed activists who descended on the state Capitol with every objective to abduct her and gang rape her to death on camera. She faced critics who had filed 9 separate petitions to recall her from office before they finally decided to abduct her bodily and gang rape her to death. But because Michigan requires twice as many signatures as California for a recall to reach that ballot, 25% versus 12%, none of those efforts were ever likely to qualify, which is why the Republicans finally decided to resort to an abduction plot and a snuff film to do her in. In one sense, this contrast might not have troubled the progressive era leaders who created the recall law in California in the first. They didn't want it to be hard to use. The recall was part of an extraordinary package of 22 state constitutional amendments, including the initiative and referendum processes that Hiram Johnson persuaded voters to approve in a single election in October of 1911, before the man who raised and guided me, a man who died at 87 years of age before he was even born. The unifying thread among those measures was Johnson's determination to create safeguards against the corrupting power of the Southern Pacific Railroad, the dominant economic and political force in our state at that time. Progressives thought they only had one chance to enact these laws in a great big hurry, that would ensure the capability to resist further corruption of California government once the progressives were out of power. What are you going to do if corrupt politicians return to power and serve the main special interest in the state again, namely the railroad? Well, make it possible for the people to recall them, to pull them out if they prove unfaithful to the people's wishes. Well, Johnson and his allies tended to see politics in terms of interests, not parties. They sought to unite both Democratic and Republican progressives against Southern Pacific's concentrated economic power. And although elected as a Republican, Johnson bolted from the party to run as Theodore Roosevelt's vice president in his unsuccessful third-party progressive presidential bid in 1912. And when he returned to California, Johnson passed legislation to transform state elections into nonpartisan contests. Ironically, a referendum sponsored by Republican and Democratic Party bosses using the progressives' own direct democracy tools overturned that law. The recall as a deliberately partisan weapon probably would have stunned Johnson. Now, like many other features of America's completely outmoded electoral system, including our electoral college, the California recall is buckling under the pressure of today's hyperpartisanship. Johnson envisioned the recall as a tool for a majority of the people to protect themselves against a minority of the interests. But today, it's a minority of disaffected Russell collaborationist red Republicans who are trying to overturn our majority's vote. No Republican has won any major statewide office in California since 2006. The year before my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, died. A recall gives them better odds than any conventional election. And so they use this to assume office, partly because of the unusual up-down vote on the incumbent, and partly because turnout for special elections is completely unpredictable. I don't think the progressives could have anticipated any situation like this, where one party is repeatedly repudiated at the polls and they simply use their financial advantages to force a redo, in which they prevail because the conditions are different. Now, of course, critics like myself of this current law are beginning to discuss several options for changing California's recall process. Among them are requiring proponents to prove some standard of malfeasance before placing a recall on the ballot, as 7 of the 19 states with recall laws now require, allowing the incumbent to run on the replacement ballot, or simply raising the threshold of signatures required to qualify. The conventional wisdom in our state is that persuading voters to surrender any of the authority they currently have under the recall law will be extremely difficult, especially because any major changes will require a constitutional amendment, as will the cessation of the Electoral College. And, hopefully a failed recall against Newsom can trigger a reconsideration of this law. And then the question becomes, of course, take a look first at where we're at. California Democrats are facing a dynamic similar to the one confronting the National Party in the raging battle over ballot access, facing clear evidence that the Russell collaborationist red Republican governors and legislatures are rewriting voting laws in red states with express intent to hurt Democratic prospects. Congressional Democrats still haven't used their power to preempt that offensive with federal voting rights legislation. So in that sense, Biden is on the side of the enemy. California Democrats might be equally guilty of political malpractice if they don't try to change this recall law while we still have the power to do so, with clear indication from the Russo collaborationist Red insurgency that Republicans will wield it as a weapon every chance they get. And of course, again, where that brings us to, if Newsom is recalled, how would a Republican governor ever get anything done? I mean, if the Newsom recall succeeds, how could a Republican even hope to govern? In summary, the Republican recall candidates say that they will abuse emergency power to pass their agenda and try to persuade the Democratic legislature. Good fucking luck. I mean, Republicans running to replace Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom in this recall election have talked about making some big changes in California. Cut taxes. Give parents vouchers for private schools. Roll back some landmark environmental laws, of course. But while the governor's office comes with a lot of power, it never included a magic wand. To make any significant policy changes, a governor must work with the legislature to pass new laws, approve any budget, and appoint key leaders to state agencies. And in California, we Democrats have a complete lock on the legislature, holding such a huge supermajority in both chambers that we have more than enough votes to override any governor's veto or to pass our own fucking budgets. So if this September 14th recall is successful and a Republican is sworn in as governor of this deep blue state, a once far-fetched notion that polls now show is within the realm of possibility, what would change at the state capitol come late October? The one-party control Democrats have enjoyed for the last decade would give way to divided government. That would could potentially spur some bipartisan compromises, but realistically would only lead to partisan gridlock. More significantly, it could make historically rare power plays a lot more common. The legislature could override vetoes to turn its bills into law and still set policy in a wide range of areas. And the governor could try to do the same or push back through executive orders and emergency declarations, a Trump-style manner of governance. If the Democrats coordinate and present a united front and defy political norms that have historically been in place, we could resist a lot of what the governor wants to do. But there is that issue of emergency powers, and potentially a governor, if they want to be contentious and implement some sweeping changes, they could claim those emergency powers. Of course, Republicans have criticized Gavin Newsom's use of emergency power throughout the coronavirus pandemic, claiming he's exerted too much control without the usual checks and balances. As the pandemic sidelined normal work in the legislature last year, Newsom issued as many executive orders in 2020 as his predecessor did in 8 years. The Assembly member, Kevin Kiley, a Rockland Republican, now running in the recall election, sued Newsom to try to limit his emergency power, but ultimately lost in court. With that ruling that a governor has broad authority to change or rescind laws during an emergency, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgents, their candidates are now talking about how they'll abuse such power themselves. So, in an interview with Cal Matters, Kiley said, "I would not use executive authority to create new laws and new policies as this governor has, but I would use it to unwind things that never should have been there to begin with." Oh my fucking God. I mean, by that, he would unwind all things such as vaccination requirements, such as anything that would support our environment, protect our environment. This is a man who would leave us completely denuded of our legal governance and instill his subversion. Or rather, his subversion would be to undo the government. By the way, Sarah Rachel Adams said, yes, we can hear you 2 hours ago. God bless her. Love you dearly, honey, with that nice purple heart in return. Thank you. So Kiley has said he's going to end Newsom's pandemic emergency declaration, which would set the stage in and of itself for reversing all related public health rules, such as the requirement that children wear masks at school and that state employees and healthcare workers get vaccinated against COVID-19, or at the very least be subject to routine testing. Which would mean the pandemic would rampage through California and many thousands are going to die. Other Republican candidates pledged to reverse Newsom's mask and vax orders. They've all agreed in a united front to this destruction. But the major Republican recall candidates are also talking about abusing emergency powers for a lot more than the pandemic. Kevin Faulconer, the Republican former mayor of San Diego, declared, he says he was going to declare an emergency over wildfires to speed up prevention efforts to clear trees and brush. The Republican talk radio host, Larry Elder, said he'll declare emergencies over homelessness, drought, and schools to use the power to change environmental and educational rules. And in an interview with Cal Matters, he said, I have a lot more power than I thought I did, even dealing with a hostile legislature. Of course, by declaring a homeless emergency, he means deporting them from the state. And, of course, using emergency power to address long-standing issues would almost certainly get tested in court. A plaintiff could argue that an ongoing and predictable problem is not a proper use of a governor's emergency powers or emergency orders. But under the Emergency Services Act, the governor's powers are intended to be very broad, and courts have been lenient in defining emergency power. And that's a potentially dangerous combination. Conceivably, Democrats could try to prevent a new governor from using emergency power by revoking the Emergency Services Act sometime between the September 14th election and a new governor being sworn in. Hypothetically, if Newsom loses the recall, he could call an emergency session of the legislature and lawmakers could vote to repeal the law or put it on hold until after the 2022 gubernatorial election. Now, a power move like that would hobble any new governor's emergency powers. Beyond emergencies, this elder punk said he would reverse executive orders Newsom had issued on all environmental issues such as a ban on oil fracking and phasing out the sale of gas-powered cars. So Elder says simply, just point blank, they'll be repealed. All immediately repealed. I believe that we ought to be encouraging fracking, this man said, not discouraging fracking. This man wants to frack us into the next series of earthquakes. But Elder said he would not only govern by executive power, he said he believes he can also find ways to work with the legislature, a conclusion he said he was surprised to reach after consulting with former Governor Pete Wilson, who was a Republican who worked with a Democratic-controlled legislature in the 1990s. Very different time. Now, Elder was saying, well, one of the reasons I initially did not want to run is because of the supermajority Democratic legislature we have in Sacramento, and my assumption that whenever I vetoed something, it would be readily overridden. Much to my surprise, a bill has not been overridden since I think the early 1980s. Yeah, but just like I said, The political dynamics are very different now. It's true that overriding a veto is rare. Lawmakers have only used that power a handful of times in the last half a hundred years, according to the State Senate Office of Research that I sourced. But political dynamics at the Capitol are substantially so different now than they were in the previous eras, when state government was politically divided, and that makes use of the override more likely. The fundamental rules have changed because of the supermajority we Democrats have, and the majority vote budget rule. In both the Assembly and State Senate, Democrats now hold more than the two-thirds majorities needed to override any veto, if moderates and progressives stay united. During the terms of the last two Republican governors, Pete Wilson from 1991 to 1999, when we had an inability to pay state workers for months, and during the reign of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who won the 2003 recall and served until 2011, literally the year my mother died, Democrats did not have a supermajority. And the rules for passing a budget have changed significantly since then, too. It only takes a simple majority to pass the budget now, not the two-thirds that forced bipartisanship and lots of partisan gridlock until voters changed that law circa 2010. The fundamental rules have changed because of the supermajority we Democrats have and the majority vote budget rule that have made this situation so very different. There will be lots of pressure to do overrides. One thing that won't be different, the Democratic Senate's ability to block appointments by a Republican governor. Though a governor has authority to appoint members of the State Board of Education, California Air Resources Board, and other powerful bodies of our government, and he has the power to fill thousands of positions throughout state government. The most significant appointments that play a role in shaping policy must all be approved by our state Senate. There were numerous examples of where we refused to confirm a gubernatorial appointment, and that's highly likely to occur with the recall candidates we see on the Republican side. And another thing that will not change, governors don't need any input from the legislature to appoint judges. Newsom alluded to how drastically a new Republican governor could shape California courts in a recent Zoom call with his supporters, saying, "I think about my kids and their future, the damage that a Republican can do with judicial appointments unfettered by the legislature." And we'll think now of what they're doing in Texas. The governor also has the power to fill vacant statewide offices without the legislature's approval. Newsom used that authority to shape Democratic politics in California following the 2020 election, appointing Alex Padilla as the state's first Latino senator when Kamala Harris became vice presidentress, and then choosing Shirley Weber as California's first black secretary of state and Rob Bonta as first Filipino-American attorney general. There's already plenty of political speculation about, of what might happen if U.S. Senatoress Dianne Feinstein, who is 88 years of age, retires before her term ends. Which, quite frankly, I only recently, on doing research into this, found out that the bitch was still in power. She's completely senile. She's utterly demented. And should have been forced into retirement. Of course, they're just keeping the space filled. And under the state constitution, the governor has the power to grant pardons and commutations for convicted criminals and to review all parole decisions, exempli gratiae. Newsom, or whoever is governor later this year, will get the final say on whether Sirhan Sirhan, who assassinated Robert F. Kennedy in 1968, will be released from prison. Which, did he approve that or not, Jameson? Did we get... Is Sirhan Sirhan out? I mean, like, out and about? I didn't follow up on that because it didn't really interest me. Of course, I don't know if our man Jameson's still with us right now. I presume he is. But obviously, would Democrats see a need to cooperate with anything? This Republican businessman, John Cox, has said that if he's elected, he'll try to avoid using executive action and instead find ways to work with the legislature to address problems with housing, homelessness, water, and electricity. He told Cal Matters, "I'm going to propose a package of reforms on all of these issues, and I'll certainly sit down with legislatures and try to fashion a majority that will want to deal with these and get the problems fixed." And if that doesn't work, he said he'll recruit candidates to challenge lawmakers in their re-election campaigns. But if a Republican is elected in the recall, it would be just a year before voters pick a governor again. And it will likely be with far less than a majority of votes. Hardly what Democratic legislatures would view as a mandate. And that's because of our strange rules for this recall, which a federal judge affirmed Friday into this weekend last, are constitutional. Newsom will be ousted if a simple majority of voters say yes on the first question on the ballot. The person who replaces him will be whoever gets the most votes on the second question, even if it's less than a majority. So far, no candidate has polled higher than 27%. It was different in the 2003 recall when 55% of the voters ousted then Governor Gray Davis and 49% voted to replace him with Schwarzenegger. The mandate by voters at the time was they wanted change. When you look at the crowd of people that are running in this recall, there's nobody that even comes close to that. Nunes and Schwarzenegger locked horns many times at the start of that governorship. The new governor famously called the legislature a bunch of girly men as he pressured them to pass a budget. But he wound up abandoning some of his most reactionary proposals, including on spending and teacher tenure, after they were rejected by the voters. Eventually, Schwarzenegger and Nunes learned to cooperate, even become friends. Nunes went on to say, "I never once tactically thought, okay, we have to moderate our stance now that we have a Republican governor, but I did think that we had to figure out a way to work with him if we wanted to get things done." He pointed out, however, that Democrats did not have a supermajority back then. They couldn't override a governor's veto or pass a budget without Republican votes. They were very different times than now. The main point to be made from all of this is that California's recall is a blow to democratic change. The challenge to Governor Gavin Newsom strains election norms and institutions that are already dangerously frayed. Since 1911, when that recall amendment was voted into the California Constitution, there have been 179 attempted recalls of elected politicians, with 11 earning the signatures required to make it to the ballot. Of those 11, 6 have successfully removed officials from office, and of the 6, just 1 removed a governor. That was in 2003 when Gray Davis was bounced from his seat in favor of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the first but not the last orange-colored strongman to rise on fulminant political wins, to use the correct English. Fulminant political wins. And a guy whose candidacy seemed a buff embodiment of the question, well, why not? In his acceptance speech, the governor-elect was reverent. Thank you, very much to all the people of California for giving me their great trust. It's very important that we need to bring back trust in government itself. Yeah, that was a nice thought while it lasted. September 14th brings the specter of California's second gubernatorial recall election, and the man in the barrel this time is Gavin Newsom, elected 3 long years agone, and now applying for the job he holds with the reward of being able to apply again in 2022 when he's up for re-election. Being a governor hasn't looked like much fun lately, and the stakes out west run high. Not only is my golden California the most populous state in our fucking union, it has the 5th largest economy in the goddamn world, ahead of the British empires. And in recent years, it has become the epicenter of what could be called the American empire's intellectual mood, being home to such enduring points of interest as Facebook, epidemiology, Netflix, and the Kardashians. The adage runs, as goest California, so goest the nation. Invoked, it's bittersweet to note, by Gavin Newsom himself, circa 2008, when cheering on same-sex marriage as the mayor of my Golden Gated San Francisco. The risk now is of that being true. This recall puts alarming strain on democratic norms that already, nationwide, are dangerously close to sundering. Newsom's odds of holding his seat in September's special election have been narrow. Recent polling has the governor ahead 50.6% to 46.3%, according to a late August analysis by 538. The offenses that necessitate his removal, as the recall's mostly Republican ringmasters tell it, are various and quite vague. Newsom is said to have been insufficiently supportive of business during the pandemic. Many residents find California's taxes and unemployment too high, and its housing supply too small. Well, people have been expanding into brush area where their houses burn out in the middle of nowhere. And that hasn't fucking helped. Making more Tinder traps doesn't provide people homes. It provides them a place to burn to death. Some consider Newsom's wildfire response weak. Some resent his decision to release state prisoners at the tail end of their terms with serious health risks to stem the spread of COVID-19 in obviously overcrowded facilities. And there's L'Affaire French Londres, in which last fall the governor ignored his own pandemic guidelines and went to a birthday party at a super fancy Napa restaurant. Yes, let them eat ramps. These are formidable complaints, the kind that accrue to every official at the end of every term and whose citizens choose whether to vote the bums back in or boot them out. What they are not is a leadership emergency. We know, more than ever now, what gross incompetence or personal abuse looks like in executive roles. Newsom displays no evidence of either, and his tenure hasn't been empty of feats. He finally put a moratorium on death row executions in California and committed an unprecedented $12 billion to homelessness alleviation projects, with another $10 billion for affordable housing tacked on. In the earliest days of the pandemic, California dodged the faults. Well, we dodged the fate of states such as New York, in part because Newsom was the first governor to declare shelter in place. The business costs of such restrictions? In a bad year nationally, it's hard to claim they were inordinate. Given the nearly $76 billion budget surplus Newsom proved California pulled in this year, much of it from taxes. Even at its worst, his record has been the best a politician can hope for. Mixed. So, to the booth. Voters this month face two questions. First, recall Newsom, yay or nay? Then, if he's out, bearing in mind that the recall needs a majority of the vote, at which point the incumbent is eliminated from the running, who should replace him? 46 candidates, including Caitlyn Jenner, aspire, but the frontrunner is Larry Elder, a conservative talk radio host and outspoken Donald Trump cultist who believes it is unfair to hold the former president responsible for the events of January 6th. His proposals reject statewide mask and testing requirements, renewable energy programs, and criminal justice reform. Elder is not insensible to homelessness. He proposes to solve it by waiving California's Environmental Quality Act, which mandates disclosure about the environmental impact of most housing developments. He has the rare distinction of being both anti-welfare and anti-wage, explaining to the McClatchy News Agency this summer that the ideal minimum wage is $0.00. $0.00. In other words, he advocates slavery. And he leads the field by about 10 points after having raised nearly $5 million in the first several weeks of his campaign, pretty generous from folks who start at $0 an hour. With the recall split into two questions, Elder doesn't need more votes than Newsom to sail to victory. If Newsom is out, Elder is likely to be in. Dive bomb the governorship, take the biggest vote getter out of the running, and jam your candidate into the vacuum. It's hard to conceive of a more cynical plan from extreme reactionary conservatives trying to control Sacramento, or a scheme more damaging to the premises on which democracy runs as a paradigm. If this recall works, it will be because those premises be weak already. Anti-institutionalism having become something of an institution in and of itself. Whether raiding the Capitol because we don't like an election result or demanding a vote now because we can't fathom waiting until next year, we are approaching a point at which there's just one button left in politics, the big red one that says eject. We press it, things move. We begin from scratch again. As far as change goeth, this is the most impoverished kind because it builds on nothing and leads to nowhere, and it clears no space for an enduring public voice. The central tenet of our public institutions is that our fellow citizens are in the game for the same reasons we are. There be voters we'd hope never to meet at a picnic, but if their chosen voices prevail on election day, we give them their full term because we want the same when our time comes round. A vote against the recall strengthens democratic norms and institutions, but it also preserves the possibility of real change. And that includes the right of challengers to return next fall and vie against the governor. May the best candidate win. What I'm saying is, let things progress normally without the machinations, and we have at least the semblance of legitimacy in governance. This is where we come to what California's recall election really says about America. Because Gavin Newsom's struggles spell trouble for Democrats everywhere. Now, How did things go sideways for a governor who 3 years ago won his first term by the biggest margin in all of California's recorded history? This recall vote shouldn't even be close. It shouldn't even feel close. Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1 in California, and our state is home to nearly as many Democratic-leaning independents as Republicans. Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by almost as many votes here last November as there are people in Wisconsin. But aside from a few scattered campaign events and an Elizabeth Warren TV ad for Newsom in heavy rotation on local news, there's almost no sign that a recall election is coming. But with less than a fortnight, 14 nights to go before September's extra election day, Newsom himself feels as though he's fighting not only for his own political existence, but for California's future and for the entire Democratic agenda. He's been obsessing over right-wing TV, wondering about the future of democracy, and he says he's staying up late agonizing over COVID-19 deaths. He's watched Fox News pounce on his 10-year-old son for not wearing a mask. He's overheard his 11-year-old daughter tell her brother, "You're going to lose the recall for Daddy." Now Newsom himself says he told his son later, "You did nothing wrong." He has since pulled his children from the not always masking camp they were attending, wary of another COVID hypocrisy scandal. The recall effort started as a protest against Newsom's positions on immigration and the death penalty, and was propelled by Trump-inspired amateur stunt politics, a radio call-in show hosted by recall organizers called Friday Night at the French Laundry, for example. And it exploded because of wider frustration with Newsom's handling of the pandemic. How this ends depends on how many of California's 22 million registered voters fill out recall ballots mailed to them earlier this month. In theory, recalls are supposed to be distilled democracy, a way for voters to change their minds and hold their leaders accountable in the long periods between regularly scheduled elections. Many don't realize, however, that the ballot contains two separate questions. First, yes or no on the recall, and then, in case a majority votes to recall Newsom, a ballot that does not include the governor's name, but does include 46 others, all of them Republicans, including the trans-sexed Caitlyn Jenner and one treasonous Democrat. Now, Newsom has noted that he could receive 49.9% of the vote, lose the recall, and be replaced by a governor elected with only 14% of the vote. This is the way democracy, in quotes, could play out in our golden state, the largest state in the goddamn union by population, home to 40 million fucking people, and the fifth largest economy in the world, larger than that of the British Empire. Newsom's aides worked hard in the spring to dissuade other well-known Democrats from entering the recall race in the hopes of delegitimizing the process. He's telling voters to vote no on the recall and skip voting on the second question altogether. If Newsom is recalled, his potential replacements include the radio host Larry Elder, former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer, and the 2018 Red Russell collaborationist subversive gubernatorial nominee John Cox, and the Assembly member Kevin Kiley, all Republicans who have embraced Trump cultism to varying degrees. Newsom, meanwhile, has the support of pretty much every Democratic official and group in the state. Big-name donors have gotten involved on Newsom's behalf as well. The Netflix CEO, Reed Hastings, has donated so much money to the anti-recall effort that his name appears at the bottom of the governor's commercials. Laureen Powell-Jobs, the chair of the board of The Atlantic magazine, has donated $400,000 to a committee called Stop the Republican Recall of Gavin Newsom. A poll released at the end of July proved that Newsom was on the edge, and that set off a round of concern. Critics point out that the poll included a relatively small number of Democrats, and in an attempt to stimulate what appears to be their still lower enthusiasm for voting in the recall, this may have made the race look closer than it is. But Newsom has been taking these polls seriously. He has reason to be anxious. Recalls can deliver immediate emotional satisfaction to dissatisfied voters, and there be many dissatisfied voters in California. You can be mad at Newsom because you never liked him in the first. You can be mad about his ego, his peevishness, even his sense of entitlement. You can be mad because Donald Trump is your model of what a leader should be. You can be mad because of the way Newsom's handled wildfires and drought. You can be mad at him because you're tired of pandemic shutdowns. You can be mad about anything. All those angry Californians' votes will go on the recall pile. And if that pile of dog shit is big enough, Newsom will be out before Halloween. His replacement will probably be someone who opposes strict anti-coronavirus measures, to say the least. It will be the immediate end of California's mask mandates, and COVID-19 lockdowns would quickly follow. Then another potential ripple if Dianne Feinstein, the state's, our golden state's, aging and ailing U.S. senior senatores, will be unable to finish her term because of her all too obvious senile dementia. The best she does to prevent any damage is refrain from doing anything. If she's unable to finish her term beyond even that, whoever wins the recall, if not Newsom, then most likely a Republican, would appoint her replacement. Our Senate is split 50-50. And Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris holds the tie-breaking vote. Now, how much Californians care to keep Gavin Newsom, a governor who often provokes only tepid support even among his voters, could end up deciding the fate of Democrats' Senate majority and the entire Biden agenda. California tends to preview America's political future. Richard Mulhouse Nixon started out red scaring here. Ronald Reagan redefined conservatism here. Proposition 187 racked our state in the 1990s before immigration became the main fissure in our politics. Arnold Schwarzenegger left from celebrity personality to surprise winner in our state's most recent gubernatorial recall, a year before the first season of The Apprentice went on air. Climate policy. Redistricting reform. The fights over legalizing gay marriage and marijuana. Our state's size and diversity mean political trends happen here first. On a call with supporters at the beginning of this month, Gavin Newsom said, "We are America's coming attraction." He meant that in a positive way. His opponents, as he said, don't want voters to see proof that his policies, progressive tax rates, action on climate change, and taking COVID-19 science seriously can result in a growing economy. And California has proven them wrong. So if they can somehow assault our state and diminish it, then their argument looks like it holds more water than it does. Analysts and operatives are looking at the recall as a test case for the midterm elections. Newsom knows he can't yet declare victory over the pandemic. Like the Democrats in next year's midterm elections, he's going to have to get voters to give him more time and power, even though much of what he said he'd fixed won't be fixed by the time people vote. Will he be able to convince voters that their lives are a bit better? And that kind of better is good enough for now? Will he be able to convince them that Trump and Trumpism would be worse? Will he be able to convince Democrats to vote now that the president they love to loathe is no longer on the ballot? Newsom has occasionally seemed to compare this recall to the Capitol insurrection on January 6th. Of course, he distinguishes between that kind of violence and what he's facing. But the riot and the recall are manifestations of the same general narrative, a connective tissue of voter suppression, of the conspiracy theories. Tucker Carlson in Hungary, even Gavin Newsom, spoke out and said, "What the hell is that? Celebrating autocrats? It's not fringe anymore within the Republican Party, it's mainstream." And he snapped his fingers for the full effect, saying, maybe it's been there, but it's been brought to the surface in ways that are so alarming. Newsom is a Democrat trying to get Democrats to vote. So he often describes the people who hope to replace him as pro-Trump extremists, which they be. This is both a smart political strategy, but it's essentially a correct analysis. As one leading candidate, pro-Trump turn demonstrates, Faulconer, a popular two-term former mayor of San Diego who has perhaps the country's most accomplished record on combating the homelessness crisis, was for years seen as the California Russo collaborationist Red Insurgent's best hope of winning statewide office for the first time since Schwarzenegger won re-election circa 2006. But Faulconer announced after the 2020 election that he had gone from Trump critic to Trump voter. He's since come out against mask mandates. Elder is a Trump cultic libertarian radio host whose opposition to minimum wage, legal abortion, and climate change policy can make him seem as though he was dreamed up by Newsom's political consultants as a foil. He once said he thought Biden had won the election fair and square, but recently backtracked, saying, "Give me a mulligan on that one." No, I don't. Even in the midst of this pandemic, Newsom probably wouldn't be in trouble against his semi-hapless slate of challengers if not for his own bumbling. In addition to the French Laundry episode, he has a habit of boasting about good news before later acknowledging that it was not quite as good as he'd said. His supporters urge understanding. Scott Wiener, a state senator who represents San Francisco, my own golden-gated, the center of so much of the world's economy, has said there's no off-the-shelf manual of how to govern in a pandemic. But others believe that Newsom's pileup of problems is exactly the kind of no-confidence situation the recall law was meant to address. Jordan Cunningham, a moderate Republican assembly member from about halfway between San Francisco and Los Angeles, has gone on record to say that he's fed up with what he feels was Newsom's arbitrary political approach to closing schools and businesses, insisting on blanket policies and not listening to local leaders. Of course, though Cunningham has never expressed how he'll vote, in this case, he was proud to say he supports the recall and is endorsing Faulconer. He's offered a baseball metaphor to explain his openness to the potential chaos that the recall could set off, especially because Faulconer doesn't even look likely to win. By saying, if your pitcher's getting shellacked, you're better off putting anybody else in. If they're giving up homer after homer and they keep throwing meaty pitches over the plate, if you want to win that game, change your pitcher. Well now, relief pitchers are typically called up from the bullpen, not picked from the crowd booing in the stands. Yet this year's replacement governor field feels like a knockoff of California's last recall, circa 2003, when Schwarzenegger won out among a group of 135 candidates that included Arianna Huffington and Gary Coleman. You know, the little black man from, I can't even remember the goddamn TV series, who was working as a security guard in an Oakland supermarket. In 2003, at least, Schwarzenegger was popular in his own right, and the recalled governor's own lieutenant governor ran against him. This year, however, the lack of a prominent non-Newsom candidate from either party has intensified the contest's sideshow vibes. Cox, the Republican candidate who lost to Newsom in a 2018 landslide, kicked off his campaign in the spring traveling around the state with a 1,000-pound Kodiak bear, prompting an investigation by the Humane Society. Earlier this month, Cox was served with a subpoena in the middle of a candidate debate over unpaid bills from his 2018 effort. One poll showed Kevin Paffrath, a 29-year-old Democrat who made himself a millionaire by giving financial advice online, leading the recall race. Now, this Paffrath, who was insistent that he not ever be referred to as the YouTuber that he is, but instead as a JFK-style Democrat with common-sense ideas, has but one single simple message. He wants to make California the 4th largest economy in the world, which would make it larger than that of the Empire of Japan or United Germany or Communist China. One of those three. Schwarzenegger, who is a recall fan and remains a misguided Republican despite breaking forcefully with his party's Trump cult turn, isn't buying Newsom's pitch by saying, "Their strategy is to make the people not focus on the problems, but to switch the focus onto this is a Donald Trump takeover, a Republican Party takeover, and that they basically don't believe in a recall process, and they think it's too easy to get it on the ballot, and blah, blah, blah." Yeah, still, the man who warned in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Naval Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Dietrich, died, was thanatized. That year that Schwarzenegger warned that his party was dying at the box office in California, isn't too impressed with the Newsom alternatives himself. Hearing their positions on COVID-19 protections and climate change has been, well, in his own words, horrible. Anyone that says they're anti-mask or anti-environmental progress, to me, is not where California's at. That's the wrong direction. Of course, when he's asked whether he himself would be voting for the recall and whether he had a favored replacement candidate, all he has to say is that he hasn't made up his mind, but that he's told Newsom and the Republicans who have reached out to him that he's not getting more directly involved. So how do Republican politics play out when the party's candidates can win by simply revving up the base for a low turnout election rather than appealing to a majority of voters? Here's the California preview. The state Republican Party strongly backs this recall, but pointedly declines to endorse a candidate. The state Russo collaborationist Red Republican chair responded to an interview request by forwarding the request A to an aide, who declined to speak on the record and declined to make the chair available, but did forward a statement from the chair that trashed Newsom as the worst governor in California history, a failed leader, a shameless politician, and arrogant, all using just 3 sentences. These sorts of statements are unlikely to move many votes. Few Californians will be turned into recall supporters or recall opponents because of a press statement, an ad, an event, or even tens of millions of dollars Newsom and his opponents are pouring into this campaign. This is the 6th recall effort against Newsom in his 2.5 years as governor. But as politicized as this process is, Newsom feels that some of the backlash is just about him. I mean, in his own words, he said, "How can you not? How do you walk the streets? Walk in front of my house, there's protests 24/7. Recall signs. Your picture is Hitler." Newsom spent Christmas in quarantine after a member of his security detail tested positive for the coronavirus. He'd also spent Thanksgiving in quarantine after 2 of his children were exposed. He lived the whole year with 4 children younger than 11 years of age at home, and anti-lockdown protesters occasionally standing in his doorway or chaining themselves to his fence. Newsom carries around months worth of handwritten notes he's taken during morning briefings of COVID-19 positivity rates, hospitalizations, and vaccine percentages. Note-taking helps Newsom, who has dyslexia. It helps him absorb information. He has dyslexia, if you didn't know. But it also helps him analyze what he's reading and hearing. So he's gone on record to say, the patterns are repeating themselves. I know these patterns. Coronavirus cases have obviously been rising. Wildfires are burning again. Our state economy is back to creaking. So Newsom's response to this, at length and verbatim, has been, no one has any empathy for elected officials, and I get that. We love to hate elected officials. We're things, I get that. But we're also parents. We also have loved ones. We absorb. I would like to think most of us are empathetic souls, and the experiences are difficult. You stack them up over the course of months and months and months. You try everything in your power. Iterate. Good decisions, bad. Things you tried, didn't work. Things that exceeded expectations did work, and yet you still see those numbers go up. So when he was asked whether those numbers of infections and deaths in California suggest that he has failed, he was frank in his response. To quote he said, "At the end of the day, if you don't take responsibility, everyone's going to assign it to you, so you own it." The way the state response is playing out gets at him. His experts tell him that if everyone got vaccinated and wore masks in just 4 to 6 weeks, the virus and the shutdowns and the masking would be done. And so he must have had that on his mind when he said, if you don't like me, come back to me in the next election a few months away. That's the absurdity of this thing. You see, California polling has revealed that pandemic politics is more complicated than recall supporters insist. Large majorities of Californians believe that the state's latest wave was preventable, but most Californians don't blame Newsom for it, or Trump for that matter. They blame the red Republican holdouts who have refused to get vaccinated. And polls are also proving that the vaccinated are much more likely to vote, which is precisely why Newsom's campaign has been leaning into pro-vaccination arguments lately, with an ad directly aimed at Elder, calling the recall a matter of life and death, that it is. These polls will all offer Newsom little comfort if he's booted from office. And if this recall fails, Newsom himself has acknowledged that another will immediately follow, and more after that if he goes on to win another term next year. If he hangs on, he'll consider changing the law in order to make recalls harder and have the reform take effect for governors who succeed him. Now, the United States puts its greatest vulnerability on display. This runaway partisanship endangers the American empire more than foreign enemies do. In one of his first public speeches in early 1838, Abraham Lincoln warned that the biggest threat to these United States came from within. The future president, then but 28 years of age, said, "If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of freemen, we must live through all time or die by suicide." and citing the killings of mixed-race boatmen and an abolitionist newspaper editor by pro-slavery crowds, Lincoln described a country in which widening political division had turned into violence, so declaring, and here I quote his to ye at length and verbatim, "There is, even now, something of ill omen amongst us. I mean the increasing disregard for law which pervades the country, the growing disposition to substitute the wild and furious passions in lieu of the sober judgment of courts, and the worse than savage mobs for the executive ministers of justice. By instances of the perpetrators of such acts going unpunished, the lawless in spirit are encouraged to become lawless in practice, and having been used to no restraint, but dread of punishment, they thus become absolutely unrestrained." Well, the same lack of restraint is all too evident in today's runaway partisanship. As the coronavirus spread in these United States, former President Donald Trump downplayed the danger, and many of his cultists came to view recommended health precautions through a political lens, exacerbating terribly this pandemic's consequences. Trump managed to turn purely factual questions, such as which candidate had won the 2020 presidential election, into matters of bitter partisan dispute. After Trump's support for a violent mob of insurrectionists who attacked our Capitol on the 6th of January, triggering his impeachment, many of his fellow Republicans preferred to punish not the president, but those in the party, including Representative Liz Cheney and Senator Mitt Romney, who wanted to hold him accountable. As many others have pointed out, Trump is as much symptom as cause of this corrosive view, well, this corrosive manifestation of partisanship. Although partisan intolerance predated him, think of how Republicans denied Merrick Garland a confirmation vote for a Supreme Court seat in 2016. Elected officials evidently believe he represents the views of their voters. The internal divisions now on display have become the most serious threat to American security at the national and international level. Foreign enemies, such as Russia and China, can and do attempt to weaken us through subversion of our civil society. Those efforts showed some effectiveness in the 2016 election. They were largely irrelevant in 2020, partly because the United States put up better defenses, but also because Americans were already deeply divided even without foreign intervention. That is, even though Americans have the means to protect ourselves from outside efforts to inflame partisan passions, we are doing to ourselves what our country's sworn enemies would have done. Our current level of partisanship is destabilizing in more prosaic ways. It makes legislative endorsements of treaties and other foreign policy instruments rare. So presidents instead pursue their goals by executive order. And they can overturn executive orders issued by their predecessors, as Trump did when dropping out of the Paris Agreement and the Iran nuclear deal. Countries that wish to strike trade deals, agree to arms control measures, or commit forces to fight alongside us do not know if a future president will unilaterally reverse course. If there be no enduring commitments with the United States, any deal is risky for our foreign counterparts. More and more, America's alliances are becoming grist for partisan politics. Israel is the bellwether, given the ferocity of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's support for the previous administration, but public support even for NATO allies is now colored strongly by party affiliation. Republican backing for the alliance dropped early in the Trump years and has never fully recovered. Partisanship also diminishes American soft power, the magnetism of our example, which is such an important part of why the United States is the global hegemon and why the cost of remaining so has been sustainable for decades. Other countries want us to secede, want to partner with us because of what we represent, and that has been badly damaged by the Trump years. How might Americans overcome these dynamics so that we do not become the author and finisher of our own destruction? The British Empire in the late 18th century experienced similarly deep polarization over religion. Edmund Burke advocated relaxing anti-Catholic restrictions on the basis that the people would grow reconciled to toleration when they should find by the effects that justice was not so irreconcilable an enemy to convenience as they had imagined. That is, government builds tolerance when it solves problems. President Joe Biden clearly takes that as his operating premise, contrasting a competent administration's national pandemic response with the operatically ineffectual chaos of his predecessor. Boring competence may well come back into fashion. Franklin Delano Roosevelt's experience early in his presidency suggests that active government efforts needn't even solve problems to affect public attitudes. By promising a flurry of activity during his first 100 days in office, Roosevelt convinced Americans that the new president was trying to solve the country's urgent problems. That didn't diminish partisanship. Recall the jubilation with which Roosevelt said of his critics, "I welcome their hatred." But it did expand public support for his efforts. Structural changes to our political system could attenuate partisanship. Among them are ranked choice voting, nonpartisan primaries, and a reduction in gerrymandering by removing congressional redistricting from partisan control. Reassessing the role of media and social media companies will also be important in reducing polarization. Facebook, Twitter, and others have sped the transmission of information and broadened the reach of individual voices, but have also facilitated isolation from objective facts. Figuring out how to defang talk radio and cable news propagandists in a manner consistent with the First Amendment will be a challenge. We are midstream in the rushing current of a new media landscape, but we shouldn't lose confidence that our political system can unearth ways to tame this upheaval, just as it adjusted to the mass circulation of newspapers and the emergence of radio and television. Ultimately, however, Americans will have to choose to do these things, which means we will have to repair the culture that underlies and shapes our politics. As Abraham Lincoln himself concluded, circa 1838, "Passion has helped us, but can do so no more. It will in future be our enemy." What the country needed instead, he argued, was general intelligence, sound morality, and in particular, a reverence for the Constitution and rule of law. How to get there is the problem. But Americans have to expect a lot more than the status quo from our government and from ourselves. With that, I bid you good night for this transmission. I'll make an attempt at seeing if I can raise my documents and therefrom extract the Benestenius solicitation. And it looks like I may be able to do that, and therefore deliver what I owe to he in terms of responsibility for his sponsorship of myself in times like these and through all the hard times that we've been through together, for those who have been loyal listeners to myself in the past and hopefully those who shall be such in the future. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work, The Unfinished Man, his book by that very title of his website, or review some of the scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson, and Tucson was voted the stupidest city in the world by Family Guy. You don't want to miss out on that. And put the word "the" in front of Tucson and you get the TucsonMurders.com. Or you can telephone the Baron Ben himself, who will validate, via his guidance, his own conclusions, which mirror those of Family Guy about Tucson being that stupidest city in the world, whereas Family Guy voted San Francisco to be the smartest. But you can telephone Ben about that, as well as, of course, privately phoning him to personally guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. All right, then. Well, Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own, and contribute to that struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we're now accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. Actually, forget douglasdietrich.com other than for information and to subscribe to it, because you can just go straight to the PayPal now. But remember to indicate myself as friends and relations so that your contribution will not be compromised. As well, in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh every one of moral and fiscal support, if you can spare it after helping me out, on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, who at the very least you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline, facebook.com/John.War. And of course, he has his YouTube maggot channel, youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, as well as Team Threk's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist. Now go to his channel and view my shows when you search for Douglas Dietrich at odyssey.com/@maggot:"E". Just think of odyssey.com as ODYSEE, like Odyss what you see.com/@maggot and a colon, 2 dots, one on top of the other, and the letter E, as in maggoty. It's maggoty. It will boost his credits, which allows him to upload more shows. As he himself would say, or has said, the user interface on Odyssey is retarded, but Odyssey has no censorship. Just remember, if you have any problems accessing the Douglas Dietrich videos, make certain to contact him about it. Tell him the problems that you're having, and he will help you. Just remember, were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost three times over. And so make certain that you provide him all the moral support that you can. After helping myself out, if you've got any funds left over in which to grace him, you can go to PayPal, your own PayPal account page, and enter his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, or you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/magatour. Again, MAGGOTAUR. Of course, you would indicate him as friends and relations too, so that your contribution will not be compromised. In the meantime, if you want to mail myself a check or money order, never cash, make certain to mail such to me at 1242 1242 Green Street, like the color green, in San Francisco, California, at the zip code of 94109. Okay, then, with that, I'll take another look at the live stream before I check out for the night. Okay. And he says, now let's talk about South Florida politics as far as that's concerned. Well, I think there's this joke that said it best, where they're interviewing this very depressed, impoverished-looking lady in front of a trailer. And they said, how did you wind up in Florida? And she said, I threw a dart at the map and it fell in the garbage can. Yeah, there you go. At any rate, nobody says, fuck the Pope. This man speaks the truth. Hi, nobody. I don't know who you are, but I suspect, or I hope, I have my own hopes as to who nobody is. But nobody has entered a comment on one of my older videos, which said, keep on doing what you're doing, very supportive. I love you. You suck. So I suspect it's someone I know. At any rate, EB was saying, our man Amor Fadi was saying, so interesting. Hey, cool. I'm glad. EB said, exactly. That's why all these motherfuckers call it California. I've seen these people out of state. They are nuts. Fuck the Republicans. And Chris Collins says, Douglas, have you read Xanthodon by Lynn Carter or any of his other Hollow Earth series books? Very interested in how they fit within the context of your earlier discussion. Okay, my man. One of these days, you and I must have a private discussion. Or, of course, maybe I'll bring up what I can publicly. We'll see what I'm ready to do. And Moed Mechanics was saying, the movie Savage Lands. I think it's based on real facts. He said, I thought that Stanley Kubrick was fled to Asia, and that turned into the Gulf of Tonkin incident to get Kubrick? Holy shit. Talk about... Oh, man, that's a conspiracy theory. Amor Fadi said, there's a book I heard about not too long ago. It's called Underland. Okay, interesting. Thank you. All right, and that's by a former rock star, Robert McFarlane, a communist, by the way. An ideological communist who wrote all kinds of propaganda books for the Soviet Union. He wrote a book called Red Mars, in which the Soviet Union rules Mars. He was very, very communist. You're talking about a man who supported the Soviet Union wholeheartedly. Don't read anything he's written. He's just literally a communist ideologue propagandist. He was disgusting. All right, Jameson Reese says, they have the tech to deal with the ghoul. I don't think we do. Talking about the Third Reich in exile, where Al-Mufadi was saying, what about the Third Reich in exile? Are they not safe underground? Yes, as Jameson Reese said, they've got the firepower. There we are. Amor Fadi brings up an app called Taiwan Plus. He says he's got a new phone app coming out. Not his own phone app, I guess, but many people were discussing, of course, whether or not it's safe underground at all. Well, not if you're by yourself. And let me see. So Sarah Thomas says, yes, I have family in New Jersey. Their cars are all underwater. Holy shit, honey. I hope you're all right. Or I hope they're all right. And the Real Tech Geek says, like Yoda says, failure is the greatest teacher. God, well, it helps if you survive the failure. There was like that guy who was real popular, Eric Estrada, was a sex bomb pretty boy. They used to call him Honey Boy. There's a film by that title starring Eric Estrada in which the lady, Morgan Fairchild, was quite rightly complaining that the makeup artist spent far more time on him than they did on her. She was left to her own devices, but the makeup artists babied him. And he was supposed to be a boxer, for God's sake. A boxer with a pretty face. Okay, well, that's not going to last long, is it? And neither did Eric Estrada, comparatively speaking, poor bastard. But Eric Estrada was this hot Latin guy, and he was made famous by Chips. And he said, yeah, one time when he was being interviewed talking about his life's success to that point in time, ephemeral as it was, to prove, he said, you can only be bitten once by the cobra, then you learn. This is what Mr. The Real Tech Geek, what he said reminds me of Yoda says, Mr. Green Onion Chips, Yoda says, failure is a great teacher and shit. Not to make fun of the Real Tech Geek, but I'm making fun of Yoda, who is a goddamn puppet that's just, I think, hideous, and there's nothing positive about Yoda. Yoda is a racial stereotype of Filipinos. That is just, taken to an extreme for space, anyhow. When Eric Estrada said you can only be bitten once by the cobra, then you learn. No, Eric, you can only be bitten once by the cobra, then you die. Let me put it, you can order a king cobra. You can order a king cobra online. You can get it delivered to your house as fast as any Amazon item. You don't want to do this. Okay, when you get that king cobra, you will be bitten. And then you can go to the hospital. And you could do this as a joke, as a hoax. I don't recommend it, not especially when they're overstressed like they are right now. But, say as a thought experiment, fantasize going to a hospital and telling them you're bitten by a king cobra. The first thing they'll say is, oh, that's impossible. You must mean a local snake. You're having a panic attack. You've been bitten by a local snake. We'll provide you with antivenom. And then if you're insistent, no, I mean a king cobra. I was bitten by a king cobra. I ordered one on Amazon or wherever, and Reptile World, whatever, and I got delivered to my home, and it bit me when I tried to get out of the box. Then they're going to tell you, well, we'll try and helicopter a antivenom in for you. But your chances of living to the time that it arrives are not high. You will likely be told, we'll bring in a priest and an attorney to help you set your affairs in order during the time you have remaining. This is what you'll be told. Okay, so unless you purchase the antivenom along with your cobra, as a matter of fact, you would make certain that you get that home for. Don't get a king cobra. Whatever you do, this is not something any of you can handle other than professional herpetologists, and exceeding amateurs, people who spend their lives working with reptiles, maybe, but not you, not the average person. But anyone who gets one, they would be ordering the antivenom first to have that on hand for when they get bitten. So it's like that. There are some lessons you do not survive. There's some lessons you don't want to have. You don't want to have a lesson of surviving being bitten by a king cobra. So there's lessons we don't need, like what we're going through now. The chances are very high that humanity may not survive the next 100 years. Yes, so we are in the apocalypse. For our man, Peter Moon, to think on such limited human terms as he did, and at first say, oh, come on, they rediscovered the Telezon, the Halazon Tlele, the Halazon Telele, meaning the godly blue from the Talmudic animal. The apocalypse hasn't come on because of it. Yeah, no, it has. Yes, we're here. Yes, the world is burning. We have a pandemic. Yeah, we're in apocalypse. Yes. So maybe before I go, it should be a little lesson in what to do when a major storm like Hurricane Ida strikes, because it's anyone's guess how much damage it'll do or how long you might be without power. So to safely get through a prolonged power outage, as someone with a security background and the kind of professional background that I've had, I can provide you with, at the very least, some advice. Okay, Jameson Reese says, don't watch Fox. He says, that's a good start. Good enough. By the way, we've made it through 9 hours tonight, which is longer than I expected at first. And so let's finish this up with a little lesson. First off, get this habit. I described it with Gavin Newsom, how he's dyslexic and he takes notes. Write important information on paper. During an outage, your cell phone is your lifeline, and you're likely to want to keep it charged in case of an emergency. And because you cannot depend on your phone indefinitely, write down phone numbers and addresses you might need, such as nearby, the phone numbers and addresses of the nearest hospitals, any schools that will be providing supplies, the local libraries, or storm shelters, other public places that might have power places where you'll be able to go to recharge your electronics and contact loved ones. And then conserve your phone's battery life by switching the phone to a power-saving setting, such as airplane mode, or on an iPhone, or an economy mode on an Android device. When you make your way to a local shelter or library, it's a smart idea to take a power strip. This way, when you do find power, you can charge multiple devices at once, or share the makeshift charging station with others, and you'll be everybody's friend just because you have a gang plug. And everyone will want to be your friend. With that, you might even get laid. Anyhow, also use gas to cook food that will spoil. In homes that have lost power but suffered little other damage, you can safely cook on a gas stove, but you'll probably need to light the burner with a match or lighter because the electronic ignition on a stove won't work if the power is out. And if you have a gas grill, cooking with it is another option. If you were able to properly store your grill before the storm in a dry space, such as a garage, and notice no water damage to the grill or gas tank, it should be safe to use it to grill food. And what to cook, though, is another question. So what you need to do is consider what foods you can make or eat that won't spoil as quickly. Of course, Jameson Reese says corpses. Very funny. But when you consider what to feed your family when the power goes out, aside from your dead body, there are plenty of no-cook meal ideas. Well, there's a lot of food safety advice to be given. Of course, Jameson Reese recommends not eating the brains. The funny man. It sounds like this guy's been hanging out with Derek Talley for too long. But at any rate, thinking on this, when a big storm or other natural disaster knocks out the power or makes it hard to leave your house for a few days, what to feed your family obviously becomes a major concern. So fill that pantry. Shop for staples to have on hand during the storm season when the weather is still clear. Pick up extra few packages of non-perishables that you use regularly when you do your normal grocery shopping. That way you won't have to run to the store just before a storm. Rotate those items occasionally so that your stock is fresh. Good options include low-sodium canned beans, vegetables, fruit packed in fruit juice, breakfast cereal, peanut butter, pouches of fully cooked whole grains, nuts, whole wheat crackers, snack bars, and shelf-stable milk, or plant milk, the kind sold in aseptic boxes in the grocery aisle. Don't forget, you'll need a manual can opener if the power goes out too. Just like you need that manual typewriter. By the way, Jameson Reese says shrooms and blue honey. Very funny. This guy's been hanging out with Brendan Zogit for too long. Anyhow, maybe that's what's done him in, man. Maybe it's just that, he's chasing blue honey fairies all over the fucking place. Anyhow, take stock of your fridge and your freezer. When a storm is predicted, see what ingredients and leftovers you have and plan to use them up first. The food in your refrigerator and freezer doesn't go bad immediately, of course. If you keep the doors closed, a refrigerator will maintain a safe temperature below 40 degrees Fahrenheit for at least 4 hours. That's according to the Department of Agriculture's Food and Safety and Inspection Service. You can use a refrigerator thermometer to be sure. A full freezer will stay cold for a couple of days. 48 hours or 24 hours, at least a full day if it's half full. So to load up a freezer, fill containers with water and freeze them. And know which foods will last. Bread, butter, fresh fruit and vegetables, jelly and hard cheeses such as cheddar. They'll all keep at room temperature. So if you have them in your fridge, don't be afraid to eat them, even if the power has been out for longer than 4 hours. Now, there's an entire list that the Food Safety and Inspection Service of the Department of Agriculture has compiled. You should be able to look that up online. If I remember correctly, that would be at www.fsis.usda.gov. That's FSIS for Food Safety and Inspection Service, FSIS.USDA for the United States Department of Agriculture, FSIS.USDA.gov, G-O-V, as any government website. You'll see a nice white family. I'm looking at their page now. Perfect your picnic with food safety. It says August 31st is Eat Outside Day. You're going to have to with a blackout. It's the perfect opportunity to take your breakfast, lunch, or dinner into the great outdoors and enjoy the last few days of warm summer weather. Yeah, it's September now. Shit, we missed that. Anyhow, they show the father's got some 5 o'clock shadow, so he looks like he hasn't slept in a while. Anyhow, apples, avocados, citrus fruits, carrots, celery, cucumbers, grapes, green beans, peppers, snap peas, tomatoes. These are fresh foods that can be eaten raw, and they will be good for days unrefrigerated. So consider picking up some of these ahead of a storm. If the power's out for quite a while, those foods can help sustain you. And they're also healthy sources of fiber, so they can help keep your body running smoothly. Of course, you don't want to plug the toilet up, but, if you got running water, you just pour that down the toilet to help generate a flush. Anyhow, get creative. Just think of, all the things, of course, that can possibly go wrong. That helps, of course, in the military. They use plays on the term Murphy for Murphy's Law. Murphy's always going to be out to get you. But, when you take a look at Jameson Reese eating his peanut butter and jelly, I mean, that gets old quick. Anyhow, There's got to be more interesting and healthy ways to combine the foods you've stocked up on with no cooking required, like overnight oats. Overnight oats, I mean to say. Mix rolled oats with water and let them sit overnight on a counter. In the morning, add some peanut butter, raisins, or other dried fruit, and a little cinnamon, and hey, there you go. Or, some other recipes that single men like myself have perfected over the years. Chunky gazpacho. Combine a can of diced tomatoes with the juice, chopped onion, chopped cucumber, a little Tabasco sauce or some cayenne pepper, a dash of salt and pepper. Add some chopped red or green peppers if you have them. Drizzle them with olive oil and top them off with fresh parsley or cilantro if you have it. Jameson says, cereal, where would you get the cold milk? Like I said, you'd have to have the warm milk. That would be the vegetable kind that lasts, Anyhow, corn salad. Combine some drained canned corn, Oh, he says use OJ. No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. That does not work. No. Grains and beans. Combine some drained canned beans with a patch of pre-cooked grains and olive oil, some herbs and spices that you like, some chopped veggies and nuts. My mother would make apple and white bean salad. Toss a can of white beans, drained, of course, with olive oil and apple cider vinegar and lemon juice. Chunks of apple, dried thyme, walnuts are another nut, little salt and pepper, gently mix into those beans, and if you get celery or scallions, chop and throw those in too when you add the apples. Salmon I use. Tuna tacos with avocado. Chunks of canned salmon or tuna with cubed avocado, some chopped tomato and cucumber. Toss with the dressing of lemon juice or white vinegar and olive oil and salt and pepper. Stuff it in taco shells or tortillas. Eat it straight if you don't have them. Anyhow, singles ideas, how we single guys live. But at any rate, food in your refrigerator can maintain, as I said, at a safe temperature, below 40 degrees Fahrenheit for about 4 hours on average. Cook any perishables, raw meat and soft cheese especially, within that time period. Otherwise, toss those items for safety. Even after that 4-hour window, food can spend an additional 2 hours above 40 degrees Fahrenheit before it becomes unsafe to cook. A full freezer should stay cold for about 48 hours after the power is lost. A half-full freezer should stay cold for about 24 hours. Now, anything that you cook but don't eat, you'll need to throw out after 2 hours because you'll have no way to keep it cool enough to prevent it from spoiling. Of course, you can always share with your neighbors. What's good to know is that lots of homeowners' insurance policies will cover the replacement cost of spoiled food. So it's really not worth taking the risk of consuming it. And if your house is flooded, always toss any food that may have come into contact with floodwaters. All right? Now, the Department of Agriculture has an entire guide to food safety during storms and hurricanes. They've got a PDF that you can check out. This would be at the government website, which is www.fsis.usda.gov/shared/PDF. It's a portable documents format file, and it's about severe storms and hurricanes. That's the entire guide. Probably takes forever to upload. Because, when I went there, it really didn't upload. But then I didn't stay long. Anyhow, if you have a generator, use it safely. Running a generator improperly can kill you in as little as 5 minutes if the concentration of carbon monoxide is allowed to get high enough. And it happens. An average of at least 70 people a year die from generator-associated carbon monoxide poisoning that we know of. That's according to data from the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Remember, carbon monoxide is a colorless, odorless gas, so you won't even know you're inhaling it. No matter what, resist the urge to bring a portable generator inside the house or the garage. It will be the last thing you ever do should you do that. Don't do it. Operate a generator as far from the house as possible. 20 feet at least. And direct the exhaust away from doors or windows. If you don't have a transfer switch installed, you can run an outdoor rated extension cord of the appropriate gauge from the generator's outlets to individual appliances, provided the cords are properly rated and you follow certain precautions. Now, the gauge of extension cord your generator requires will be specified in the user manual, if you can fucking find it. If you've got no generator, unplug your appliances. And this includes anything with electrical circuitry, from your microwave to your refrigerator to your television. There isn't a particular order to follow. You just need to pull the plugs from the outlets to prevent potential electrical damage. Or, if you're comfortable doing so, you can shut off the main circuit breaker. When power lines are damaged during storms, there can be a spike or surge in the line. So unplugging your appliances can prevent damage to those appliances from a power surge when the utility company restores power. If you see street lights or other households on your block that have successfully turned their lights on, well, I believe you can safely assume at that point, well, you'll know the power's back on, all right? Anyhow, check on your nearby neighbors. If your family and home are safe and sound, communicate with neighbors and family members to let them know. Check to see if elderly neighbors are able to navigate when the lights are not on, or if they might want or need your help. Devise a system to update everyone if necessary, if there seems to be no end in sight to the power outage. The FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, recommends seeking out an alternative location with power and heating or cooling, assuming you're able to safely drive on the roads, that is. Take your go bag or your medical go bag and any other supplies you might need. Let your neighbors and family know where you plan to go, all right? I mean, of course, if you're wondering about a go bag, prepare your go bag to make a quicker exit. Be ready for when disaster strikes. I can't overemphasize this. The first sign something was wrong was in the experience of one fellow Californian I know who I'm not going to name. The first sign that something was wrong in his case was the snow that he and his family saw outside their San Diego home in October of 2003, back when both my parents were still alive. By the way, San Diego is in Southern California. It doesn't snow there. They soon realized it was all white ash, snowing from an approaching superfire, a wildfire of conflagrant proportions. They just grabbed stuff like computers and his mom's jewelry and they left. They had to drive on the wrong side of the road because the other side was covered in flames. Okay, you don't want to get to that point. They were lucky. Their house was one of the few in that area that was spared. They still live in the San Diego area, but now they're prepared. They consulted Douglas Dietrich and they put together a go bag by the front door that includes cash and small bills, battery-operated video games for their kids, expired passports for ID, identification, contact numbers, space blankets, and a thumb drive that has copies of insurance policies and other financial documents in case a secure web connection cannot be found. They also maintain a list in that bag of items they can grab if they have more than 15 minutes to leave their home. And the kids know where the family will rendezvous if they have to evacuate separately. So, just maybe almost nobody who experiences a hurricane has statistically had a go bag on hand when storms have struck. And almost nobody who lives where there be wildfires in California has ever had them. Even if you don't need to evacuate, having some cash, food, extra gas, and batteries will always come in handy when, well, if you're without power for any extended time, which is bound to happen at some point. Now, for a complete list of items you should have in your go bag and advice about where to store it, go to the Department of Homeland Security's website. Come on, your tax dollars pay to maintain this, so, your government's essentially saying, ladies and gentlemen, you're on your own. Good night. At least take advantage of the advice they provide you for how to go it alone, because they're not going to be there. And if you have the time, raid the freezer and liquor cabinet on your way out the door. You're probably going to stay with family or friends who will feed and house you for a while. They'll appreciate a great bottle of scotch and a giant steak, okay? Aside from that, of course, there is the more pertinent issue. As a care provider, as I was to my parents for over a decade, when disaster strikes, you need a medication go bag. And the Atlantic hurricane season is a good reminder that everyone should prepare their life-saving kit. A well-stocked medication go bag can be used to soothe a cut or a burn, or to save your life during a hurricane, flood, fire, or other emergency. But it's important not to wait until you're faced with the need to leave your home in a hurry to assemble your medication go bag. Whether you buy a kit from a drugstore or build it yourself, I would recommend that all households keep a medication go bag on hand. And of course, there are essentials which, as someone who's been trained in paramedical sciences, I can tell you, well, they should include at least 7 days worth of over-the-counter and prescription medications that you take on a regular basis. Label those containers clearly and include a printed out list of everything you take and the regimen for each medication, plus a copy of your health insurance card in case you need medical care while you're away from your home. Always maintain an antihistamine for allergic reactions, such as diphenhydramine, which would be Benadryl allergy or the generic thereof, or loratadine, which would be Claritin or the generic thereof. Pain relievers, which include, of course, acetaminophen, which would be Tylenol or the generic thereof, aspirin, ibuprofen, such as Advil or Motrin IB or the generic thereof, or naproxen, which would be Aleve or the generic thereof. I can't use the ibuprofen or naproxens myself. Aspirin I would use in a limited basis. But that brings to mind, this is of course because those cause internal bleeding within myself. So that reminds me, of course, that you need to always bring stomach and antidiarrheal remedies, including loperamide, if I remember. That would be Imodium and or its generic, or bismuth subsalicylate. That would be kaopectate or Pepto-Bismol or their generic. Also an antacid for heartburn, such as Maalox, Mylanta, Rolaids, Tums, or the generic thereof. Antiseptic wipes and antibiotic ointment, such as Neosporin, Bacitracin, Bacitracin Plus, Curad, or the generic thereof, which you would use only for infected wounds, bandages, gauze, and tape for treating burns, cuts, and wounds, mosquito repellent to prevent bites, and aloe gel, hydrocortisone cream, or calamine lotion to soothe those bites and skin irritation. Also an eye washing solution for flushing out eye irritants. Water purification tablets, of course, a pair of scissors, a thermometer, and tweezers. So if you and your family have any special medical needs, you can build a more sophisticated medication go bag, one, for example, that might contain hearing aids, with extra batteries and epinephrine auto-injector, glasses, contact lenses or syringes, and of course, fill in your prescriptions in advance. For prescriptions you and your family members take, consider asking your doctor for a 60 or 90-day refills rather than a month's worth. That way, you're more likely to have extras on hand for your medication go bag, and this can also save you money. Also, always fill those prescriptions on the first day you become eligible for a refill rather than waiting until the day you run out. If you're able to obtain an emergency supply, establish a plan for rotating your go bag supply so that it remains up to date. And remember to check medications periodically to ensure that they have not expired. During an emergency, some states allow pharmacists to dispense an emergency supply of medications without doctor authorization. But certainly, if a known potential disaster such as a hurricane is predicted, make sure you have prescription meds and supplies before it hits. You might also ask your health insurance company to assist you in obtaining enough medication and supplies to have on hand. And of course, in terms of storing and maintaining your kit, once you've gathered your supplies, pack the items in an easy-to-carry, water-resistant kit. Store it in a dry, cool place in your home. Keep the kit in a secure place that's easy to access in a hurry, but of course away from kids. For example, on a high shelf in your bedroom closet. And check your emergency kit regularly. Dispose of and replace any out-of-date supplies. Throw out any damaged medications or pills that are wet or look or smell different. They can be contaminated by moisture. So there we have that. Hopefully all of that provides some food for thought, to use a pun. And with that, I'll check the live streaming again. And let's take a look. I was scrolling back up earlier. See, Amor Fadi says, thank you so much for all the safety and emergency tips and tricks. God bless you. Thank you so much, Amor Fadi. And love you all dearly. All of those who support myself, God bless you all. Thank you so much for the support that you provide. We've been on for 9.5 hours. We did pretty good. And so that's definitely better than I thought I would do tonight, considering. And I will hopefully be a bit more impressive. Of course, I try to be impressive. I'll try to carry that out more responsibly on Sunday night. By that time, things should be stabilized. As I said, I would have, barring any mitigating circumstances, seen my medical cosmetologist by that point. I notice in the photograph I've used tonight, the photographic image I've embedded of myself in thumbnail of live stream tonight, you can really see my dye-sticky asses, the double row of eyelashes. I look like a goddamn camel. It stands out along with, of course, the Kawasaki syndrome, really manifesting. Anyhow, love you all dearly. God bless you all who have provided me such support. Salman Sheikh, in particular, for what he's done. By the way, he put out a video in which he was talking about the defeat of America in Afghanistan, and he was wearing one of those Pashtun type tribal Taliban hats. That was funny as hell. God knows if I change the thumbnail on his 9-hour interview with myself on our channel, the one that appears before tonight's transmission, and I recommend everyone review that. I might change the thumbnail because, of course, there's a picture of him showing my book on vampirology, the one I recommend everyone get until we get the unabridged version out. People might view that because of him, because, they'll take a look at that guy and say, wow, that's intriguing. Of course, other people, just the kind of reaction people have based on all too many movies and stereotypes, might think, heck, who's that terrorist? At any rate, I love him dearly, and I love all of you as well who provide my self-support. God bless you and to keep you, and have a blessed day. We'll all be meeting together again on in this weekend. All right? Okay. I'm so reluctant now. I'm almost reluctant to turn the stream off. And our man hasn't returned yet from his whatever he's doing. And so, anyhow, well, nevertheless, I guess, like they say on the old Mickey Mouse Club, it's time to say goodbye for tonight. All right. Ending stream.